Right?
I'm okay with that.
If Senator Looney's not there. All right, so we're up and running. I guess so.
You're all set.
Right. Okay, thank you. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the public hearing for the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee on this March 8th, 2022. Hope everybody is doing well. I'm State Senator Derek Slapp from the 5th Senate District. My co-chair, Representative Elliott, will be joining us shortly. And I want to give, before we jump into this, because we do have a long list of people who are preparing to testify in various bills, I want to give my colleagues, our two distinguished ranking members, an opportunity to say hello and anything that they might want to address. I'll just start off to my left, Senator Whitcoast on the Hollywood Squares here. Senator, good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Great to be with you today. It's good. It's our last public hearing. Many of us do have other committees that are meeting simultaneously, so we'll be bouncing in and out. So it's no means any signs of disrespect. It's just that we've got to be able to manage multiple committees at the same time. So thank you, sir.
Well said. Yes. Representative Haynes, good morning.
Good morning, and I always appreciate the clarification that when we do pop out, it's because we're grabbing another committee and coming back. So thank you all for being here today, and looking forward to hearing the testimony.
Yeah, very well said. And I know it's a great service and resource to all of us who are on the committee to have the testimony submitted, because then we can go back and review it. And I know often do that. I do that, very frequently. So. I should say, many of people who are watching this or testifying kind of know the rules, but we do have that 3-minute limit, which comes in handy considering that we have more than 80 people signed up. So, if you do the math, 3 times 80, it's a lot, right? And so Jeannie Phillips, our clerk, is not being rude. She's just trying to help everybody, make sure that their voice is heard. And so that at the 3-minute mark, she'll jump in and remind people that their time is finishing up, and if they could wrap up in the next couple sentences, that would be much appreciated. So Representative Turco, our House Vice Chair, anything that you want to add in before we jump into it?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just that I'm very excited to hear from our great students that are in our different colleges and universities today, and our different higher education institutions, and advocates that want to help improve higher education for all the state of Connecticut. So excited about a great day. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you. And a reminder to folks who are testifying, if they can identify the bill that they're testifying on, that'd be great, because while we have the agenda in front of us, other folks who are watching this do not, and so it just helps for them to be able to keep track. So first on our list is our Senate President, but I do not see Senator Looney on yet. So what we're going to do is we will skip Senator Looney. He'll be on standby, and we'll go with the Uconn team here. So we have Carl Ledgeway, and sorry, Carl, if I mispronounced your name, Monica Lucas, and Neil Eskin, and I'll hand it over to you all. I think you're all on. I see you, and you can kind of organize your comments in the way that you seem most appropriate. So good morning, and thanks for joining us.
Great, thank you, Senator. So distinguished committee members, I'm Carl Ledgeway, the Provost and Executive Vice President for Academic Affairs at the University of Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today in support of SB 251, an act expanding training programs for careers in mental health. This bill requires the Office of Higher Education, in collaboration with the Department of Public Health, the Labor Department, the Office of Workforce Strategy, Uconn Health, and the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities to develop an initiative to address the state's healthcare workforce shortage. Now, in addition to my role as provost at Uconn, I'm also a professor in the Department of Psychological Sciences. I'm a clinical psychologist by training, and I've previously served as the director of an accredited clinical psychology doctoral training program. So at a personal level, I greatly appreciate this focus on increasing the healthcare labor force for our state. A primary goal today is to support SB 251. At Uconn and Uconn Health, we are very much aligned with the current provisions of the bill, and I know that we can play a key partner in the successful implementation of it. By the numbers, I want to share 3 important facts. First, at Uconn and Uconn Health, we support annually 2,500 trainees in medicine, dental medicine, nursing, pharmacy, physical therapy, athletic training, dietetics, diagnostic genetic sciences, medical lab sciences, and speech and language hearing. We also support well over 1,000 trainees annually in social work, clinical psychology, school counseling, psychiatry, and human development and family studies. Second, if you were to take collectively the hours that students in these programs actually provide clinical services in health and mental health, it accounts for over 1 million clinical hours across the state annually. And we have a particular focus on attention to marginalized and low-income communities. Third, the vast majority of our graduates stay in Connecticut and enter the workforce providing clinical services that then repeat upon itself. There's no shortage of students interested in entering these programs, but growth is limited by the cost of admitting more students given the intensity of training, as well as the cost of providing aid for those students needing it to keep their student debt low. As you deliberate these proposals, we wish to highlight ways in which Uconn and Uconn Health can be a partner in expanding quality healthcare services across the state. First, with new support, we could expand the number of healthcare trainees at Uconn and Uconn Health to meet the growing healthcare needs across the state. With such support, we can not only enroll more students, but we can also undertake approaches to enhance the workforce through a few efforts. One is to shorten the time to degree completion. Another is to implement alternative approaches for program delivery, one of which is boosting telehealth. A third is offering upskill training for existing practitioners who can gain new expertise, which increases the quality of services. And then the last is expanding the number of communities in which Uconn and its students offer direct services. As a second issue, there are several other goals of SB 251 where we can be a strong partner. These include evaluation of statewide needs and services, including an assessment of barriers and challenges that limit the scope and scale of services, provision of supervisors for clinical placements, and conducting studies to provide data needed for questions that arise as a part of SB 251. With the appropriate resources, Uconn and Uconn Health can find ways to grow our existing training programs and serve as a partner in implementing the key workforce aspects of the bill. Moving forward, we offer our expertise to the committee as needed, and we thank you very much for the opportunity to present today and are happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Carl, for your testimony and support of the bill. I'm just looking to see if there are any comments or questions from my colleagues. I do not see any. So thank you again for your time and for the Uconn team and your testimony, and we'll be in touch. We have additional details on this as it moves forward. So thank you.
Great, and thank you for taking on this important work. We're really a partner.
Thank you. Okay, I want to make sure that Senator Looney is not standing by and ready to go. I do not see him, so we will keep moving on here. I believe Representative Cheeseman is up next. Representative, good morning.
Good morning, and I want to thank Jeannie. For some reason, I couldn't get the link to work, and she sent it to me, and I hopped on just in time. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman of the committee, ranking members. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I have submitted written testimony on 3 bills. The free speech bill, which I thank you for raising again. Also, the 5300 with regard to the consolidation of the community colleges. And although I did not submit testimony, the bill that I think it's Senate 525, which would allow support for in terms of tax credits for businesses and endowed professorships. With regard to the free speech bill, as I say, I've submitted written testimony, but I'd just like to read a quote from Frederick Douglass. No right was deemed by the fathers of the government more sacred than the right of speech. It was in their eyes, as in the eyes of all thoughtful men, the great moral renovator of society and government. Daniel Webster called it a homebred right, a fireside privilege. Liberty is meaningless where the right to utter one's thoughts and opinions has ceased to exist. That of all rights is the dread of tyrants. It is the right which they first of all strike down. They know its power. Thrones, dominions, principalities, and powers founded in injustice and wrong are sure to tremble if men are allowed to reason of righteousness, temperance, of a judgment to come in their presence. And this is a plea for freedom of speech in Boston. And I think when we see what's going on in the world today, the power of tyrants to suppress speech, to limit liberty is frightening. So where better than on our college campuses to ensure that this freedom exists every single day? With regard to the consolidation of the community colleges, I know there's a lot of testimony on that behalf, and I do believe the legislature has a role to play. This is a major step forward. I see there was provisional approval issued by Nietzsche today with a lot of caveats, and I think we should look very carefully at just how we provide education to the youth of our state. And finally, with regard to 525, we do a lot as a state to prepare a workforce for businesses. I think they should have some skin in the game. I think employers for whom we're spending millions to prepare an educated workforce should be encouraged to invest in that education, whether by providing recompense for educational costs for their employees, or indeed endowing professorships. So with that, thank you very much for hearing my testimony today. I encourage you to move forward with your work, particularly with regard to free speech and the endowed professorships and support for educational costs. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Great, Representative, thank you. And I see we do have a few questions. Before I go to those, I just want to make a note that I mistakenly skipped over two of our Uconn participants, thinking that they were going as a team. So after we take questions, Representative Cheeseman will go back and we'll have two other folks from Uconn their testimony, because they were high on the list. So we'll do that in just a moment. But first, let's get some questions for you, Representative Cheeseman. I saw Representative Vale's hand up first, followed by Representative Acker. Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon or good morning still. Representative Cheeseman, how are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you, sir?
Good. So I too have your passion and for free speech and on the college campuses. I don't know if you had so originally when we put this up, it was a concept, and I think they used language from last year, but this would only apply to the state schools. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And where it's
I think every single college should have a policy relating to freedom of speech, all along the lines of the University of Chicago principles. But I do understand that it's harder to compel this for private institutions. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Representative.
No, and that's because I agree with you, and it's tough. To me, free speech is free speech, and it should be universal and consistent throughout society and on our college campuses. But then we have to decide where our role in that is. So in this, it says that the Board of Trustees of Uconn and the Board of Regents of Higher shall develop a policy. Now, is it your interpretation that each of them should develop separate policies, or one policy that would apply to all?
I would encourage a single policy that would apply to all. And again, I think in my testimony last year, submitted much more detailed information about those Chicago principles, basically not favoring one form of speech over another, not setting up higher hurdles for speakers than exist for other ones, not establishing so-called free speech zones on campus where they're the only places where, freedom of speech could be exhibited. But again, I think the Chicago principles, if adopted by all of those in a uniform manner, would be the ideal.
Again, and I agree. And there, again, it should be consistent, especially here. And I don't know what the intention, if because it says and, so I don't know, it doesn't, maybe we could clarify that when
I would be delighted to work with the committee on that in terms of, fleshing it out a bit further.
Yeah, it's probably only a word change or two to make it more clear, but I wanted to make sure that you and I were on the same page, which we are. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Acker.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Representative Cheeseman, thank you for being here. I know, like the rest of us, you're on multiple meetings at the same time. A little different than going from room to room like we did in the legislative office building, but from screen to screen. I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit on, because I am in agreement with you regarding 5300, the merging, for the closings of the schools. Can you have you been reached by your local constituents on this issue about concerns that their localized school may be closed?
I've had a lot of contact from local constituents, and I think the concern is on multiple levels. One, that the unique nature of the individual campuses may be lost when sort of submerged in one overarching system. Two, that the goals of saving money and streamlining services are not necessarily going to be delivered, that there is a danger of creating a huge overarching bureaucracy without actually improving student services. And three, that a merger of this magnitude has never been successfully accomplished. And as I say, the sort of provisional approval between the one Connecticut Community College, a Community College of Connecticut, however it's termed, and Nietzsche comes with some significant caveats and 3 hurdles that have to be overcome. And I think, again, with a move this big, it's, we as the legislature have a role to play. And I do think there needs to be, a further work on bringing all parties to the table and ensuring this is, in fact, one, going to save the money, and 2, deliver the best possible services for the students. I mean, no one will disagree that the community colleges have faced hurdles, both financially. The pandemic has put a lot of, undue stress on them as well as everybody else. But in some ways, shouldn't that make you pause and see, is what we're doing the right move?
Thank you. And I agree with that. I think that, I read an article this year about how the student count is very low in our colleges. And I get that. I don't think that what we should do is just start to close buildings up. I think we need to reassess what we're doing. And I think over the years, we haven't built confidence in the student body because we keep making many different changes. I was a trustee for the community colleges back before I was a legislator, and we had a strong community college system. And so we merged them, and I don't know if that was the right direction. I don't believe it was, but I thank you for your time, for being here, and I look forward to this legislation moving forward. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I would just like to add to that, we have seen so much emphasis recently on the fact that the 4-year college degree is not right for everyone. And our community colleges are incredibly well placed, along with our technical schools, to provide that education for the workforce of the future. And I think this is not necessarily the time to be making wholesale changes before we fully flesh that out. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. I do not see any other questions, so I think you're free to get back to whatever hearing or meeting you need to go back to, but it's good to see you as always, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. We're going to go back now to Mona Lucas with Uconn. Mona, my apologies for skipping you earlier, but you now have the floor.
Thank you so much. Members of the committee, my name is Mona Lucas, and I am Assistant Vice President, for enrollment policies and strategic initiatives at the University of Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the university in support of HB 5137, bill concerning studying and funding the Roberta B. Willis Scholarship Program. The University of Connecticut is supportive of the overall intent of this bill. We are most excited about the potential for students to be advised that they are financially eligible to be considered for Roberta B. Willis funds once they file the free application for federal student aid. We're also excited about the possibility for institutions to be notified of allocations by December 1st for the next school year. Further, we're hopeful that the RBW study will result in additional funding for the program. This year, over 1,000 Uconn students received RBW scholarships, totaling more than $5 million. Aid provided by RBW is supplemented by the University of Connecticut's institutional aid program. This year, Uconn awarded more than $142 million in institutionally controlled gift aid that students do not have to repay. These funds included need-based and merit-based scholarships and grants awarded to over 13,800 undergraduate students. Through strategic investments of state leaders and the General Assembly, Uconn has successfully recruited and graduated some of Connecticut's most academically talented and diverse high school students. Without effective scholarship programs such as RBW and Uconn's program, these Connecticut high school students may have chosen not to attend the University of Connecticut, but to go to one of our competing private schools like Fordham or Boston College or Syracuse. I'm pleased to share with you that Uconn is #1 among public research institutions when it comes to a student's average time to graduation at 4.1 years. We are tied for first place with 4 other schools. This is great for our students because the faster they graduate, the less their education costs them. Thank you again for your consideration and continued support of the University of Connecticut. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mona, thank you. I see Representative Turco has a question. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mona, for your testimony. Are you able to confirm for me the decrease that the state has provided for the Roberta Willis scholarship over the last, I think it's been 10 to 15 years since the Great Recession? And it may not have been called the Roberta Willis Scholarship Fund at that time, but I've been told by some other universities that at one point it was over 60 million in aid the state provided the different universities for need-based scholarships, and now we're at the numbers of around 30 million. So do you have any information on that?
I do not have the actual figures in front of me. Happy to pull historical data for the university, but I do believe anecdotally that you are correct in that over time we've seen a decrease in the allocations for our students. But again, the actual figures I don't have in front of me.
Okay, that's okay. And this bill, the two things that it's doing, and one is studying the restructuring of the Roberta Willis Scholarship to see how we can make it work better. First on that section, what are some of the big issues that exist now that you think this study really needs to examine to make sure the program works better in the future for our students and for our public institutions, public and private institutions?
I'd say one of the major components that we're hoping the study will possibly change is the notification of the allocation, as well as the criteria, whatever the appropriate EFC bands or family income limitations are. The earlier we could know that information as institutions, that allows us to start our development of our strategies for the next year. And it also puts us in a position as we're recruiting the new students to speak more in a more informed way about how much of a gift aid component we expect to be in a position to include in their aid packages for the next year. The same would be true, I guess, for our to continue to notify our currently students that we will indeed continue to support whatever the aid package that they came into the institution under. So that's one component that we think would be great. Also, the one in which you propose or notifying students earlier in the cycle that they may meet the criteria. We try to interpret what was stated in the proposed legislation, and we thought you meant perhaps if the student once it's identified what the student's income level is, that there would be some type of notification just to give them an indication that they might that they will be considered for the fund, that they meet kind of the basic eligibility criteria to be considered for the fund. Those were two pieces that I think I did to see the outcome.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly with the Roberta Willis funding. We adopt our budget, in the end of the session, usually May, early June, and the new fiscal year starts in July. But Uconn needs to offer its awards to students earlier than that. I'm guessing when you offer admission sometime around this time each year, right? So you don't know exactly how much you're going to receive until later on into the summer. How do you now calculate and offer that potential student that wants to go to Uconn what they may receive from Roberta Willis?
Initially is to look at kind of historical information on allocations and get our best intel that we have as to what we're looking at for the next year. And then we build our aid strategies based on an assumption of a dollar amount that we'll receive. So our initial aid awards will go out with awards that just say University of Connecticut grant. And then later, once we know what we actually have in the form of an allocation, and once we know from on the new student front, once we know which of the students have accepted, which of our Connecticut students have accepted our offer of admission, then we can go in and convert those, what appeared to be a Uconn award, we then can go in and convert that to the actual Roberta Willis scholarship. This approach, at least allows the family to have the best information that we have as far as the value of the gift aid or, the scholarship and grant dollars that they can expect. So we may not know what portion of what we offer up front will ultimately be Roberta Willis, but the family can make their decision as to whether Uconn is affordable, at least knowing that from one way or another, one account or another, we believe we're in a position to offer, whatever the dollar value is. So let's just say, $10,000 in grant and scholarship aid. And later we may find that that family qualified for $2,000 of that in Roberta Willis, and then we would change the aid package to let them know where the dollars actually came from.
All right. Thank you very much for providing those answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions for Mona? I do not see any. So thank you again. My apologies for skipping you earlier, but glad you were able to stay with us and we got your comments and testimony. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, Neil Eskin is up next. Neil, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, members of the committee. I am Neil Eskin, Executive Associate Athletic Director at Uconn. On behalf of Athletic Director David Benedict, I would like to thank you and the entire committee for its ongoing commitment to the university and for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of SB 20, which amends certain language within current legislation related to name, image, and likeness of student athletes. The amendment eliminates a prohibition on the use of institutional marks and logos by student athletes in their NIL activities and allows institutions to control such marks usage by policy. Uconn is extremely grateful and appreciative of the General Assembly's work last year in enacting NIL legislation. This action reflects an ongoing wave of initiatives nationally intended to support student athlete welfare. We are extremely proud that Connecticut has been in the forefront of this sea change. After about 6 months of NIL activity and examining related laws across the country, we believe that if our current state legislation is revised slightly, it would enhance opportunities for our student athletes. Many states
I'm seeing some freezing here of the screen. Let me just say if Neil, you okay? Keep going, Neil.
Okay. In fact, more than half of the states with NIL legislation either have explicit language permitting marks usage or are silent on the topic, thus effectively allowing it. Only 2 states, Connecticut and South Carolina, specifically prohibit marks usage. Passage of SB 20 will ensure that our student athletes have the same benefit as their contemporaries. In order to compete at the highest level, we must make certain that student athletes who choose to enroll in college in Connecticut have the same opportunities as those at schools in other states. Again, SB 20 would provide for the adoption of institutional guidelines to permit such marks usage. By making this change, we will bring our law in line with industry trends and not hinder our student athletes from enjoying the full value of their NIL. It is also important to note that the change would not impact institutions that wish to continue to prohibit student athletes from using institutional marks. This modification simply provides an institution the means to allow marks usage by its student athletes if the institution wishes to do so. Adjusting our NIL law to allow the use of marks will assist Uconn in enhancing the opportunities provided to our student athletes, while helping to maintain the championship tradition that we proudly share with the citizens of Connecticut. We truly appreciate the opportunity to reflect upon the tremendous strides we have made related to NIL and explore ways to make it even better for the student athletes who represent the universities within our great state. Thanks so much for your continued support of the university, and we urge you to support SB 20.
Neil, thank you. I have a quick question for you, and I'll see if any of my colleagues have any others as well. If Uconn were to, if this bill were to pass and become law, and Uconn decided to go down this road and to allow student athletes to use the marks, would that violate the current contract or agreement that you have with, there's essentially what a marketing firm, right, that you all come to establish a contract with, right, that kind of owns the mark, so to speak. I know I'm not describing this very well, but essentially I just wondered how that would align with those existing agreements that you all have to market Uconn.
Yes, sure. Very astute point. There is a marketing firm that represents us in the sponsorship space, and we would work hand in hand, Senator Slapp, with them. Again, what this would allow institutions to do is set policy. And there are some guardrails in place in the existing legislation that all NIL deals have to be submitted to the institution for review. So for example, an institution could make a decision that it has a certain number of exclusive partnerships to the institution. And in those instances, maybe marks usage would be more limited, but we would work hand in hand with our marketing firm that actually is in place and has relationships with institutions all across the country in states in which NIL marks usage is permitted. So we would work with our company to answer your question, but this is space that has already been touched by some other states by this same marketing firm.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Let me just quickly peruse here and see if there's any other. Okay, I did not see any other questions, so I think you are free to go. So thank you, Neil. Good to see you as always.
Good to see you, Senator Slapp. Thank you so much for the time today.
Of course. Okay, Senator Fazio, you are up while we're waiting for Senator Looney. So the floor is yours. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, and good morning, good afternoon to all my colleagues. I wanted to speak today in favor of SB 247, public.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm having a little trouble. I don't know if other people are as well. Understanding you. I mean, just because of there seems to be some mic interference. So I'm not sure if there's anything you can do on your end. I just wanted to make sure that we can fully. I think that's better.
Okay. Yeah. Let me.
That sounds better now. So, anyways, my apologies for interrupting you, and you got it.
Glad it's right now. Good afternoon. I wanted to speak today in favor of two bills. First is SB 247 to require public universities to adopt a policy of free expression. And second is 253 to fix the rate of tuition for first-time students for 4 years at state universities. First, I hope that this committee will pass the free speech bill out of committee as it admirably has done before. And I also urge leadership of both houses to bring it to the floor. Protecting free expression at our state universities is a moral and constitutional imperative, and it's of enormous practical value to students. It's the hallmark of a free society to do this because every individual has the right to think and speak, and because their ability to do so does not violate the rights of others. Our Bill of Rights is correct to place free expression first among the rights that Americans enjoy. Because the Constitution also incorporates the First Amendment to states, it's reasonable to say that we have an obligation to protect those rights at public universities too. Free expression is also of enormous practical value to students' educational pursuits. The pursuit of truth requires free inquiry no matter where it might lead us. That's exactly what the scientific method implies too. The many left of center students who will testify in defense of this bill today also recognize that. Like the progressive student who penned an essay in the New York Times this week bemoaning the rise of censorship and self-censorship on campus, they understand that in order to make everyone stronger intellectually, open debate and inquiry must be defended on campus. To date, the so-called Chicago principles of free expression have been adopted by 76 campuses around the US, but only by 7 state university systems. Adopting this policy for Connecticut would make our state a leader in liberal education. Finally, I urge you to pass the fixed rate of tuition bill. Over the last 20 years, the tuition at Uconn has risen 5% per year, making education at a higher level increasingly unaffordable to low and middle income families. At the same time, the student to faculty ratio has actually increased. One of the reasons is that the bureaucracy of the university system continues to metastasize. Over 12 years, Uconn's management staff increased by over 30%. The taxpayers and families paying tuition should not continue to pay more every single year. This bill is a good start, but we should also consider following the lead of Purdue University, Wisconsin University, and other public universities, both of whom froze tuition indefinitely without increasing.
Because Ryan's on higher ed. Okay, bye.
And they both without increasing taxpayer burden, and also saw an influx of applications as a result. This is basically the long and short of my testimony, but I appreciate your time. And because it's March and this is the only time I'll be in front of the Higher Education Committee, I also wanted to say go Huskies.
Gotcha. They certainly did have a good night last night. So
yes, sir. Thank
thank you, Senator, for your testimony. Any comments or questions from my colleagues for Senator Fazio? I do not see any. So thank you again. Have a good rest of your afternoon. All right, up next is Representative Eleni Cabros-DeGraw. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. Chairman Slapp and Elliott, Vice Chairs and Ranking Members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today in support of SB 250. As you know, students and former students are facing a significant debt crisis across the country. When I survey my constituents, consistently affording college is at the top of the list of concerns for them, and I often hear it from their kids. So it isn't surprising that the class of 2022 will graduate with an average of $35,853 in student debt. Here in Connecticut, there are nearly 500,000 borrowers with approximately $17.5 billion. Yes, that is billion with a B in student loan debt. College costs have been rising at a rate of twice that of other goods and services for decades, yet we know that having a college degree determines future earning power for many. In fact, that cost burden of debt impacts a borrower's ability to buy a home, contribute to their families, and build wealth over time, the definition of the American dream. SB 250 proposes to help college graduates move forward in their lives while at the same time contributing to our economy. The proposal creates a student loan forgiveness plan for Connecticut residents who attend a Connecticut state college or university. It's not a free ride because in order to receive $5,000 toward a borrower's loan with Chesla for up to 5 years, the borrower must have lived in Connecticut for 5 years and been a working professional for at least 2 of those years. And they must complete 100 hours of service per year at a 501c3 nonprofit organization in Connecticut. Strengthening our nonprofits with volunteer hours strengthens our communities and creates raving fans of why Connecticut is a great place to go to school, live, work, and play. SB 250 will help address what we've heard from companies in Connecticut for years, the brain drain of college-educated individuals who leave our great state for a lower cost of living or higher wages. This program incentivizes students to come here and further incentivizes them to stay here. We need these young, dynamic, diverse professionals to see what Connecticut values, that Connecticut values them as much as they value us, because that will also lead to companies wanting to open up shop here to access this enormous talent pool. I urge support of SB 250 by the committee. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Yes, Representative Farrar.
Thanks, Senator Slapp. Thanks, Representative Cabros-DeGraw, for being here. I know this is a new bill, and Representative Turco might speak to this a bit too. But I would be amiss, I feel like, especially on International Women's Day, not to mention in all of the stats that you mentioned that women actually carry 2/3 of all student debt. And you kind of noted the variety of factors that students might be considering, not just as they are pursuing their education, but also as they're considering if they can stay in Connecticut and how they can manage those costs. And I'm really curious to kind of hear from you about how you see this particular proposal as ensuring that we can meet their needs while at the same time ensuring that our communities have the volunteer support they need too.
I think it's critically important when we're looking at both, say, the millennials and Gen Z. I mean, one of their big things, those 2 generations volunteer more than any other generation in history. And so not only is it a way to basically give back to the community that they are, giving something, but also it sort of is already pouring into the interest they have. 10% of Gen Zs are saying they want to form their own nonprofits. But I think that when we're connecting them to these nonprofits that are so amazing here in Connecticut and then do such great work all over our state, that provides them with the opportunity to say, you know what, maybe I'm going to stay here. It might even provide an opportunity for them to change careers, because as we know, sometimes we don't always use the degree that we graduate with exactly as we thought we might. And so I think that the more we connect folks to why Connecticut is the place to be and why you want to stay here after you've already studied here, I think that's all the better for Connecticut, and will eventually obviously boost the economy, boost everything about our communities too.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you noting kind of the true connection of individuals who are just graduating to our community nonprofits, and how that ensures that they stay here. Because I think, one of the things, just personally, as someone who's, started my career here, I always knew I wanted to come back because of the connections that I formed to so many nonprofits, when I was in college and right out of college. So I do feel like this kind of consistently kind of keeps the line on how we want to make sure that there is less debt, as I mentioned, especially as it relates to those who are most affected, which are particularly women and often women of color. But it keeps that community connection strong, which I hope, again, keeps folks in Connecticut and brings them back, as it did for me personally. So thank you for your effort on this. And I look forward to learning more about it and hearing from other testifiers today on their approach with this bill. Thanks, Representative Cavers-DeGraw.
Thank you, Representative Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for your testimony. We heard earlier from the University of Connecticut mentioning the need for more scholarship money for our students, our needy students, and how that has been dramatically cut throughout the years in here in Connecticut, which may explain why more students have taken on debt and why we're one of the highest states in the whole nation for the amount of debt average per person. There is a governor's proposal that is geared towards helping individuals who work for a for-profit company business with their student debt. There have been some proposals. We had one in front of this committee that's geared at just people that work on nonprofits. This bill appears to do both, help people that work for for-profits and nonprofits, which are both workforces that we need. Can you speak any more to that?
Sure. I think that, both proposals are interesting as well. The reason that I'm supporting this one is I think that you are trying to capture the synergy, right? You want to make sure that you're hitting people where they really, where it's going to make the most impact. So by having this volunteer component of 100 hours per year, you're filling sort of the beast of, nonprofits always trying to find more volunteers. And those volunteer hours actually are converted into dollars that they save. So in other words, when I used to work at Food Share, we had an accounting of, okay, this many volunteer hours equals this many dollars equals this many people that we would have to hire in order to fulfill those positions. So you've got these former students coming in and filling some of those spots, but it also, part of the bill requires you to have been on the job for 2 years. So in other words, it's not just, you just got out of college and automatically you're going to be able to do this. You have to live here for 5 years. You have to be a working professional for 2 of those years. And like I said, it's 100 hours per year of volunteering. So I think it sort of brings all of these things together synergistically so that we're sort of filling as many needs as possible at one time, including getting rid of the debt, which then enables people to buy homes, contribute more to their communities, contribute more to their families, frankly. And I have to say, I have 2 kids who unfortunately chose to go to school outside of Connecticut, but I do, I know the cost that we're seeing now. And I even compare it to, I have friends who are comparing it to what it was like for them in the 70s, but I compare it to what it was like for me in the 90s. And 1 year of college, in a lot of cases, especially if you're coming from out of state to go to school here, it can be in the 30,000 range per year. So, if you chose to stay here and you had to take out loans and this helps you pay off some of that debt, not only do we not have the brain drain of that wonderful student that was here and perhaps got a degree in, some sort of STEM related field or microbiology or is off to cure cancer, but we also are helping them want to stay here. Like I chose to stay here and build a family, and by reducing that debt, just a little bit, making the lift a little lighter.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, and I think that those who need to go on for advanced degrees, masters in social work and other fields can afford to be able to do that more when their undergraduate loans are helping to get paid for. So that's good for helping advance the workforce too. We have University of Connecticut here to testify today. We're going to have the CSCUs here to testify today. Have you given any thoughts on, the benefits to our public universities if this bill were to pass and they were able to tell prospective Connecticut high school students, hey, don't go out of state to school, stay here at our great Connecticut institutions, because once you graduate, you could be eligible, depending on your income limits, and if you're willing to do community service, get a student loan assistance program, so to relieve some of your debt. Any thoughts on that?
I think it's a great recruiting tool, and we know colleges are competitive, and certainly, trying to work with families. And I think it would be, it's appealing to a college to be able to say, this is the program that we have and this is how we can benefit you. But it's also appealing to families, right? Because, I hear in my district all the time, it's like, well, they're going to, number one, they have to stay in state because the tuition is better, right? If you're an in-state person. But number two, that doesn't always equal that you're not taking out loans to go there, to that school. So if you have a program like this, not only does it retain those kids in state, which I think also makes moms happy, I'm just saying, but it also, is a great thing to have, that sort of, it's almost like buying power, basically, to say, what, your education is worth this, but it's really it's a multiplier. So it would help recruit kids to come here, but it also will help them stay here.
Well, thank you, Representative. As somebody personally who graduated a university with $60,000 in debt and then had over $500 a month in bills, living here in Connecticut at a starting salary out of college too, it was really difficult to make ends meet. Thankfully, all of my loans are paid for, but I know now that $500 a month is now often $1,000 a month for students because the tuition rates have gone up so much. So thank you for your testimony today. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for being here today. A question I've now heard a couple times, I think, the phrase working professional thrown in the conversation here. And maybe I'm looking at the wrong copy because I don't see that in the bill that was linked to our agenda, which actually makes me feel a little bit better as one of those people who, I think it was your word that said, found themselves working in an area that wasn't contemplated by their degree, and also spent a fair amount of time underemployed when it would have been a great benefit. So, is that actually in a version of the bill that I'm not seeing, or is it somebody that's graduated and has lived here for 5 years and is working?
It should be in the version of the bill. I'm not sure if the wrong version was linked, but it should be in there. But yeah, the goal is that, you're living here for 5 years and 2 of those years you're a working professional, because we know that sometimes it takes you a little bit to get on your feet. And, not everybody, especially that first year out of college, unfortunately, it could be that you end up, a barista instead of using your degree, or you're just not sure what that first year is. Also, we hear from a lot of people that they're working 2 jobs to pay off. When Representative Turco referenced his $500 a month, payment, student loan payment, that's a significant amount of money, right? So, especially when you're just starting out. So yes, the goal is to, yes, you're a working professional, and then you'd be able to apply for this.
So I guess the follow-up, if you'll indulge me, Mr. Chair, is working professional defined?
Well, in terms of, we did put a salary cap in there for now.
A cap, yeah.
But as we go through this, and certainly open to suggestions to further define what working professional is.
Well, yeah, my first job out of college was running a drill press in a machine shop that subbed out for Pratt Whitney. And I was basically a trainee for a while there. And I doubt anybody would call that a working professional under the sort of generally accepted terms of that. So, if it means anybody that's working in a job, which I kind of think is what the intention is, it might be something we should clarify. Thanks very much. I think it's a great bill. I really like it a lot. And I just hope that if it's meant to be applied broadly, that we can make sure it does. Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative McGee, followed by Representative Vale.
Thank you, Senator Slaff. I just wanted to, this is not a question, but it's more so a comment. Thank you, Representative Provost DeGraw. I hope I said it correctly. I just know my parking spot's next to yours, but thank you for giving voice to Gen Zs and millennials. I just had a conversation with 2 millennials the other day, and they were talking about how they turned down higher paying jobs to work for nonprofits because millennials are several times more likely to work for a cause that they really care about than a higher paying job that would actually pay off their debt or, in efforts to help eliminate debt. So I think anything that we can do to eliminate debt is extremely important. And I think this is a really strong bill. I think it's a reflection of what we need today. I myself am not necessarily I kind of am, but I myself, am not necessarily doing what I went to school for. And I went to school out of state, but like you said, always knew that I wanted to come back. So I think, bills like this really in its efforts, kind of build a residual foundation where we say, we care for you as a resident of this state. We want you to come back, and we don't want you to be in debt for the rest of your life, but to also do what you're passionate about and do what you care about. And I think, in producing things like this it just gives me hope for Gen Zs who are like, I know for sure that I just the other day, there was a statistic that said that Gen Zs are like 40 to 50% more likely to buy a shirt if they know that some of the funds from it is going to a cause. So I think this is extremely beneficial to, the right now generation. I just want to say thank you.
I think that, we have to put more value on the work that nonprofits do, right? Because that's part of the conversation as well, is that, if you choose to work at a nonprofit, there's a whole lot of value to that, to the entire community.
Great. Thank you, Representative McGee. Representative DeGraw, you're not done yet. Hang on. We have at least one more. Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Representative. How are you?
Very well. How are you, sir?
Good. And forgive me as I've been bouncing through meetings myself, so I didn't catch it all. I understand the concept, but where would the money come from?
So we're working on the fiscal analysis, obviously, and basically at this point, if it's coming from approps, we're thinking, that we're having those conversations. I know that the governor had also put aside $10 million in his request as well. So it may be that, whatever a final bill looks like, it's, a hodgepodge of something he was talking about. As was referenced earlier, there's several bills that sort of are in the same general area as this bill. So that's kind of what we're looking at that right now.
But there's been no specific, so it would come out of the state budget, correct?
Yes.
And is there any, but we don't have a specific dollar amount.
No, the thought is that this is, I don't want to call it a pilot program because that's not what it is, but the goal would be somewhere between 10 and 20 million is what we're thinking, because the reality is we're not sure. We think we know how many people will want to take advantage of this, but we're not 100% sure. And we'd hate to have a program out there like we've had some other programs in the past where if it's not well marketed, people aren't taking advantage of it. So we're just trying to balance it out as best we can.
All right. And again, I have one more concern. And Representative McGee talked about how she went to school out of state. To me, I don't know why we show preferential treatment to people who go to school. If to me, the more important thing is the resident status. If someone's been a resident here for 5 years and they went to the University of Massachusetts, then came back, did their 100 hours at a nonprofit and stayed in our state for a number of years, why would they not, why are we picking state schools? And then beyond that, like someone who went to the University of New Haven or Fairfield or even, any of those schools within the state, it's kind of picking and choosing. And I have a little bit of an issue with that as well. And I know that if we add that, then that compounds the cost exponentially as well. So those are some of the issues I'm gonna have trouble overcoming at this point.
Well, I would say, like with many pieces of great legislation, and I hope that this would end up being a piece of great legislation, you have to start somewhere. So I think that was part of the thought, was if you start with the CHESLA loans, which are the in-state loans, and then you start with public institutions versus public and private, and you have to start somewhere, right? So if we figure that we can work this out, get this going, then there would be the opportunity to expand it over time. So the thought is that at least if we can get this going, and I would imagine there wouldn't be anything necessarily preventing someone who, would refinance with CHESLA from being able to access this, if they say went to a University of Massachusetts.
Well, I mean, UConn's a lot harder to get into too. So I mean, than it was when I grew up. And no offense, but I used to take anybody back in the day almost. But now it's very difficult to get into. And there might be kids who want to go there and then are not afforded that opportunity. They go to a different university, do well, come back home, get a job here, and then they don't have access to that. So That's a concern of mine. I'll sit back and listen to the rest, but thank you for your answers and have a great
Oh, and
afternoon.
those all great points, and anything that makes legislation better, I'm here for. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vale and Representative Calvados-DeGraw. I think that concludes the questions for you. Thanks for your leadership on this and
Thank you.
continue dialogue going forward. Thank you. Great. Okay. We're going to have Sean Bradberry up next, and then we will start working off some lists for members of the public as well. We want to get Sean in here to start. So, all right, Sean, the floor is yours. Good afternoon.
Great. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp. Thank you. I appreciate you getting me in here. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, Representative Haynes, Senator Witkos, members of the Higher Education Employment Advancement Committee. Thank you for the time to address you all today. You have my written testimony. I know you have a very long day ahead of you, so I'm going to try to be as brief as humanly possible and just hit some key points on the bills that we have in front of you, and then I'm happy to take your questions. So first, you have SB 3. We enthusiastically support this. We're really excited to work on this opportunity to really help out our small businesses in the state that have really been adversely impacted, not only through the changes in e-commerce, but also especially with the pandemic that has hit them especially hard the last 2 years. So we have 2 phenomenal entrepreneurial centers at Northwestern and Housatonic who have fantastic non-credit programs that can really do wonders for our small businesses to give them the skills that they need to compete and to help recover. So enthusiastic yes on that. HB 5115. We have worked hand in glove with the Office of Early Childhood throughout this pandemic to try to use the federal resources that have been generously provided to our state to try to expand childcare opportunities across our system. We're really excited about this opportunity to partner with them again to find ways to build off that work that's been done and figure out better ways to deploy those resources across our institutions to make sure that students, faculty, staff, our communities all have access to childcare facilities to help them study and complete their goals. We all know that life is difficult enough, but trying to balance that while you don't have readily available childcare can be even more difficult. So another enthusiastic yes on that. On SB 17, I just want to comment that we're expecting impending federal regulations on this issue of withholding of transcripts. It's actually a subject of the Department of Education's negotiated rulemaking session that's scheduled to start next week, I think the 14th through the 18th. There's been a lot of conversation on this, ranging from a very narrow look at this to just requiring more of a clear plan for institutions at risk of closure for releasing this transcript to something as broad as a blanket ban on institutions. We'd really encourage the committee to hold off on action on this, to wait to see what the feds do on this, since this is something we're all going to have to abide by across the higher education sector, and that they have all parties at the table to help negotiate this in these negotiated rulemaking sessions. We're anticipating that these regulations will hit by the end of the year based on these conversations at the session next week. And we will look forward to seeing those. The other item I would just say as an unintended consequence of transcript holds is, like, some of the other ways that institutions have to collect debt may actually be more adverse of an impact to students than a transcript hold. These are things like sending them to collections or to public institutions, or sending them to tax intercept. And we just would want to make sure we're having a full conversation in this, that any attempt to limit the use of transcript holds doesn't lead more and more students to more immediately get referred to collections, which, as you know, is not only going to impact them financially, but will impact their credit scores and things like that. So just something to keep in mind with that, but we're happy to be a partner with you all as we try to figure out a solution to this issue. On 251, another one we enthusiastically support. We've been working with a lot of the partners that are listed in that legislation to try to meet the state's workforce needs in healthcare, especially amid the pandemic and the impacts that we've seen. Healthcare is not just on the physical health side, but the behavioral mental health side. We all recognize how important they are now, probably more than ever. And creating great pipelines for our institutions to produce a workforce of tomorrow in this state, to make sure that we're meeting the healthcare needs of our residents, is crucial. I would just note we're really excited to see this move forward with compounded with the proposal that we've seen from the governor in his budget to have $55 million on student financial aid and recruitment of faculty in this space too. we're hoping to work with everybody to try to find a way to kind of marry all these proposals into a larger kind of omnibus later on. But really excited about all the enthusiastic support for this. Sorry, just run a little dry here. All right, and then 5335, expanding Roberta Willis to the private occupational schools. Already the Roberta Willis Scholarship Fund is pretty severely underfunded when we compare to our peer states across the U.S. Connecticut, it used to be a leader in the funding that we provided for state-sponsored support for scholarship funds. We've since have drifted lower and lower towards the bottom of that pack. Adding more institutions is going to water down those grants even more, mean that there's less dollars going to our students that are at our public institutions and our private nonprofit institutions. And generally speaking, the original scope of not only Roberta Willis, but the precursor programs that led into the Roberta Willis Scholarship was always for publics and nonprofits, and that adding for-profit institutions there is really a massive change in scope that I don't think was really envisioned when those programs were created. So again, like something I think we should look at more comprehensively and how that fits with the state's overall higher education goals and whether or not that's a path we want to go down. And then finally, the big one, 5300. This is the bill that would require legislative approval for mergers or closings of institutions under the Board of Regents. As we have when different iterations of this bill have popped up over the years, we strongly oppose this. Our basis for this is that this is inserting a political consideration into what is ultimately should not be and has not traditionally been a political conversation. The decision of whether to close or merge an institution is something that is made by that governing board in close consultation with the communities we serve, with the students, the faculty, with our accrediting body, with the United States Department of Education. These are all critical parties that need to be involved in that process. Adding a political filter to that is not going to necessarily lead to what is in the best interest of that institution, but is going to lead to what is in the best interest of those who are voting on this. I mean, we've seen an example of this back in 2017, where the General Assembly actually passed in that first budget a provision that would have required us to close a community college. That was not a decision that we brought forward. That is not something that we advocated for, but it's something that we would have had to live with because it was a political consideration, not one done with consultation with our accrediting body, not one done with consultation with the Department of Education, or made by determination of our board. I would strongly urge you all to not take action on this bill. Like, I think, as you may have seen the news this morning, NECHI approved our substantive change, or accepted our substantive change proposal. Gotta be very careful. Higher ed has this very specific questions with accreditation. That they accept our substantive change proposal and our plan to move forward on the merging of the 12 accreditations of our 12 community colleges. That is an example of the system that's in place working as intention. The state law currently requires notification to the Higher Education Committee and the broader General Assembly of our intent to merge or close the institution by a 2/3 vote of our governing board. That was done, I believe, back in 2017. But that also followed private and public consultation with legislators from all caucuses and a lot of solicitation of feedback throughout. If this is something that we have to go and seek legislative approval for, I've talked about this in the past, that it's really not hard to envision these hypotheticals where if it's made the determination that a merger or closing of an institution is the only viable option, if the legislature turns that down, but doesn't provide the funds that we need to keep that institution open, that's not necessarily going to be in the best interest of students if we don't have the resources to maintain accreditation, to meet their needs and meet the community's needs. I'm rambling on too much at this point. I'm happy to take your questions. It's an issue I think we all have put a lot of work into and a lot of efforts over the last 5 years to get this across the finish line. I will note, though, we are going to have a large informational hearing on Thursday where we'll have the folks who actually presented to NECHI and spent the last few years working on this project, who will be available to walk you all through it, answer your questions, and address any concerns you may have. So in the interest of time, I would just ask, like, any questions specifically about the merger, I would defer to those experts that will be here on Thursday to talk to you all. They're going to be able to answer those much more competently than I can. But general questions, I think, about like this merger itself or the process, I'm happy to deal with.
Thanks, Sean. I know we're going to have a few questions here. I just want to ask you one, and then we'll go to Representative Vail. You referred to, and this is about the last part of your testimony, about this not wanting BOR, right? Not wanting this to be a political decision. I wonder if you can explain what you mean by that. I mean, because, well, yeah, I mean, I'm curious, is any decision made in BOR's opinion, is any decision made by the General Assembly a political one? And I think you also said that it would be in the best interest of those who are voting for it, which suggests to me that that BOR might be saying that lawmakers are incapable of taking action and voting on something that they believe is in the best interest of the students. Because I believe every one of my colleagues, no matter what their party, wants to do what's in the best interest of the students, and they are fully capable of making decisions, that have nothing to do with their own self-interest. So I want to give you an opportunity to explain that, and then we'll go to Representative Vail. Thanks.
Absolutely. And I meant no disrespect or disparagement on that. I only meant that this is more about the interests of your districts and the constituents. Because what we saw in 2017, the provision was very vague. It just said to find efficiencies and included in some of the budget spreadsheets on to close a college. And what we saw in commentary after was folks who would talk publicly about it said, this is not to close our college. This is to close one of those over there. This is to close a different one. When that decision gets made, it's more about what district has the power to stop that, what district has the ability to implement that. We don't think our students should have access to an institution based on, do they have the votes to keep their school open? It should be a dispassionate conversation, engage with our accreditors about ensuring access for everybody. It shouldn't be something that's based on, who is voting on whose community college should or shouldn't stay open. That's all I meant by that. I will also say I just got a call that my grandmother passed away right before this, so I'm a little bit frazzled. So I apologize if I'm a little off kilter with all of this. So I'm just trying to get through this.
Sean, I'm very sorry for your loss, for your family's loss. Representative Vail, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Sean, and I'm too sorry for your loss. And I had a few comments. I was new to this committee last year, and we had a lot of testimony on these issues. And the reason why I think we have to do something, and again, it's not to you specifically by any means, but that it's been an utter failure, and that we have no choice but to get involved. And again, I was new to this. I listened to testimony. I'm reading testimony now and how many people support this. And I think there needs to be oversight. And I think that's what we were supposed to do. And normal, if you guys had handled it and done a good job, not you specifically, maybe we wouldn't be here. But it's been a cluster, and I think this makes sense at this point in time. But again, I started with a question, and I ended up with just making a statement. And so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I appreciate that commentary on that. All I will say is I think our accrediting body would disagree with that this is a failure. I think their approval of the plan, that we announced this morning speaks to the soundness of this. This isn't, I want to remind folks that this is a long and iterative process. And this is by no means a simple decision. This is not something that's going to be rushed through. This has taken years of planning, and change is hard. I don't say that to be dismissive of folks. Change is difficult. This is something that is going to, tangibly, very visibly change the way that, these institutions interact with each other in the better way that we serve students. What I would turn folks to is, what you'll hear on Thursday is going to be a little bit more detail about what's actually in that plan and how that's going to change, of the new ways we'll be able to support students, the barriers that this is going to remove. I don't want to get bogged down in discussions about the actual merger. Those are the folks that will be here Thursday that can speak to you at length about what's in there, the impacts it's going to have, the designs for this, the comments that we received from our accrediting body, the work that still is to lay ahead. Because I want to remind everybody, this is not something that submitting this document is not a, it's submitted, the plan is done. We still have, I think another 15 months worth of work before we quote unquote flip the switch. There's going to be still like months and months of work that goes into building this out and making sure that like we're adequately addressing the concerns of not only our accrediting body, of our faculty, of our staff, our students, but of you as legislators and all the stakeholders that we serve.
Well, and again, I understand it, but I don't think the people involved in the leadership listened to everybody. It was like a little tight group, and then we had, all kinds of professors, all kinds of different people come up and testify on this, and it seemed like it was going too slow, and that everybody wasn't being listened to, and so that's where I drew pause on it, and I'll sit back and I'll listen to further comments and other people that testify on this. Thank you.
I absolutely appreciate that. I will only add that I can speak on my behalf, but I know I can speak on behalf of our board and all of our folks here who we do listen to everybody. Our decision may not necessarily reflect what everybody may want to see, but that is our job to try to balance all the interests of all the stakeholders that we have. And, it's like the jokes you always hear about good legislation or good negotiation where, it leaves with, no one's ever completely happy, but everybody walks away with something. We wholeheartedly listen to everything that we hear back from. Our board members listen intently to everything that they hear. Our administrators, our hardworking faculty and staff, work very hard to make sure that we're hearing from the experts in these areas, that we're incorporating that feedback, and we're trying to improve this plan at every step of the way. So this is not something that we take lightly or something that we dismiss anybody's opinions. Just because our position does not reflect maybe what the feedback that has been provided does not mean that we are not listening intently and taking seriously what everybody has to say. But I thank you for your comments, Representative Vale. I too am listening and taking those sincerely.
Representative Vale, thank you. Representative Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sean, I am so sorry about your loss. I will just make some brief comments, and we can follow up offline so you can go deal with your family. So sorry again about that. First, on your testimony with the Roberta Willis Scholarship, I think you make a really good point about this being intended to go to nonprofit, private institutions or public institutions to assist students with the cost of tuition and the dangers of going to for-profit institutions, which are not regulated the same way and don't always provide the same level of education, same accreditation. So I think that's a good point you brought up with that. You mentioned that Connecticut is one of the bottom states in the level of scholarship aid that we give, and we talked earlier about the Roberta Willis Scholarship being cut dramatically through the years. I would like to, at some point when you have time, if you could get me some of that data and information showing where Connecticut ranks, because if this bill passes and goes to the Appropriations Committee, we want to make that case that Connecticut is doing so much worse than other states, and we need to improve in this area. It's one of the reasons our students are incurring so much debt. So we can talk about that later. But then on the other issue, regarding the transcripts, withholding the transcripts, I think you make an excellent point there too, Sean, that if one that I never thought of, by the universities not withholding them, they may send the debt off to collections, which can be worse for individuals, could ruin their credit scores, and have all kinds of phone calls and things in the night trying to collect the debt, which could put an added burden and stress on them. But I do appreciate your testimony in saying there may be a better way of doing this to ensure that a student is not prevented from being able to get a job and work and pay off their debt because they need those transcripts to show an employer or maybe grad school or something else. So let's continue to talk about how we maybe can do things a little bit better there. I appreciate your willingness for that.
Absolutely. And I'll just say, my colleague Jennifer Witness from CCSC, I think will be testifying later. She knows Roberta Willis Scholarship probably better than most. You'll also be hearing from OHE. I think those folks will be more than capable of providing a lot of that data, but I'm happy to get you whatever other data that you'll need on that. I would also point the committee members to, there's a joint letter that we have signed with CCIC on some recommendations for changes to the Roberta Willis program that I think, you heard from Mona Lucas at Uconn, who very succinctly put about how the dates that we have to deal with this program right now can be a challenge to institutions, that, we don't get the aid in time to package it well for students. And this is it's because OHE is dealing with the budget that they get from, on the General Assembly's timeline, and that simple changes like front loading it that you all could do this year that can make a world of difference for our institutions and our students, to have those funds available in a timely manner to package that. Those are some changes we can all see now while we work on, I think, Representative Turco, the bill that you're supporting here to find some long-term strategies for how we can improve the way that we address state-supported scholarship funds as a whole, and take a more comprehensive approach to how we can make some improvements in the long run.
Thank you so much, Sean. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any more questions for Sean. So Sean, I think you're off the hook here. Have a good rest of your afternoon. And again, sorry for your family's loss.
Likewise. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so now we're at the part here where we're going to bounce back and forth between public officials, and we include students actually in that group in part so we can expedite their experience so they can go back to their studies. So they're going to be in the first group, and then the second is members of the public. So we are at the time where we're going to, again, bounce back and forth, and we're on the members of the public part. We have John Board. I do not see John. If John's here, say something fast. Not Angela Soar. It's Angela here. She's on our list, but I don't see Angela. So then we will go to, I believe, let me just check, but I believe it's Ashley with the CBIA, right? Ashley Zane with CBIA. Is Ashley here?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, great, Ashley. Well, the floor is yours, and good afternoon.
Great. So good afternoon, chairs Slap and Elliott, ranking members Whitcoast and Haynes, and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Zane. I'm a government affairs associate for the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. I will be really brief in the interest of time. I'm here in support of two bills, the first being HB 5137, an act studying and funding the Roberta B. Willis Scholarship Program. Investing in higher education is critical to ensuring our state's economic future, and expanding access and awareness is key to expanding opportunity. As we know, a lot of our neighboring states offer really great financial aid packages, and we're seeing some outward migration of really talented students. So we want to make sure that we're also offering competitive and high quality financial aid packages so that we can retain these students. Workforce development is a top priority for our companies, and they really want to make sure that we're retaining these high quality Connecticut students. Secondly, here in support of SB 3, an act requiring the Board of Regents for Higher Education to develop seminar programs for small businesses. I think the pandemic has highlighted the switch and the pivot to e-commerce and how important that is. And a lot of these small companies, the bill says 25 employees or fewer, just don't have the bandwidth to look into best practices or spend a significant amount of time Googling how to actually do e-commerce and really be successful with it. So having a reputable source from our institutions of higher education is going to really solve that problem and, allow them to take more on their plate when it comes to e-commerce. One thing we do suggest is specifically including in the bill a course on cybersecurity. E-commerce opens the door to new customers and new opportunities, but it also opens the door to cyber crimes. And what we're seeing nationally and even in our state is that these cyber criminals are trying to get at the smaller companies who don't have the protections in place as a way to get to, the EBs and the Pratts of the world. So we really want to make sure that we're doing e-commerce in a responsible manner that's beneficial for the business and the consumer. So with that, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify, and happy to take any questions.
So thanks. And That's a really great suggestion. If I can opine on that with regarding to cybersecurity. And I think that, this is part of the reason that these public hearings are so important, because we're able to make legislation stronger and better because of, people's input. So thank you. Any questions for Ashley? No. Okay, Ashley, great. Thanks so much. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thanks, you too.
All right. Let's just, if you indulge me here, let's have John Board jump in here. And then we'll go back to our public official list with Mr. Larson. So is John up? John, where are you, John? Give him another second. No?
Hey, Senator Slap, how are you?
I am good, John. How are you?
Pretty good. Good to see you.
You as well. What's on your mind?
Good morning, Senator Slap, Representative Elliott, Ranking Members Haynes and Whitgos. You guys know me. I'm John Board, graduated from CSCU. I'm actually going to be testifying in favor of Senate Bill 250 today, particularly regarding to the service hours requirement. However, I believe that there are ways that we can make this legislation better and more holistic. I think you guys know where I'm coming from with my 3-part tuition contracting proposal. I think this would be a great vehicle potentially to include the proposal. As you guys are aware, the tuition contracting plan students would be offered a tuition contract for 9 semesters from the date of signing. If a student opts to extend, tuition would be adjusted to the incoming freshman rate. But particularly sections 2 and 3 of my proposal, I think would be a great way to enhance this legislation regarding the home buyers credit program for opportunity zones. Particularly, the home buyers credit will incentivize students and graduates to stay in state, help struggling communities while providing a stable revenue stream for those localities in terms of additional revenues for them. Lastly, I love, like I said previously, I love the community service aspect of this legislation. I think we can easily tie it to Chesler relief and also direct the treasurer to negotiate with the financial industry and regulators new student loan rates and repayment processes, and establish a commission or a working group to study student loan reform and higher education grant formulas. So that would be something actionable that you can bring back to constituents, particularly those with universities in your districts. In summary, this legislation is a good start, could be dramatically improved with the 3 simple amendments that I have, and I'm prepared to answer any questions which members of the committee may have. So thank you so much, and hope everyone's been well.
John, thank you. All right, I don't see any questions for you, John, so thank you. And make sure that you submit that testimony so we can have more details on those suggestions from you, okay?
Absolutely. Look forward to any discussion in the future. Thanks so much. Good to see everyone.
Thanks, John. Okay, let's go to Tim Larson, who we all know, the person who runs the Office of Higher Education for the state of Connecticut. Mr. Larson, are you here?
I'm here.
All right. Good afternoon.
Senator Slap, how you doing? Thank you for having us. Just a point of trying to get our team on. We've signed up for 9, 10, and 11, and Brian Prescott, who is the Vice President of the National Center for Higher Education Management Systems, is also on here and has submitted testimony. So what I would like to do is to briefly summarize my testimony and then have Brian go through his points and then be available to answer some questions. So I don't know if you can turn on Brian as well. But let me start and let's see if we can figure that out. I think it
sounds like a good plan.
Might move it along for everybody. So again, thank you so much. My name is Tim Larson. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Higher Education. I want to thank the distinguished members of the Higher Education Committee for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 105, an act concerning recommendations of the Office of Higher Education. On behalf of the Office of Higher Education, I want to thank the committee for raising this proposal, which just aims to update and streamline Connecticut statutes as they relate to the office and its functions. This legislation suggests updates to the state's higher education statutes because many of them have not been updated since 1997 or 1999. And in the summer of 2021, we began an RFP process and we hired the National Center for Higher Education Management Systems to assist us with the process of review. NETCHMS is a national leader in higher education policy work and has assembled an expert and tenured team to assist in this process, including Barbara Brittingham, who's the former president of the New England Commission of Higher Education. You know, going into this, we certainly did not want perfect to be the enemy of good. Having to update statutes and regulations and so forth was a very well thought out but very sort of laboring task. And I wanted to just thank my colleagues, Noelle Kidney, who is my executive assistant, and our legislative liaison, and Sean C. Prasad, who is the Chief Academic Affairs Officer in our office. We didn't enter into this process to fine-tune language and existing regulations, but hope to rethink how regulatory oversight is accomplished at post-secondary institutions and schools. The update was an attempt to address modern issues and concerns facing post-secondary education landscape and to ensure enhanced student protection and success of post-secondary education institutions and schools. The genesis of most of our thinking with this is if we were to look back, and I just want to make a point to sort of make a shout out to Mark Scheinberg, who is the president of Goodwin University. In the summer of July 2020, the University of Bridgeport transitioned into the ownership of Goodwin College. And as we've learned through the pandemic, it's really taught us an awful lot of lessons. But for the effort of Mark Scheinberg and his team at Goodwin College, there could have been close to 7,000 students at the University of Bridgeport left in the lurch if that school had closed, both on campus and online. And it was a Herculean effort by many. We actually provided a provisional approval in November of 2020 so they could continue to work on this deal, and then full approval in May of 2021. And we're happy that has transpired because it was a very successful effort from our office, where we've always viewed ourselves as not only a compliance office, but an opportunity to help and assist those colleges and institutions and schools that work with us to guide them through, because our whole effort is consumer protection for students. So during this entire process, we brought in many private stakeholders from public and private institutions, several members of this committee, several members from across the state. And as a result of these efforts, it came clear that in order to properly revise these regulations, we'd also have to include statute changes. And so Senate Bill 105 reflects necessary changes to facilitate these regulatory updates. Part of our process would be to have the approval of this bill and then move to a regulation process with the Secretary of State. And then I believe back to the House and Senate for regulations review on those particular issues. So let me stop there and I'll turn it over to Brian Prescott for a review of his testimony and then be available to answer some questions. Brian, are you on?
Yes, I'm on. And thank you, Tim, and thank you to the assembled legislators. I'm calling to you from Colorado, where NCHMS is headquartered. We're a nonprofit organization that has been helping on this front. I'll just be real brief because you have my written testimony here in front of you. The high points of it are that the revised statute would replace several terms in the way in which the terms are used in statute and regulations, especially those that have multiple meanings that create confusion when incorporated into regulations. The statute would explicitly extend the mission of the Office of Higher Education to include the collection and provision of consumer information, which is in keeping with its current mission to provide consumer protection for the state's residents. It would replace the revised statute would replace the existing academic review commissions that are generally unused with a more useful council comprised of appropriate experts. Probably the most significant change in the legislation, in the bill, would clarify the office's authority to provide effective oversight for independent institutions and private occupational schools by linking reauthorization of those organizations to demonstrated financial health and to adequate student outcomes. And we think this is needed, as illustrated by Tim's recalling the story of Goodwin's acquisition of Bridgeport, to provide for the protection of students against precipitous institutional closures, as we've seen happening elsewhere, including across the border in Massachusetts in recent years. We would expect that such authority would be exercised through existing processes and procedures for the most part where they exist. And altogether, the net effect would also be to support consumer protection efforts. These proposed changes are based on good practices in other states and are intended to put the office and the state of Connecticut in a strong position to effectively address current and future challenges related to the delivery of education and training beyond high school and to ensure the protection of students. I'm happy to take any questions, and as Tim mentioned, Barbara Brittingham is also here on the call as a former accreditor who can speak to these issues as well.
Great. So Representative McGee, do you want to jump in now, or do you want to let Barbara speak and then ask your question?
I think we're good. I don't know if Barbara would like to make a comment.
Okay.
No, I'm just here to help answer any questions that you may have.
Yes,
Okay, wonderful.
so why don't we start with some of the questioning?
Sure. Representative, did you have a question? Representative McGee?
No, that was an accident. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No problem. Okay. I don't see any questions. Okay. Yeah. So I think you're good.
Well, thank you very much. Again, this is one big step towards our next step, which would be, bundling this up and getting it to the Secretary of State for that regulations piece. And then I believe it comes back to you again. So thank you again for all of your consideration. It's been a total team effort, and we're very appreciative of your efforts. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tim. Good to see you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Go Uconn.
All right. Now we have President Rona Free with St. Joe's University. Good to see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Slapp and committee members, for the opportunity to testify today. As the senator said, I'm Rona Free, the president of the University of St. Joseph, and I'm also the chair of the board of directors of the Connecticut Conference of Independent Colleges. I wish to comment on Senate Bill 105, an act concerning recommendations by the Office of Higher Education. SB 105, as Tim Larson just said, makes modifications to the manner in which the Office of Higher Education regulates the institutions under its purview. In an attempt to better assess the fiscal health of those institutions, the bill requires all private higher education institutions in the state to annually submit a number of new data points and documentation, including sensitive financial information. We do not oppose the idea that the state has a role and interest if an institution is facing fiscal stress and at a risk of imminent closure for consumer protection purposes. However, we would ask the committee members to consider revising the bill to follow the approach adopted in Massachusetts. Legislation passed in 2019 requires the Massachusetts Department of Higher Education to conduct an annual fiscal screen of the institutions it regulates. The bill allows for the Commonwealth to enter into an MOU with an accreditor to conduct such fiscal screen. The New England Council of Higher Education, NECHI, subsequently developed a screen and began to require the independent institutions in Massachusetts to complete it annually. NECHI has an MOU in place with the Massachusetts Department of Higher Education for information sharing purposes. The stress test established by NECHI for Massachusetts institutions is now required of all the independent institutions that NECHI accredits. This includes all of the CCIC's institutions, excluding Rensselaer at Hartford. We would propose that OHE take a similar approach to the Massachusetts early warning system, such that OHE can enter into an MOU with NECHI for information sharing regarding the fiscal health of the institutions NECHI regulates in Connecticut. For those institutions not regionally accredited, OHE could create a process for determining fiscal health. This can be done via the regulations and does not need to be dictated in statute. As an aside, the non-fiscal health related data points requested in the bill are also duplicative and unnecessary for OHE to collect, as they are collected and made public through the Credential Registry and the U.S. Department of Education's College Scorecard. I also want to mention USJ's support for a review of the procedures and timing of the Roberta Willis Scholarship Program as part of HB 5137. For USJ, an important goal of this review would be to allow us to include dollars from this program in students' financial aid packages months earlier than is possible now, making our offers as attractive to students as those they receive from colleges in other states where students can be awarded funding from their state program with their initial award letter. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about this important scholarship program and about how SB 105 might be modified to protect student and consumer interests while at the same time ensuring the security and appropriate use and interpretations of sensitive financial data. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Great, thank you. I do not see any questions, so I think you're good. So have a wonderful rest of your afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'll give you the next two here we have coming up. We have Alina Wheeler is next on my list, and then we will go back to Philip McCabe with Sacred Heart. So Alina, I think I do see you. Are you ready to go, Alina? Great.
Hi, yeah.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Greetings, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Alina Wheeler, and today I would like to share my story on how I have been affected academically in regards to the consolidation, why we need HB 5300. For starters, I would like to briefly mention why I'm in school and what my goals are in my future education. I am interested in pursuing the field of bionics, that is, a branch of biomedical engineering that deals with robotic prosthetics and organs. The reason I am interested in this path is because of the fact that I am a type 1 diabetic with a very rare condition called necrobiosis lipoidica diabeticorum, or NLD for short. For some quick background, NLD is a condition that only affects 0.03% of the diabetic population, and it causes red patches on the legs that do not heal when hurt or traumatized. This puts me at further risk of future amputation on top of the normal amount of risk I already have to deal with diabetes. And all of this is why I decided I needed to pursue this industry and why I applied for college as soon as I got the chance to in fall of 2021. I came to Gateway with basic hopes and expectations of receiving my associates in something related to engineering, so that I would be able to transfer to a 4-year university and receive my bachelor's with a double major in biomedical and mechanical engineering. However, things did not go according to how they were supposed to, something I only just found out more recently. I was told by the advisors before the start of the fall semester that I would be better off in the liberal arts and sciences program, since it would allow me to transfer seamlessly to any institution within Connecticut by the time I was ready. I followed this advice up until recently, believing that this was in fact the path I needed to follow in order to make it into university effectively and on time. Only to find out about 2 days after the add drop time window of this semester was over, that a decent amount of the classes I have been taking and am registered for are not even useful to me, as I am in the wrong major and need to be in the College of Technology Engineering Science Associates program in order to stay on track. This leaves me an entire year behind schedule in regards to receiving my bachelor's, a year that I especially needed to save. All of this is due to the burdens that have been put in place and put in effect the last few years since the start of the consolidation. The Board of Regents has been rushing into this plan with hopes of creating a unified state college system across Connecticut, all while overlooking all of the negative consequences that have been repeatedly expressed by faculty and staff within the educational system since this all began. The lack of support and consideration for the staff, as well as cutting budgets within staffing departments and hiring less and less, is nothing short of attrition and is why I'm in the situation I am in. If the school had not dealt with the cuts in our former and more experienced staff, I would have been left in the hands of someone who was more familiar with Gateway's options and would have led me in the right direction. This is why I am in favor of HB 5300, as we need to cease the consolidation and make sure other students like me are not left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Alina. Let me ask you, how specifically did the consolidation, in your opinion, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it seems like what you're saying is it failed you, right, this effort. Can you just kind of help connect the dots for me and maybe members of the committee to explain that a little bit more?
Well, at Gateway, we've been kind of having a huge issue with staffing and everything, especially in the Student Success Center. We had like a bunch of, I'm not sure how to describe them, but kind of like seasonal advisors that were just there in the beginning and they weren't like there years prior, or they didn't have much like experience within Gateway or the paths there. And the guy who was my advisor, I don't even know who he was. He's not at the school anymore. I'm not sure who he is, but I can't even find out why he put me on that path, because all of the people within the Student Success Center is usually just like a bunch of random people that get put there for like a couple weeks or something. And then I come back and then it's a bunch of new people. And I just think it's because of all the budget cuts and all the staffing issues and not refilling the like permanent positions within the Student Success Center. And that's causing a lot of confusion and a lot of lack of transparency. And it's leading a lot of students to get into situations like I'm in right now.
Gotcha. Well, thank you. And I'm sorry that that happened to you. That must be frustrating. I can empathize with you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Any questions? No, I don't see any. So great. Thanks so much. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. So Philip McCabe is up next, and then Isidore Johnson after Philip. Philip, there you are. Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you, Senator Slapp, and to the other members of the committee for giving us the opportunity today. My name is Philip McCabe, Senior Vice President at Sacred Heart University. I'm testifying on SB 17. A critical part of my written testimony is that certainly in the independent colleges, this bill will actually hurt the population it's intending to help, not on purpose, obviously. We can all agree that financing a college education can be extremely complicated as it coordinates university aid, federal and state aid, outside grants, scholarships, loans, and help from family members and sponsors. The days of students and their families having all this in place the day classes begin is not a reality for many of our families. Typically, 1 month into the fall semester, 15 to 20% of our students are behind in their payments, mostly for logistical reasons. We work with them and most are resolved before they need to register for the spring semester. At the end of June each year, we have up to 700 to 800 students who still owe us money at the end of the school year and are leaving the university for one reason or another. Over the following year, all but 125 of those will clear their balances on their own, just through the normal getting on with their lives, you know, their balances settled up, whatever. Of that 125, all but 125 will clear the balances. Of the remaining 125, on an annual basis, we get about 25 to 30 per year who request a transcript and don't get it. Now, what's really important in this is that we never keep a student from getting a job or a scholarship. We'll give a transcript directly to that place in order for them to move on with their lives, because it's in both of our interests to have them be able to go out, earn a living, and better themselves. So SB 17 in that model, though, creates an exposure to us on those students that are leaving. That's a $3 to $4 million potential exposure with just the population that's leaving with balances today. Not to say what might happen if word spreads. Basically, how do we react to that? To protect ourselves, we can't absorb that. it would impact the latitude that we're able to give students, coordinate and get their finances in order. Instead of working with the students through the semester, it would require us to put hard stops in the process, such as canceling the registrations of students during the semester. So in all likelihood, those cancellations certainly probably catch the 25 or 30 that hit a wall later on. But the concern is it would interrupt the education of potentially hundreds of students. There'll be the needier students who are finding a way to pay their education. The question then becomes how many of them drop out and don't return. So I don't think that's obviously not what we're trying to accomplish with this bill, but I'm concerned that's one of the problems. The transcript is far from the most important part of a college education, but it is the most tangible. And for this reason, SB 17 is in its current format is a real problem for us. So thank you very much for an opportunity to share my perspective. Can I answer any questions?
Oh, thank you. Thanks for your patience and your time today. Just looking around to see if there's any questions. I'll ask you just one real quick, actually. When, if at all, do you refer students to a collection agency? Is that something that is a tool in the toolbox, or how do you decide when to do that?
We do, if we get to where a student, so after that year passes where people tend to solve their own problems for the most part, we then begin a 3-letter campaign to every single student, basically trying to get them to come back to set up a process. The number of students, and then about 6 months later, whoever hasn't responded to us at all, 0, no phone calls, nothing back, that group we send off to collections. Now, we also select a collection agency that works in higher ed, so they're not the same collection agencies you're dealing with for repoing a car or something like that. And we have very stringent guidelines over what they can and can't do with the students. Basically, we don't want people hating us at the end of the day. That's not in our best interest.
Yeah, understood. Okay. Well, great. Thank you very much. I don't see any questions, so have a good rest of your afternoon. Oh, wait a minute. I do. Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. McCabe. Just a quick question. How effective do you find holding the transcripts somewhat hostage there for, collecting back tuition or whatever you use it for? Like, what is how effective is this practice for you guys?
I mean, it's a critical tool. As I said, we try to work with students. We understand that paying for a college education is tough. And a lot of our students are not in higher economic groupings, and we work with them. And so the transcript enables us to give them a lot of latitude in figuring out their problems. If we didn't have the transcript hold, we would not be able to give them the latitude that we give them today. So I think it's critical in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right. Representative Haynes, it's a little jumpy, my connection, so I apologize if I'm cutting you off. Are you good with your questions?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, and again, I apologize. My connection I just saw was unstable, and I think hopefully it's coming back. So, Philip, thanks again for your time. I appreciate your testimony.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Hopefully, everybody's connection is better than mine. All right, Isidore Johnson, you are up next. Good afternoon.
Awesome. Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to hear all of you and your specific concerns. My name is Isidore Johnson. I'm a senior economics major testifying on behalf of Bill RSB 00247, the bill requiring a policy for freedom of expression on campus. So I want to thank previous comments from Representative Cheeseman, Vail, Fazio. I know Haskell is in support of this, Carolyn Simmons, and others who want to work across the aisle to deal with this pressing issue. I'm hopeful that protecting fundamental rights can remain a bipartisan issue in the Constitution state. As Secretary of CT Young Democrats and an active participant in local politics, I've seen how important it is to have relatively unencumbered speech and a set of shared assumptions about the norms governing people's interactions. I think some of the important civic assumptions about open discourse and disagreement have begun to erode, and it is incumbent on the legislator and other actors to restore a civically engaged vision of society. With that in mind, I have a couple of specific ideas I want to emphasize to better understand the importance of the free speech bill in front of us today. First, colleges are grounds where students learn to develop intellectually, morally, and emotionally. Because the University of Connecticut and other state universities are supported by the taxpayer, they ought to be required to push students towards healthy civic norms. After all, the big justification for state funding of universities is that they are going to produce better citizens. Many of the norms and ideas that students learn within colleges are going to stick with them for their entire life, good or bad. I wrote an article last year decrying an inquisitorial role adopted by student government and was met with a barrage of threats, shunning, etc. Students, in an inverse from Berkeley in the 1950s, claimed that speech was a euphemism for inequity. Rush Limbaugh is an example of hate speech and would be disallowed from speaking further. And our student body president, in his election video, claimed that we do not have the right to insult somebody or say anything that negatively impacts somebody's existence and their identity. These statements, taken in conjunction, express the idea that students don't understand that uncomfortable and even distasteful speech needs to remain allowed on college campuses. H.L. Mencken, the great satirist, put it well. It is against scoundrels that oppressive laws are first aimed, and oppression must be stopped at the beginning if it is to be stopped at all. It should be abundantly clear that students know very little about the rules governing free speech in the world as well as the workplace. Students think that free speech fails to include ideas that are offensive, uncomfortable, or otherwise bad. This pervasive belief, like other stereotypes, needs to be corrected. In the same way that we intervene to protect civil rights in the context of colleges, we similarly have an obligation to protect the most fundamental of our rights, our right to assembly and speech. We emphasize the importance of safely drinking, yet we ignore the risks of failing to socialize students to a free society. The legislature has a vested interest in preserving this right alongside our republic. College administrators have difficult jobs, as demonstrated by the fact that Uconn, for instance, has gone through 3 or 4 presidents in the last 5 years. It's not easy to stand down student intolerance, and whatever the policy ends up looking like, it should emphasize the fact that administrators have a tough job balancing rights. So what I think we need to do—
over the 3 minutes? Excuse me, you're over
Okay,
the 3 minutes?
can I finish my
Thank
sentence?
you.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, yeah, so being clear and consistent is the way to shape behavior, which is why I urge the leadership to bring this to the House and Senate floors for a vote and to do the right thing. Thank you.
Isidore, thank you. Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Isidore, I just wanted to say thank you. That was very well put. And I think you hit the nails on the head. And just quick, would it be your opinion that, again, to me, and then some will discuss further, that both the Board of Regents and the Board of Trustees would use the same policy so that it's consistent through all state universities? Would that be your opinion?
Yeah, I think that we should have a standardized set of policies that should be advertised so that students have an idea of what they're getting into as well. So I think part of it is like, you can have slightly different speech policies across campuses as long as they're advertised clearly in advance. Failing to do that, in a sense, seems like you're sort of lying to students and like enticing them into false contracts. So like, let's say there's some slight rules about noise past 10 p.m. or something. Like, as long as these sorts of rules are clear, content neutral, and respect First Amendment jurisprudence, I don't have a problem. But I do think we need to make modules about this, and we do need to like make this a clear and important part of the university.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Isidore, I have a question for you. Is there any example that you can point to where existing policy has resulted in maybe your free speech or somebody their free speech being violated?
Yeah, sure. In student government last year, somebody was elected to the head of student, or was elected to a senatorial role, and there was a tough discussion about police brutality and what should be done to respond to this. And in the process, they made the claim that they didn't think that the term "all lives matter" was intrinsically racist. I don't know whether this is the case. I'm not an expert on this. I haven't done enough reading to really know for sure. But I do know that you need to have a broad latitude to be able to discuss these issues if you're going to be setting policy for the school. This person was kicked out of student government for months at a time and was effectively there was no clear process for adjudicating this. And like that's a clear example. We've also seen examples of prominent biologists getting shouted down, like Joseph Heinrich of Harvard. He is like an evolutionary bio professor, I think. He came to speak about how the West has progressed. And in the process of doing this, people started trying to shout down his Zoom room and stuff. And so we basically want to make it clearer from the offset that how we go about this is not by shouting down people, but by challenging their ideas.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Isidore? Okay, great. Seeing none, I think you're free to enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thanks for your patience and your testimony.
Thank you. Have a nice day, everyone.
You as well. All right, we have Jennifer Witness up next, and then Miles Quarterman after that. So Jennifer, how are you?
Good, how are you doing? Afternoon, chairs and members of the committee, good to be here today. I've submitted written testimony on a large number of bills, so I hope you'll get through my 6+ pages, but I will just give a quick summary of some of the key points in the testimony that we have submitted. First, I just want to start with HB 5137, which is the bill that seeks to redesign the Roberta Willis Scholarship Program. You know, this is aiming, as Mona articulated, Sean articulated, and Julie Savino from Sacred Heart will follow me. The goal is to really make this program more predictable and student-centered, following the model of the Pell Grant program. And, you know, I find the dialogue on SB 250 around retaining talent and the need to retain, you know, to address the brain drain really interesting. But I think the right solution here is to be investing in need-based aid and ensuring that Connecticut students can afford to go to college in state. As Representative Turco noted, you know, Connecticut now lags the nation in its investment. The average that a state spends on need-based aid right now is $721 in the state, in the country, and Connecticut is only spending $259 per student in need-based grant aid. So even if we nearly tripled our appropriation, we would still be just barely at the national average, which I don't think is somewhere that Connecticut wants to be. So we hope you'll consider supporting this bill so that we can take a look at the program and fix it and make it a little more student-centered and address some of the policy goals that members of this committee have noted are a priority. SB 17, my colleague Phil McCabe just articulated really well some of our concerns about this, so I don't want to go into that further, but happy to work with the committee on this issue, as I know there are some current concerns about the practice. SB 105, President Free noted we'd really like to follow the Massachusetts model in terms of how we share financial information with the state and understand that there is a role for the state to understand what, you know, whether an institution is at risk of closure. One thing I would note, you know, is that the OHE is looking to expand its mission in terms of reporting and measuring outcomes to hold institutions accountable. And we believe, you know, right now, actually, the Office of Workforce Strategy is really focused on that as well. And they have the capacity to be reporting outcomes on all institutions and all programs, and OHE only governs the privates right now. So we think that role is better suited at OWS, and you know they have resources and expertise to do that work. Also, CCIC sits on a part of P20WIN. We're not afraid of sharing data, but we are concerned about institutional resources to be consistently sharing information that may or may not be needed. I just want to flag SB 251. Enacts expanding training programs for careers in healthcare. We support this bill, and we really are eager to be helpful in terms of extending the talent pipeline for careers in healthcare. But the bill as currently written excludes the independent colleges as being part of that working group and part of the strategy. So we'd like to be, you know, included in the bill. And also, I just want to flag that the governor has some really exciting proposals in his budget to address these issues. And the Office of Workforce Strategy is taking the lead in that work. And we look forward to continuing to support them in that effort. I think that's about all I need to say right now. Happy to answer any questions that folks might have.
Jennifer, thanks. You beat Jeannie, who was just on camera and off mute, so she was ready. So you got it. Any questions for Jennifer? No? Okay. I don't think so. I'm sure we'll be in touch as a follow-up for some of these suggestions that you had. So I do appreciate it. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, hold on. I see Representative Vale's hand up. Representative.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Jennifer, I just wondered, this is going to be different, so hopefully the chairman will indulge me. Do the private universities have policies? I know you guys aren't part of that bill anymore, but do you have policies on free speech? Do you mind making a comment toward that? If not, that's fine.
I don't want to make a blanket statement for the record without having a really good understanding, but I know we've testified on this in the past, Representative Vale, when the bill did include us. So let me just pull up my notes and follow up with you on that.
As long as that's okay with the chairman. I know you didn't.
No, I mean, I'll send it to you offline.
Okay.
Great. Thanks, Representative Vale. Yep. Any other questions for Jen? I don't see any. Okay. Thanks so much, Jen. Appreciate it. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thanks all.
Okay. All right. Miles Quarterman, you are up. Welcome to the Higher Ed Committee, and we're ready for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me today. My name is Miles Quarterman. I'm a first year at Yale University, and I'm here today to communicate my strong support for SB 3, an act requiring the Board of Regents for Higher Education to develop seminar programs for small businesses. This bill would give small businesses free seminars on electronic commerce, social media, and virtual currency, allowing them to be competitive in an increasingly digitized marketplace and stay resilient during future COVID-19 surges. Small businesses are the backbone of the Connecticut economy, accounting for 99.4% of all Connecticut businesses and employing 48.4% of all Connecticut employees. Connecticut's economic success is dependent on small businesses' success, and it's more important than ever for them to have an online presence. Worldwide e-commerce sales have skyrocketed from $1.336 trillion in 2014 to $4.938 trillion in 2021. It is a well-known fact that small businesses struggled during the pandemic. According to a Connecticut Small Business Development Center survey, 75% of small businesses experienced at least a 25% decline in revenue from 2019 to 2020. But while these businesses were struggling to stay viable, e-commerce sales in the United States rose a record-breaking 31.8% in 2020. Taking advantage of e-commerce could have helped them supplement some of the in-person sales they lost. And as it becomes evident that COVID-19 is an endemic virus, e-commerce will be an important tool for small businesses during future outbreaks. However, as we return to some degree of normalcy after the most recent outbreak, an online presence remains an invaluable tool for small businesses. In the United States, e-commerce sales rose 14.2% in 2021, even as people began to go back to in-person strollers and vaccination rates rose. And social media has become a vital marketing tool for small businesses to thrive in the modern economy and compete in e-commerce. In conclusion, I urge you to provide Connecticut small businesses with the support that they need and deserve. To compete in the modern economy and endure future COVID-19 outbreaks, small businesses need the resources and knowledge to create an online presence. I urge you to favorably vote this bill out of the Committee on Higher Education and Employment Advancement to give a much needed boost to the Connecticut economy and its small businesses. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Miles. Appreciate it. Any questions? I don't see any. So thanks so much and have a good afternoon. Thank you again, Miles. Okay, Julie Savino is up next. Julie, how are you?
Good, thank you very much. Okay.
You're welcome. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and other members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. On behalf of Sacred Heart University, I am Julie Savino, Executive Director of Institutional Financial Assistance, submitting testimony in support of HB 5137, an act studying and funding the Roberta Willis Scholarship Program, which seeks to take the important steps of redesigning the program. First, why redesign? The current program is not student-centered. Right now, allocations go to the institutions who award the funds directly to students. We believe the state should move to a program modeled after the Pell Grant program, a program that is portable and focused on need, would better serve students and incentivize them to stay in state. This is a model many other states follow. Connecticut needs to be able to communicate early on in a student's college search process that they will receive the state support based on their FAFSA filing. Currently, allocations go to the institutions who may award grants based on broad parameters. So a student may receive a grant awarded at one Connecticut institution, but not at another. Or two students with the same EFC at the same institution may not get a grant. A student that is eligible to receive a grant should be able to bring that grant to the Connecticut institution of their choice. FAFSA simplification is on the horizon and changes will need to be made to the program either way. Second, pre-fund. We are also seeking to have the legislature shift funding so OHE has the allocation for the program prior to when awards are distributed. Right now, OHE does not give the allocations to institutions until August. Awards have already been given and students made their choices as to where to attend or to continue attend, often making difficult decisions without the knowledge of grant availability. Delayed notification requires institutions to guess at how much money they may receive or not award funds until the allocations are provided, causing some to make very conservative estimates, limiting the number of awards they may make. In order to switch to a Pell model where a student will know whether they are eligible for a grant or not, funding needs to be provided prospectively. Third, increase funding. Sadly, in 2019, only 28% of eligible Connecticut students received a state need-based grant. The state grant per undergraduate enrollment was $259 compared to the national average of $721. Funding for need-based aid for Connecticut students attending all of our state institutions of higher education must continue to be a priority. It's a critical tool for retaining much needed young talent in Connecticut and for providing access for low-income students. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Julie. Appreciate your time. I don't see any questions, so I think you're all set. But thanks again for your time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We are going to go now to Jamie Sikowski. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Did I get close?
You almost got it, Senator.
Almost.
Shikowski.
Oh, all right. Well, my apologies. Thanks for joining us today.
Okay. Thank you. And good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, Representative Vale, and distinguished members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Jamie Shikowski. I am a student at Tunxis, and I'm the president of the Healthy Minds Club, which promotes mental wellness. I am here today to testify in support of HB 5300 because the consolidation of the Connecticut State Community Colleges will eliminate support systems that have served me in the 3 years I've been enrolled at Tunxis. If I were a new student who hadn't taken algebra in 5 years, which was the case when I first enrolled, I would be forced, under this consolidation's approval, to take a course several hours higher than I was able to. If I were a new student, I would have been forced to pay $224 more tuition under a board of regents who told me their proposal is saving us money. If I were a new student, I would have seen my Black student peers be underserved as the board of regents pushed this consolidation as racially equitable in the very same breath as they divest from them. But I am not that new student I just described. It is because of the student I just described that I am ashamed to admit I am relieved I am graduating this semester. I am deeply saddened that my faculty and staff mentors are remaining at a college that at one point had integrity. Now they have to cope with understaffing, divestment, and blatant disrespect from the Board of Regents who refuse to have any discourse with them about how to better serve their students. Faculty and staff are the ones that have authority on what is best for me and my student peers, and they are being ignored. I testified to a board of regents that wouldn't even look at their computer screen while I was addressing them at a virtual Zoom meeting. I got in line to make my voice heard, And to quote Professor Dennis Boguski of Norwalk Community College, it's anything but students first. It's students last. It's students don't even get in line. Signing HB 5300 will signal the General Assembly's intolerance of disrespect of students and faculty and staff. It will signal that people are more important than a profiteering bureaucracy. It will signal the protection and preservation of our community college institutions. I plead with the General Assembly to support HB 5300. Signing in support of this bill signals your support for the integrity of the community colleges in Connecticut that we are all fighting to maintain. Thank you.
Jamie, thank you. And don't get off the Zoom call yet because you have at least one question. Representative Vale, you got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jamie, I just want to ask you a blunt question. Do you think that the Board of Regents has the same level of respect for the community colleges as it does the other state universities?
Not that I've observed. No.
I mean, that's just an opinion. I'm just curious. All right. I'm going to ask some faculty members that same question later on. But thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Vale.
All right, Jamie, thanks so much for your time and congratulations on your graduation soon. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to deviate just a little bit here and go back to our Senate President, Senator Looney, who was actually number one on the list, but is joining us now. And then we will go to Mag Morelli right after Senator Looney. So Senator Looney, good afternoon. It's good to see you.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. It's great to be with you today. And also for Chair Elliott and Senator Witkos and Representative Haynes and all of the members of the Higher Education and Employee Advancement Committee. My name is Martin Looney. I represent the 11th District, parts of New Haven, Hamden, and North Haven. And I'd like to speak with you about Senate Bill number 3 on your agenda today. Thank you for hearing this bill to help our small businesses in Connecticut deal with the rapidly changing world we've all experienced in the time of COVID. And no one felt this sudden impact of change more than our small businesses, retailers, and mom and pop restaurants in particular. Many, faced with the potential extinction, had to adapt quickly to a new world where customer needs had to be met in ways that these business owners had never contemplated before. Curbside pickup, online ordering, website development, and delivery services of everything from pizza to beer to toilet paper became the only way for these businesses to survive. And many owners did not have the technical know-how to compete in this strange new world and came to rely on tech companies to implement programs that 3 years ago they could not have imagined ever even needing. And while we all became familiar with conference call lines and Zoom meetings and virtual meetings, small business owners became dependent on DoorDash, Grubhub, Instacart, just to name a few. And while these solutions help keep many businesses, especially restaurants, afloat, and while those needs seem temporary, it's clear that consumers have become accustomed to these advancements and will not want them to go away, even as the pandemic recedes. So the concerns for small business owners is that these outside services drain cash out of an enterprise that tends to have relatively small margins. So many of these services have multi-layered fee structures that can make the process either too expensive for the consumer or unsustainable for the business owner. And many owners, as I said, do not possess the technical skills to tackle the problem. And luckily, we do have existing programs in our community colleges here in Connecticut that can provide help. And under Senate Bill 3, the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities will develop a program at both the Northwestern Connecticut Community College Entrepreneurial Center and the Worth Innovation and Entrepreneurial Center at Housatonic Community College. And this program will consist of a series of seminars to help these businesses better understand the world of commerce, social media, and maintaining an internet presence. The program is simple, and it says that for any owner of a business of 25 or fewer employees, the owner, if he chooses or she chooses, and up to 2 employees, may take these seminars free of charge. And because the seminars can be offered online, these 2 colleges can provide access to any of the programs regardless of location. And we don't think the cost of the program will be significant at all. Do think demand will be greatest in the next 2 years. Therefore, the bill uses existing American Rescue Plan ARPA funds to cover the cost for the community colleges to implement. So while the cost is minimal, I believe the fiscal note has an estimate of about $65,000 the impact on small businesses could be significant. And these businesses really help sustain us during the darkest days of the pandemic. And it's our turn now to assist them to make sure that they have the resources and the savvy to be sustained in the future as new technical demands continue to be placed on them. So thank you so much for your consideration of this legislation. And I commend this committee for all of the creative work that it does on behalf of higher education and also in advancement of employment and connecting our universities to the workforce and to businesses throughout the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Looney, thank you, and thanks for your innovative idea and commitment to helping our small businesses. And I think this has real potential. One question, for you, Senator, is that we heard earlier from the CBIA, from the business lobby in the state, a suggestion. They support the legislation, as you may know. But they suggested that cybersecurity is a hot topic, an important one, especially for smaller businesses now, can often be targets of folks looking to hack into them. And they suggested that be added, to the possibility of courses or seminar being offered. Is that something that you think might be a good fit for this, something that you might be open to?
Certainly, I think that that is a problem. We know that a cyber attack can be so crippling. Even for larger businesses, and if a small business is targeted, they may even be more vulnerable with fewer resources to quickly counteract what's happening to them. So yes, I think that might be a significant and a worthwhile addendum.
Great. Well, thank you for that. Any questions for Senator Looney? No? Okay. We'll see none. I think you're off the hook, free to go. Thanks so much for your testimony this afternoon. It's good to see you as always.
Good. Thank you, Senator.
All right. Great. Thank you. All right. Again, yeah, seeing no questions. All right. We will go back now to Mag Morelli. Mag, thanks for your patience and good afternoon to you.
Oh, no problem. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, and members of the committee. My name is Mag Morelli, and I'm the president of Leading Age Connecticut, a statewide membership association representing not-for-profit providers organizations serving older adults across the continuum. Leading Age Connecticut is pleased to have joined with our fellow healthcare associations in submitting testimony in support of Senate Bill 251, an act expanding training programs for careers in healthcare. We have co-signed onto this separate piece of submitted testimony and also wanted to present today from the perspective of the aging services sector of healthcare and to thank you for raising the bill. We appreciate and strongly support the committee's efforts to develop initiatives to address the state's healthcare workforce shortage. Addressing the workforce crisis is a priority for Leading Age Connecticut. We know that there will be no one silver bullet to solve this problem and that it will need a comprehensive, statewide, and multifaceted approach. The proposals put forth in this bill include many elements of a solution, and we want to comment on a few of the proposals as they relate to aging services. First, we learned during the pandemic that the implementation of a free online course for a newly established role of a temporary CNA was a very successful way to reach a sector of the workforce that we may not have been able to reach before. Looking at this success, we would like the state to explore other ways of implementing or expanding aging services sector training that is both accessible and affordable, and we are encouraged by the inclusion of this concept in the bill. We are also encouraged by the workforce housing concepts and the plan to work with high school students to encourage the pursuit of nursing careers. Exposure to the opportunities in healthcare at a young age, even prior to high school, can spark an interest in a young person who may then consider a caregiving career or an opportunity to work with older adults. We wholeheartedly agree that we must encourage these ambitions at an early age. Another way to reach out and inform the potential workforce about career opportunities available within aging services could be for the state to invest in a strong public relations campaign. The state of Wisconsin did this a few years ago and it was extremely successful. There are a lot of important steps to take. One small step that we keep asking whenever these issues come up is just the more accessibility to the ability to get your fingerprint scanned to work in the long-term care sector. The areas where you can get your fingerprint scanned are very limited right now, so we're asking for an expansion of that because it has been a barrier to people entering the field. So in summary, I want to thank the committee for proposing this comprehensive proposal to address the workforce crisis in the healthcare field, and we're pleased to join with our colleagues in the field to support it. As so many sectors struggle to recruit and retain the same specialized workforce, it's important for us all to work together to seek solutions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Meg. Any questions for Meg? Seeing none. All right. Well, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to lay out for everybody the next four speakers. We're going to have Michael Hernandez, then Kathy Flaherty, then Cynthia Zuniga, and then Luis Luna. So let's start with Michael. Michael, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And hello, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Michael Hernandez, and I'm a senior at the University of Connecticut in Storrs. I'm also the former student body president, the vice president of the Connecticut Young Democrats, and a proud Stamford resident. I am here to support Senate Bill number 247 because I believe that our institutions of higher education should be committed to freedom of expression, since it is a fundamental part of their civic mission. During my time as an undergrad, I have had the privilege to work on this issue with support from the United Nations, the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, the Bipartisan Policy Center, and the University of Chicago. We hosted conferences and meaningful conversations here at the Storrs campus, and each experience came with controversy, which just highlighted the need to remain committed to free expression, even if it does not translate into supporters or voters. At a time when our campuses are divided along partisan lines, this committee can bring students together by telling our institutions of higher education to adopt a policy that upholds free expression today and tomorrow, when liberal views are prominent and when conservative views are prominent, under current leadership and under future leadership, a policy that stands no matter who is in power and who is marginalized. There is no shortage of examples of statements supporting free expression in college campuses. From Richmond to Chicago, private and public colleges are adopting the Chicago principles, the highest commitment to free expression in the industry. However, our state is falling behind. So I hope the committee will vote favorably, and I urge leadership to bring the bill to the full House and Senate for a vote. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Representative Vail.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Michael. Thank you for coming up. So you also support the Chicago, was it principle? What is it?
Yep, it's also referred to as the Chicago Statement sometimes. And
yeah. Okay.
Yep. And we actually had a conversation in Storrs with Professor Jeffrey Stone from the University of Chicago School of Law. And he actually chaired that committee, and he was able to speak directly about it. And it just solidified our support for it. We think it's the best that's out there.
And again, if you look at the language, it says, and it again, that's something I'm going to discuss too with, with the chairman and other people involved in the committee, whether it's intended that each Board of Regents and Board of Trustees creates their own policy, or that we're trying to create one policy that they would both abide by. And you're suggesting we use that Chicago principle. Is that something you think we should put into the legislation?
Absolutely. And for context, there's been more than 70 universities, both public and private, that have adopted the Chicago Statement verbatim. So it's so strong and it's so good and well written that, yes, I support it being mentioned in the legislation.
Thank you.
Michael, I think that Uconn has just as an example, a policy on free expression and free speech. I imagine that you feel like that's inadequate, but I guess that's my question, not assumption. But do you feel like that's inadequate? And how come? Why?
It just falls short of the Chicago Statement, and it really does have to do with questions about bias, and there's still limits within the Uconn Statement, if you will. So we think that the Chicago Statement, again, it's the best in the industry, and we're one of the best public universities. So we should have the best policies as well.
Any questions for Michael? No? Okay, I don't think so. So thanks again for your time, Michael. Appreciate it. All right, up next is Kathy.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, Senator Witkos, Representative Haynes, and members of the Higher Ed Committee, including my rep, Representative Turco. I will keep this very short because it's my understanding that Uconn is not even affirmatively pursuing Senate Bill 246 anymore. But I had taken the time to write the testimony and to reach out to some of you ahead of time. And I just want to urge you to read my testimony as to why I think this bill was unnecessary to begin with and is not a strategy that the state should be pursuing. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But if the committee is not going to be advancing the bill, I don't need to say more than that.
Okay, I don't see any questions, so I think you're all set. But thanks again for taking the time to speak here and to submit testimony. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right. Cynthia, where is Cynthia? There she is. How are you, Cynthia? Good afternoon.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Senate members, representatives, and higher ups. My name is Cynthia Zuniga. I go to Capital Community College, and I am the president of the oldest Latin American club here in the college. It's LASA, Latin American Student Association. I'm a member of the student government, a secretary, and I was previously a student advisory council member. I'm calling, or rather, I'm here in support of Bill HB 5300. I'm going to speak very candidly. There are a few disparities in the college that I've noticed that this consolidation is going to make things just worse than they already are. One of the biggest things is I'm an immigrant myself. I come from from Peru, and I've noticed that a lot of the students here that are immigrant don't understand what is happening. They have no idea what a consolidation even is happening. And I don't think they're even aware of how much their tuition is being raised, as they're not being apprised of all this information. I am only one person. I have told a few students, but I can only do so much. And I feel like it's a complete lack of respect and disregard for students who are immigrant. And I feel like the services that should be provided for those students are less and less and less every semester. They don't have any information whatsoever. And so the fact that, they're against this bill is just making things worse for students overall. Specifically because this college does cater a lot to people of color, but also immigrant.
Gotcha. Well, thank you, Cynthia, for taking the time to give us your perspective. I do not see any questions, so I think you're free to go and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a nice afternoon.
You as well. Okay, Luna, I do not see. So John Ross, do we have John Ross next on the list? I do not see John. Okay, so Sarah LeMaster, I know Sarah is here, and then we'll go with Crystalline Gregory after Sarah. Okay, Sarah, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, distinguished leadership of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Sarah LeMaster, and I'm the Manager of Government Relations and Public Policy for the Community Health Center Association of Connecticut. I'm joining with others in submitting testimony in favor of Senate Bill 251, expanding training programs for careers in healthcare. The Community Health Center Association is our primary care association in Connecticut, and we support the work of 16 of Connecticut's health centers. Our health centers collectively serve over 380,000 residents every year and specialize in providing care to traditionally underserved communities. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, our health centers have worked diligently to protect our communities and support our public health infrastructure. We've provided over 930,000 COVID tests and fully vaccinated over 395,000 residents since August of 2020, all while continuing to provide care for the most vulnerable. We serve residents in every legislative district. Health centers operate over 100 locations throughout Connecticut and employ over 4,000 people and have an estimated economic impact of over $800 million. Since early 2020, our healthcare workforce has been at the center of our state's response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. At the beginning of this, our health centers rolled up their sleeves to see what they could do. I remember them finding PPE in every nook and cranny of the state so that they could continue to offer services. We also aggressively lobbied the legislature to ensure that we could continue to offer care via telehealth. Our workforce has been incredible in helping us to administer and continue to offer healthcare. However, they're burnt out. We've seen people leave left and right. It's been difficult to maintain a workforce within our health centers. Additionally, it's been very challenging to recruit and retain the providers that we need to continue offering care to our communities. This bill will help to address the workforce shortages that we're experiencing, and we hope that this dramatically expands our ability to do primary care workforce development. I will add that our primary care workforce is a very important component of our health infrastructure. Investments made in ensuring our primary care workforce is happy will pay off in reduced emergency department visits and improved community health for everyone. Thank you very much for raising this bill and giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Sarah, thank you. Any questions for Sarah? No? All right, seeing none, have a good rest of your afternoon. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, so Christine Gregory, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Members of the committee, my name is Crystalline Gregory. I am a student at Tungus Community College, and I'm here today to share my thoughts regarding Bill 5300. The atmosphere at the community college I love has grown intense and unsafe. Such an environment is not conducive to learning or teaching effectively, which, as a current student, is a matter of serious concern for me. While I take issue with many of the potential consequences of consolidation, it is the shift in the learning environment that the prospect has triggered and how that could affect my future plans that I find easiest to talk to you about today. Forcing faculty and students who take issue with the CSCU consolidation into submission is not the way to go about creating change. It doesn't make Connecticut's public colleges look enticing to potential future educators either. I seriously considered a future as an educator at a Connecticut community college until I saw how the faculty members I respected were being treated and heard how they felt. I don't want to work for an institution that I can't trust to respect my concerns or my allies' concerns. I don't want to enter into support a system that was established through bullying and intimidation, because if I did, could I ever feel safe speaking up too? I understand that consolidating our community colleges is not synonymous with the apocalypse, and that similar efforts have worked out for a few states, but I don't believe my Connecticut comrades are going about the process, the level of care and consideration needed for a successful, moderately painless consolidation. Students first is a cute slogan, but it is always ringing hollow to me. Some of Connecticut's community college students may choose to stick around and become their state's educators later, but not if they see the generations that came before them mistreated. That's all.
Okay. No, thank you. All right. Well, I don't see any questions, but we do appreciate your time and your patience.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you for letting me speak. Have a good evening.
You as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, not evening yet, but it's going to be soon. We're about halfway there. So we got about 40 more speakers. Next up, I believe, is Lauren Ruth. Lauren, I see you there. Hi, Lauren. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, Senator Whitcoast, Representative Haynes, and the esteemed members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Lauren Ruth, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, which is a research-based child advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children achieve their full potential. I submitted written testimony indicating our support of House Bill 5299, an act increasing the age for eligibility for the post-secondary education funding program offered by the Department of Children and Families, and House Bill 5115, an act requiring a plan to increase the number of child care centers on or near campus of the regional community technical colleges and state universities. Our testimony includes what I hope is helpful data from our most recent State of Early Childhood and Youth at the Capitol Day reports. So I want to spend my time on House Bill 5299, which would extend the time at which young people can leverage DCF funding to cover higher education and vocational training, tuition, and associated expenses through the age of 30. I'd like to spend time sharing some young people's stories from our Youth at the Capitol Day work to underscore why this bill is so important. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the federal government placed a moratorium for young people aging out of state child welfare systems. This meant that regardless of whether young people were actively in school, working, enrolled in a vocational or workforce development program, or over the age of 21, they were offered the stability of staying in DCF care. The moratorium expired in September. One young woman told us that she experienced some mental health challenges in the wake of the pandemic and needed to take time off from college. The moratorium offered her that time, support, and finances to return to college after she regrouped, and she did. She's now on track to graduate this year. A young man told us he was attending a private university and it was a poor fit for him. The moratorium gave him the ability to re-enter DCF care, as well as the time and resources he needed to reevaluate his educational options. He has since re-enrolled in school at a Connecticut public university and launched a small business, and he's successfully balancing a full course workload. Finally, I recall a young woman that I worked with through Youth at the Capitol Day years ago. She was exceptionally bright, but she and her social worker didn't see eye to eye. And when she turned 18, she signed herself out of DCF as fast as possible. At the time, she made some risky choices, but I maintain hope that despite exiting DCF care, this bill will give her the chance to go to college and live up to her full intellectual potential. That's the purpose of this bill, to give young people with foster care involvement a chance to pursue higher educational and vocational education at the time when they are ready to attend. So across the country, we're finding that young people need more time to finish their education and start a career. And young people in DCF care need that time too. Minnesota passed a bill similar to this last year that was spearheaded by a 21-year-old foster youth, and I hope that Connecticut will follow suit. Thank you for raising this important bill and for considering my testimony, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Laura. Appreciate it. I don't see any questions, so, oh, no, I do. Representative Farag.
Thanks,
Hi,
Senator.
Representative.
Hi, Lauren. Nice to see you. I actually just had a quick question about the extension. Do you all have any sense of how many youth would be covered around, expanding that access, for that age gap?
So I looked over the numbers that DCF submitted, and I have to admit that I wasn't able to get them to add up.
Okay.
I do know that about 200 to 250 tend to age out of care each year. So, if you take 200 or 250 times 7, that would probably give you the number eligible, a rough ballpark. But then I think Minnesota only anticipated about 10% uptake, which sounds about right on the national average. So even though it would be applicable for more youth, a lot of youth probably won't use the option. It's just a great option for youth where they find that they're ready once they're 24, 25, 26.
Right. Okay. That's super helpful just to kind of give the range of what we're talking about. And I couldn't help but think, I know it's kind of not fully on board yet, but one of the things that the Office of Workforce Strategy has been working on is this Career Connect program, right? Especially for those that have seen effects of COVID. And I don't know if you know the answer to this, but I was just thinking about making sure that there's some form of connection so that DCF youth are engaged in some of the Career Connect programs as they come online. So would love to know if we could pursue that in any way, if you'd be interested in that.
So I don't know the answer to that, but we were in close contact with the Department of Labor as we were working on doing the research for Youth at the Capitol Day, and they were part of the event. So I'm sure that they would be happy to loop us in and work together on it.
Yeah. And if I can be helpful in that, let me know.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then I just had a question. I know you didn't speak to it all around kind of the plan for the assessment of child care centers. The way I'm reading it, and I wanted your feedback on this, was on or around, campuses. And one of my senses is that in regards to childcare access, there's a lot of need and also more flexibility with in-home childcare offerings. And I wanted your perspective on if that should be included from your perspective when they do the assessment, that we're not just focused on centers, but that we're also looking at in-home care options.
That's a really good question. So family child care providers often have extended hours compared to child care centers. However, this bill did require that the plan offer extended hours and offer education in home languages. The centers in particular were hard hit by COVID since the family child care providers were able to reopen earlier. So we looked at this bill focusing on centers as a way of helping to make up the 15% that closed permanently and the 15% of slots that closed permanently. But yeah, I think, we know that a lot of people have great success stories with the family care providers and that they offer flexibility and cultural knowledge often that centers don't. And so we certainly would not oppose expanding that plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I appreciate it. Just so, as you said, like we're centering the needs of the students and kind of what those offerings could be. So that's super helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Yeah, and I'm happy to follow up with you on the Career Connect stuff.
Of course.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
Yeah, Representative Vail.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Lauren. As so often I do up here, I sometimes get confused. We use the word youth. What ages are we talking about? I just heard youth bandied about. I'm getting old, so maybe my idea of youth might be different, but what is youth? What's the definition of youth? What age bracket are we talking about specifically right now?
Sure. So I think probably the confusion is because young people in foster care are often referred to as foster youth. And so this bill refers specifically to young people that were raised through the foster care system and came into adolescence as foster or within the foster care system. Currently, young people in DCF care can opt at age 18 to continue receiving DCF services if they enroll in higher education, a vocational program, a workforce development program, or maintain some combination of what they call 80 productive hours, per month, which is a combination of work, mental health care, school, volunteering. So creating a plan for young people who are not in higher education, but they are in other ways of staying in care. They can stay in care up to age 21, so long as they're on track to finish these programs. For young people who are in higher education, they can request a waiver to stay in up to age 23, which if it looks like they're on track to graduate, those waivers are often granted. But as soon as a young person reaches 23, they're no longer in care. And so this bill would provide some educational support to young people who have a history of DCF involvement. And we know that those young people often have experienced 3 or more adverse childhood experiences that make staying in school really hard and often put them well behind their peers. Also being in foster care, they move between schools and that can put them up to 2 years behind their peers in education. And so this gives them a little more time to pursue higher education when they're developmentally ready, between the ages of 21 through 30, essentially based on what path they're pursuing.
All right. So this applies to people, youths up to 30. Okay. So I got that. So if they don't get higher education after 18, they can apply to extend it to age 21. If they do, if it looks like they're going to graduate, they can go up to age 23. So with this, wouldn't make that determination. People in either of those categories above 21 and 23 could go all the way up to age 30, right? Whether they had higher education or not.
Yes, if they
like the ones who were 28. We're not moving both 7 years, but both would be moved up to 30 years old.
Yeah, so when they're a little older, if they find that they then are developmentally ready to actually manage a college load or manage a vocational track load, they could go back and have some financial help with that.
Okay. And those are all the people that are incorporated into term youth.
Yes.
As used in this conversation. Okay.
In this bill, it's referring to DCF foster youth.
Okay, thank you for your clarification.
All right, thank you, Representative. Any other questions? I'm getting some glare on my computer here. I don't think so, Lawrence, so I think you're good. Thanks again for your testimony today.
Thank you, Senator Slapp, and thank you for your questions, Representative Farrar and Representative Vale.
All right, I see Lauren is up next. Lauren Doninger, and then Nathaniel, and I will try to pronounce his name correctly when he when I introduce him in 3 minutes. So, but Lauren, you're up.
Chairs and members, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5300. Over 20 years on the faculty of Gateway Community College, I have been deeply committed to students, the institution, and the system of public higher education. The system has never been perfect.
Excuse me, would you please state your name?
Oh, sorry, Lauren Doninger.
Thank you.
Sorry. The system has never been perfect, but I have always felt that my dedication and effort could make a difference. Not anymore. I am not poetic enough to adequately describe to you what has happened to the morale at the colleges. Dedicated, energetic faculty and staff have been reduced to husks, as resources have been diverted without pause or reflection into a massive bureaucratic structure. The actual colleges and the actual students have been left to wither. This was the actual plan, savings through attrition. The attrition of seasoned staff, then recent massive hiring of guided pathways advisors with no cogent plan to pay them after next year, has left students in a maze of dysfunction. This was the plan. This untested gamble has created harm to current students. I'm going to give you 4 examples. I saw all of these students in just 2 days of office hours. Darius has a clear plan to go to Southern for a BSN. He was put in a computer course. It was after the add drop period, but I found a colleague who agreed to let him enroll in her very late start psychology class that he needed for his academic plan. I sent him to do the add drop, and he was told that if he drops the computer class, I'll have to pay for it. He is now spinning his wheels in a maze of contradictory information. Hector, first-generation immigrant student who wants to go to Southern for sociology. He was being shoved out the door with a degree that included half of the credits in ESL. He would be counted as a success on our scorecard, but set up for utter failure upon transfer. He's now in a maze of contradictory information. Deja, 10 years ago, she was at Gateway, ended up homeless and dropped out. She's put her life back together in remarkable ways. She came to Gateway in December to start over. She was told she couldn't start over because of her failure 10 years ago. Then she was told she could start over. Then she was told she should go to Housatonic. She was not properly advised to take the fresh start that is what should have been offered. Now, in the middle of the semester, she's told that she has to hurry up and take the fresh start. She's in the maze. John wants to be an engineer. In the fall, he got a D in elementary algebra and is now registered for both elementary algebra and college algebra, wasting his financial aid and setting himself up to fail, or he's been set up to fail. He's in the maze. There is massive dysfunction, and the worst is on the horizon, a curriculum that has been thrown together without governance. Our students deserve better, and our state deserves better. The board and the system office have shown no discipline, no self-reflection, no capacity for reevaluation. They launched a plan to save money, and when that didn't really work out, they changed the reason for the plan. Please pass HB 5300 and insist that the accreditations of 12 colleges not be relinquished when there is nothing worthy to replace them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lauren. I do not see any questions, but we appreciate your passionate testimony. Have a good afternoon. Thank you. Okay. All right, Nathaniel, and I'm going to try, is it Ogpick?
Very close, very close. It's Ogpitch, like pitch a baseball.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, my apologies. Good afternoon, and look forward to your testimony.
Great. Thank you so much, Senator Slapp and the other committee members. My name is Nathaniel Akpich, and I'm an assistant professor of social work at the University of Connecticut. I have over 10 years of experience researching factors that influence college access and completion for youth in foster care. And I'm here to express my support for HB 5299, a bill that would increase the age limit for the post-secondary education funding program offered by the Department of Children and Families. So youth in foster care are a small group of college students, but they are at greater risk of not dropping out. They're at greater risk of not graduating from college than other students. So just to provide some context, from the best estimates that we have from research, over 80% of adolescents in foster care aspire to go to college. However, half or less will set foot in a college classroom, and just 8% will complete a 2-year or a 3-year college degree by their mid-20s. So this graduation rate of 8% is about 5 times lower than the national graduation rate for young people in the US. Thus, like most of their peers, young people in foster care have dreams of finishing college, but they're far less likely to do so. In its current form, the Post-Secondary Education Fund provides financial resources and support to help foster youth pay for college and their daily living expenses. This is critical because studies have found that education hardships, economic hardships, and needing to work long hours increase the likelihood that they don't make it to graduation. In fact, when foster youth are surveyed about reasons they dropped out of college, the 2 most frequently given reasons are not being able to afford college and needing to work. One other important piece of information that research tells us is that foster youth require more time than their peers to finish college. Their experiences in foster care, being removed from their family, frequent placement changes and school transfers mean that they take longer to finish high school and enroll in college. One large study found that the average age that foster youth first enrolled in college was age 21, which is about 2 years later than their non-foster peers. After foster youth enter college, they take longer than their peers to finish. There are a lot of reasons for this. These young people have to manage school, work, home responsibilities, curveballs of life, without necessarily having a family to fall back on. Because of the academic disruptions in foster care, about 8 in 10 foster youth who enter community colleges will need to take remedial courses, which do not count towards graduation, but they do add time to the clock of when they will complete their degree. Thus, extending the age limit of the Post-Secondary Education Fund program to age 30 makes a lot of sense. It will give foster students a reasonable and realistic amount of time to finish college, and it will provide sorely needed support to help them pay for school, meet their basic needs, and ultimately increase their chances of graduating. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Nathaniel. I don't see any questions, but do appreciate your time. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks, same to you.
Thank you. All right, so the next 3, we're gonna have Mr. Strada Perez, then Ann Watkins are the next 2, and then we have Hannelore, and I have only half of the last name here, but I see Hannelore on deck here. So, all right, but let's go to Mr. Strada Perez here for her testimony.
Thank you, Senator Slapp. Hello, members of the committee. It is great to be here today. My name is Krista Estrada Perez. I am the executive director of the Student Loan Fund. We represent student loan borrowers throughout the state and are working to reconstruct predatory systems of debt that disproportionately impact marginalized communities. We are thrilled to hear that the committee has introduced SB 17, prohibiting institutions of higher ed from withholding transcripts. Make no mistake, this is an inequitable practice that harms low-income students, first-generation students, and students of color who are unable to pay their balance until completing their degree and obtaining employment. It penalizes them simply because they do not have the means to pay. If they could, they would. As the executive director of SLF and as a prior admissions officer at a Connecticut university, I have spoken with student borrowers who've shared heartbreaking testimony, some of which has entered into the record tonight. Students who were accidentally advised by counselors to withdraw late from classes, not knowing it would make them responsible for tuition and fees. Because of this, my mother, an adult learner, had to wait 8 years to complete her nursing degree because she could not pay a $7,000 bill as an honor student. I have seen countless students forced to repeat general education classes, adding to their total debt simply because they could not transfer credits to a more affordable institution. These students are then burdened with paying their student loans as well as finding ways to pay their institutional debt. Institutions of higher education, like any creditors, have ample means at their disposal to collect debts. But they already do this. They already send students to collections. I was sent to collections. Schools can choose to be proactive and work with students to set up manageable payment arrangements. In fact, canceling institutional debt is an allowable use of the Higher Education Relief Fund and the American Rescue Plan. Schools can use those funds to cancel institutional debt if they wanted to. We must end this practice, and I ask that you support this bill, but amend it to include all institutions of higher education and degrees conferred so that students can finish school and seek employment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And I do have a question for you. You know, we are in the legislature, we're always trying to be mindful of unintended consequences of legislation that we pass. We've heard from some folks earlier today from some universities, institutions of higher education, that this, you know, according to them, that this bill, if we pass it, would have unintended consequences, meaning that perhaps more students would be referred to collection agencies, and perhaps that they would, these institutions, not allow them to register because they would find other kind of earlier ways, right, to kind of put the brakes on these students continuing their education because they wouldn't have this tool at their disposal. I'm just wondering if you have any response to that, or you know, what your take is on that line of reasoning.
Absolutely. Transfer withholding tends to be a passive way, right? They already have multiple ways of sending students to collections, which they do often, right? And so they have other ways to, and that they already utilize, right? And so some schools might have more leniency than others in the way that they approach individual borrowers, but that's not necessarily set across the board. So students are left figuring out how they're able to do it depending on the institution that they are in. You know, transfer withholding it's a practice that inadvertently helps impact students because they can't finish their degree, right? They're getting sent to collections already anyway. It's destroying their credit. They already have student loans that they have to pay back, and on top of that, to pay for the institutional debt that they don't have. A person like my mother could have been a nurse 8 years ago, contributing to the workforce in Connecticut if they were able to provide support. Similarly, in these last couple of years, the HERF Act allowed institutions of higher education to utilize some of that debt, right? To cancel some of that money to cancel institutional debt. And we have not seen evidence of that being done, right? So there are other ways. And I would ultimately say that, you know, schools can be punitive in the way that they approach students, right? And say that we won't be able to sort of do this. But if they are willing to work with students, create manageable payment arrangement plans that allow students to go back to school, it would be more beneficial for all of us so that students can finish their degrees.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions? No? Okay. Yeah, Representative Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just, thank you for your testimony on this, and I want to see if we can figure out a way to do this better here in the state of Connecticut. Do you have any idea how many students are affected by this that either can't continue their education to finish their degree or be able to get their transcripts when they graduate because of an unpaid bill? I'm trying to figure out how many students are currently affected we're looking at.
So it is our understanding that there's around 6.6 million students, $1 million withheld around the nation, but we don't necessarily know the statistics for Connecticut. Connecticut doesn't necessarily do a good job of collecting higher education data that can provide us with that information, at least that we've been able to find that's public and easily accessible. So that's another area where Connecticut can look at ways to find that information, but we do not have, as of right now, a number specific to Connecticut, but we do know that nationally it's an issue, which is why it's being negotiated in the Rules Committee at the federal level. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to request earlier from CSCU, but the timing wasn't so good today, but I do want to ask University of Connecticut and CSCU if they have, I would think they have internally some sort of accounting that shows how many students are waiting to to receive their transcript because of an unpaid bill. So we might be able to get that from them. But did I hear you correctly that the bill, the way that it's written now, is only applying to our public institutions, and you'd like it to also cover the private institutions here in Connecticut?
Absolutely. Our partners at Student Borrowers Protection Center will also testify to this, but we want to make sure that the bill language includes for-profit institutions who tend to be the most predatory in terms of student loans and practices. So we want to make sure those are included as well, or that the definition is not as convoluted, so that it just says all institutions of higher education.
Okay, thank you so much. It's something I definitely want to talk more about this session, and it's going by quickly. We only have a couple of weeks till we JF bill, so we'll have to do this quickly. But it seemed like our public institutions that I've heard from so far today are very willing to sit down with us and see if we can come up with a way of doing this better. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks so much. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Ann Watkins, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much, Senator Slapp and members of the committee. We really appreciate your time here. I'm the founder of Student Loan Fund. You just heard from our executive director, Krista Estrada Perez, so I won't repeat everything she said. I will say that
Please state your name.
Yeah,
Please state your name.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Ann Watkins, and I'm the founder of Student Loan Fund. Sorry. We are supporting Senate Bill number 17. We do want to expand it to include all institutions of higher education in the state, not just state institutions, not just private universities, but also for-profit institutions. Representative Turco asked a good question about numbers, how many people this is impacting. And we can only say, just from a qualitative level, we're amazed at the number of members of Student Loan Fund, which represents, all the student borrowers in Connecticut. There are about 500,000 of us. And we're amazed at the number of folks who are having difficulty getting their transcripts, getting their diplomas, being able to access good jobs. So for us, it's just a qualitative measure, but, in a small group, we've got a lot of folks who are impacted. Withholding transcripts prevents students from registering for classes, transferring credits, obtaining employment. And in my role as founder and board member of the Student Loan Fund, I've spoken with Connecticut borrowers who've been relegated to working at fast food restaurants because they've been denied access to their transcripts. Others have been afraid of being fired if their employers discovered this debt. Still others have been able to transfer to more affordable education options because of this debt to a particular institution. This is a really regressive act. And as Krista mentioned, institutions of higher ed have access to HEERF dollars, and these dollars, and an allowable use for these dollars is to cancel institutional debt. They haven't chosen to do that in Connecticut. In other states, institutions have chosen this. I'd also just like to call out on SB 250. This is the act using CHESLA funds to cancel student debt. We would just like to say a couple of things about that. Requiring individuals to complete community service hours to have access to student debt cancellation feels pretty regressive to us. You're looking at folks who are making less than $150,000 a year. You're asking them to do 100 community service hours a year in order to access that debt cancellation. That just feels like, again, we're putting more pressure on folks who are living in tight means. Another thing about CHESLA loans is CHESLA loans are really hard to access. They don't, people in all of our communities don't have great access to them because you need a high credit score in order to, or historically, you've needed a really good credit score in order to access CHESLA loans. So we want to pay attention to both of those as we look at SB 50 going forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thanks, Dan. I'm going to try again with my unintended consequence question, because we heard this is what I'm struggling with the bill, right? That we heard very specifically from Sacred Heart that said, look, you guys passed this bill, I'm paraphrasing here, but we're just going to not let the kids register for classes, right? Because we know that we can't apply the pressure after they graduate with a transcript hold. So we're just going to, and that's you could argue that's a logical thing for them to do. So knowing that that will happen, what is your response to that? Should we still pass this bill?
Yes, I mean, this is probably quite controversial, but here's what I want to say is, compared to other states, Connecticut borrowers are borrowing a lot more than borrowers in other states. Our private institutions, and I want to call out a few of them, and Sacred Heart and Fairfield U and University of New Haven, Quinnipiac, they're all right up there. They are not doing enough for their students as they walk in the door. They particularly are not doing enough for their low-income students when they walk in the door. So I want to push those institutions to do better at the front end so that their students aren't struggling so much at the end. We have data around the amount of private debt that students in all these institutions are borrowing, which is the most predatory of debt that people can take out. Those schools have extraordinary numbers of private debt. And that's really damaging to families and to people who are trying to do better, people who have gone to school to do better for their families. I don't know if that answers your question, but I hear you loud and clear about the unintended consequences. I think that universities need to be called on to do better at the front end. I think that we know that they are already sending their folks to collections.
No, I take your point. I mean, this bill doesn't do that though, right? Like it's one piece of it, but let me have my colleagues jump in here. I saw Representative Smith first, and then we'll go to Representative Vail right after. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one question, and really, oftentimes we hear that one size doesn't fit all. We're told that a lot in the legislature as we try to sort through difficult issues. And it sounds to me like this particular policy that we're talking about is a one size fits all situation. And I guess my question is, don't you think there ought to be a little bit of room in there for some consideration for the particular students and who they are, what kind of student they are, what kind of citizen they are in the particular college or university, and whether or not they're a good credit risk, I suppose, based on who they are as people and citizens of the university. And the reason I say that, when I was a junior or so, I had some difficulty with my bill after I went back to school, after having dropped out and losing quite a bit of financial aid. And I got in trouble my junior year with my bill and was removed from a class and told that I could not attend classes anymore over a matter of about $200. I had two parents, neither of whom had $200 that they could support me with at that time. And I went to a dean who knew me well and whined a little bit about how I was told I couldn't go back to class. And that person who knew me and knew my grades and knew the kind of citizen I was in my department left me in his office, walked down the hall, and came back 10 minutes later and said, go back to class, pay you the bill when you have the money. And obviously that doesn't happen so much anymore, I guess, but it seems to me that there ought to be a place for that in this conversation. Because, some of the stories that we've heard today, we're not talking about deadbeats on probation or, people that have been, kicked off of campuses or anything. We're talking about hardworking students who are undergoing a little bit of financial difficulty, and I would be probably willing to sign a note or whatever it would take in order to continue their education. And so I'm just wondering if that ought to be part of the solution that universities who claim they don't need us interfering with their business should be looking at. And I want to know what your opinion is on that.
Yeah, I think if we had systems that could take students through a process like that without bias, that might be reasonable. But the reality is, and I would challenge, your language, and I don't think you mean it in this way, but there are lots of parolees who are trying to get an education so that they can do better for themselves. And I don't think that we always can make the best assessment for who is deserving and who isn't deserving of a little bit of grace. And, frequently these dollars are incurred just to meet requirements for a degree. You'll hear from someone later today who talks about his experience needing to do study abroad in order to graduate with a political science degree, and his family not having access to that. So I think, Representative Smith, I'm glad you had that experience. I think most people wouldn't, even if they're great people.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, well, thank you. And I certainly didn't mean any to.
I know you didn't.
Anyone,
I know you didn't. I just needed to say it out loud.
Sure. Thank you for your answer. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Vale, followed by Representative Farrar.
Chair, you used the word predatory, and a previous person did too. What do you mean by predatory?
So I'm referring primarily to private loans. So when people are applying for student loans to help pay for their education, you can get federal loans, and then you can get private loans. Frequently, not always, but frequently, federal loans alone aren't enough to cover the cost of the education. Private loans, these are also frequently, it's so complicated, right? There's so many different layers to the loans. They are designed, many of them, I mean, it's not universal, but many of them are designed to take advantage of low-income folks who have worse credit scores and more challenging situations in terms of paying them back. So just some data that we have is that 20 years after borrowing, typical white borrowers have paid off 95% of their debt. Typical Black borrowers have paid off 5% of their debt. This is because the whole system is broken, right? And as some people in the student loan fund like to say, it's working exactly as it's intended. So we're really trying to break down this system in every way possible, and this is just one. Representative Vale, I'm happy.
Predatory though.
Yeah, so predatory is accessing people higher interest rates. It's giving people terms that are impossible or very difficult to meet. It's and we can give you the specific language on it, and follow up with you after.
I don't need that. I don't like the term predatory. I worked in the Department of Corrections, and I've worked with real predators.
Oh.
Okay, and so I don't take that term loosely. If you want to use a different terminology, and I still don't understand what you mean. Predatory, that's pretty harsh terms. And are people taking loans? I have 2 children in college. Well, one just graduated from the University of New Haven, and we took out all kinds of different loans. I took out loans that, money's tight for everybody. And my kids are going to have to pay back some. They made a commitment to go to school. We knew what those terms were. We signed documents and agreed to those terms. And for someone then to ask us to fulfill our part of that agreement and asking to be repaid for the money that was borrowed, how is that predatory? That's what I don't understand. I think that's an extremely sensational word, and I find it very disingenuous. And I don't, if you want to talk about the facts, talk about the facts. But I just find that word offensive, knowing that what the true meaning of that word is in my book. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Farrar.
Thanks, Chairman. Hi, Ann. I know we were talking a little bit about numbers earlier, everyone kind of saying, we don't really know how many folks this might affect. And you spoke a little bit to just folks that you've been engaged with that have been impacted by this. Do you have any sense of how many folks fall into public versus private versus for-profit institutions? I just asked that because, I think on the for-profit side, there's certainly concerns, I think, again, of the types of outcomes that students are seeing and how their lending is fitting into that. So I didn't know if you have a sense of, is it more public? Is it more, private, or is it more for profit that you're seeing this in, or there's not enough data to kind of make that assumption?
So we haven't found that institutions need, and thank you for the question, we haven't found that institutions need to provide that data, right? So we don't have it, right? Among our membership, we are seeing it for people who went to state schools, and you'll hear from some of them later. We're seeing it from folks who went to private schools, you'll hear from some of them, and we're seeing it from folks who've gone to for-profit institutions. And I think you have their testimony in the packet. I would love to get our hands on that data.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. I just
wanted
to have a sense of the trend that you were seeing overall. Thanks, Chairman.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, I don't see any other questions, Anne. So I hope you have a good rest of your afternoon. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you so much for all your time.
Of course. All right, Hannibal is next. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp and distinguished members of the Higher Ed Committee. My name is Hannelore Merkel-Rieke, Hannah, and I'm chair of the ESL division at Norwalk Community College and currently co-chair of the ESL Council of Connecticut, representing all 9 ESL programs in the state. We have a little shift of the topic here. I'm going back to consolidation issues. Today, I would like to seek your support to secure support for English learners in our higher education system, which is the best way to guarantee ELs, English learners, can reach their full potential, obtain jobs, and contribute to our society, and achieve generational mobility, basically. Many ESL faculty members are concerned that the suggested placement and advising structure in the new college will not help but hurt multilingual learners in higher education. Even now, we see emerging multilingual learners struggle with the implementation or partial implementation of the policy to promote completion of English and math in 1 year, because they were pushed into 4 to 5 mainstream courses based on their self-reported GPA. We're working with the student Stephen, for instance, to repair his GPA and financial aid after he was told to register for 5 courses, including college composition, algebra, sociology, music theory, in spite of documented ESL background and accommodations. He failed all 4 courses and got a D in the 5th one. A young man from the Philippines was encouraged to enroll in English 101 based on his foreign GPA, even though he was struggling to complete the tasks in an intermediate English writing course. From a colleague who taught in North Carolina, where ELLs were included in co-requisite models, we hear that plagiarism soared because students were not able to do all of the work. That resulted in disciplinary action and even removal from the college. According to the Connecticut State Department, the number of ELs in schools has grown by 28 to 35% since 2015. 73% of these students are eligible for reduced price meals, which shows that their families belong to the poorest population in the system. The right to receive language training through TESOL professionals exists in Connecticut for K through 12 through the Civil Rights Act, the ESEA and ESSA, which was confirmed in 2015. No such legislation exists for higher education, in spite of the fact that we know many ESL students are not ready when they enter the community colleges and universities. We need to support robust language instruction, particularly college level reading and writing courses. We're asking you to support these programs taught by TESOL specialists with a focus on local populations. We ask for more financial support for undocumented students and we would ask you to put into law a period of 3 years for ELLs to complete college level courses like California did in their Bill 705, and funding for high school partnerships and summer bridge programs, which can help to close some of the equity gaps. Thank you for your attention, and please ask me any questions.
Great, thanks so much. I actually do not see any questions, so I think you are all set. We do appreciate your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so John Brady is up next, and then Pat Burke after John. John, how are you?
I'm good, Senator Slapp, and welcome to you and to the members of the committee. My name is John Brady. I'm a registered nurse, and I'm the Executive Vice President of AFT Connecticut. AFT Connecticut supports SB 251, an act expanding training programs for careers in healthcare, but has some suggestions for improvement. As a representative of pre-K-12 and higher education, as well as healthcare professionals, AFT Connecticut would suggest that our members would be uniquely valuable to have in the development of this initiative and development of the plan. We think that to leave out the voices of those who work in the field of healthcare and education would be a mistake. As the largest union of acute care hospital registered nurse and health professionals in the state, as one of the largest unions of educators in the state, we think our members' voices would be valuable and we would offer our assistance and ask inclusion at every step of the process. We are in agreement that SB 251 is a critical step in developing initiatives to address the shortages in nursing in all health professions in the state. However, the nursing shortage and the shortage of healthcare professionals is already critical and demands immediate attention. In addition to supporting SB 251, we ask legislators to support initiatives that can more immediately help in the workforce shortage, including support for SB 163, which would ban captive audience meetings, and HB 5357, which would ban mandatory overtime. These bills could have an immediate positive outcome in recruitment and retention of healthcare professionals. I want to thank you all for the service you provide for the people of Connecticut. And if I can answer any questions, I am more than willing to do so.
John, thank you. And thanks for all that you do, especially the last 2 years. I know it must not have been easy. So thank you. And, to all our frontline workers. Any questions for John? No? Okay, I don't see any. So thanks for your time and your patience. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Patricia Burke, you are up next. And you are on mute, Patricia, just so you know.
Boy, you think I would have learned that after the last 2 years. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, and esteemed members of the Higher Ed and Employment Advancement Committee. I'm here to testify regarding Bill HB 5300, requesting legislative approval, both the House and Senate, for the merger of...
Your name? Would you please state your name?
Sure, Patricia Burke.
Thank you.
HB 5300, requesting legislative approval, both the House and Senate, for the merger of and any closing of the 12 community colleges. In addition, I'd like to comment on the bill regarding the ability of unemployed part-time employees to apply for and receive unemployment benefits when their contract ends every semester. I've worked for MCC as an adjunct faculty member since 2001, generally teaching one course per semester. I also work part-time at the 4Cs, which is the union that covers the community college system, and full-time for a nonprofit healthcare agency. The majority of faculty at the community colleges are part-time, currently 76% of the teaching faculty. This consolidation process is not working for any of us. For instance, for myself, last month, I received 4 identical deposits into my checking account for $554.43. I called our HR representative at the system office, which, by the way, has an unfunded budget large enough to be a 13th community college, and it's getting larger, and talked to a voicemail. While I thought maybe this was a catch-up, I wondered if I could spend the money. I called our union, the 4Cs, and found out it was a payroll error, and the money disappeared the next day, all except for the $554.43. That was mine. So did you know that part-time employees, once their semester contract ends with the college, have to beg and plead with the Labor Department for the small amount of unemployment dollars that they can receive? Seasonal laborers receive unemployment benefits. Please evaluate this bill. Part-time faculty don't have the on-campus contacts with HR that we used to. The proposed new management structure has an additional layer of middle management, some of whom will be paid from dollars spent on not filling positions lost to attrition or a redeployment of the dollars previously paid to department chairs who are the subject matter experts in their fields. You will note from the new proposed organization chart that subject matter experts no longer exist. And while I'm on that topic, student mental health counselors have been outsourced and student disabilities offices have been downsized. These are all student-facing positions that are disappearing. Part-timers in the college system, which includes adjuncts, librarians, and educational assistants with no health care or other benefits, no longer are able to serve the most important people in these scenarios, our students. You can take a peek at the published pay scales online for the community colleges. About the top 20% of employees earn over about $60,000 per year with full benefits and pensions based on earnings. The bottom 76% part-timers earn on average $10,000 per year, no health care or other benefits. Our small pensions are also based on income. So we are not overpaid state employees by a long shot. And I often wonder, and there's no good answer, isn't college supposed to be where young people learn critical thinking skills? Aren't we supposed to be growing good citizens? Don't our students deserve a regular contact with a college teacher throughout their time in school? And why can't we pull it together to serve the most disenfranchised group of young people in this very, very wealthy state? So I plead, all legislators deserve to know what is happening on the ground at each of these colleges. And there are many ways to find that out, talking to the students and the people who work there. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Appreciate it. Okay, I don't see any questions, so thanks again. Right. Okay, we're going to go to Olivia, if Olivia is ready, who is 35 on the list, and then we will go to Francis Cohn after Olivia, if Olivia is ready. Olivia?
Yes, thank you.
You got it. If possible, we'd love to see you if possible. And just a reminder to folks too, as our good clerk reminds folks to say your name when you begin.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, my name is Olivia Rinkus. I'm from the town of North Stonington. I'm just here to make a comment on Senate Bill 247, an act requiring public institutions of higher education to establish a policy regarding freedom of expression on campus. I'm just here as a concerned citizen. I just wanted to make a comment that I find that to be an interesting bill, and I'm just concerned that if a campus is allowed to decide what is and is not acceptable regarding freedom of expression, in some ways that does seem to infringe on that right, and that's my only comment, and thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thanks for your patience. Yeah, Representative Vail.
Olivia, I actually too share that concern, so I'm going to be monitoring this very closely. That gives you any peace of mind.
All right. Well, thanks again, Olivia. Have a good afternoon.
You as well.
Okay. All right, Francis. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you, Senator Slapp. Distinguished senators and representatives, my name is Francis Cohn. I'm a professor of history at Tungus Community College. I strongly support HB 5300 and urge you to pass it. This bill will end the ongoing community college merger disaster and restore legislative oversight over the CSCU system. The consolidation plan presumes that declining enrollment, inadequate student success, financial difficulties, and systemic inequities are problems at the community colleges that can only be solved by combining 12 institutions into one huge entity. Ample evidence demonstrates that this plan has not and will not address any of these matters. Worse, the merger has exacerbated the very problems it identifies and purports to solve. Regarding enrollment, how will raising community college tuition 5% each year for the next 6 years help attract or retain students? How does reducing student support staff through attrition enhance enrollment? How does creating a new bureaucracy of managers and administrators ensconced in an office suite in New Britain increase enrollment? Regarding student success, community college students are disproportionately young, working class or poor, and of color. Most come to us underprepared for higher education. How will eliminating developmental education serve our students? How many professional tutors, writing and math lab staff, librarians, and mental health counselors will be hired to provide the support our students need to succeed? How many full-time faculty, the most important student retention and success tool, will be hired to replace the army of retirees? Regarding finances, when the merger was approved in December 2017, it included a projected implementation cost of zero, nothing. The actual cost may well reach $100 million. For FY 21 and 22, the one college system office will cost taxpayers at least $30.7 million. Currently, the positions of 174 advisors distributed among the 12 community colleges are funded with federal COVID money. Money has not been budgeted to fund these positions beyond FY 23. Regarding inequities among institutions and students, the best way to address these is to provide each college sufficient funding, personnel, and autonomy to address the needs of the students and residents in its respective service area. Moreover, this central aim, quote unquote, of the plan was conspicuously absent until 2019, nearly 2 years after the BOR approved the merger. Why this change in focus and emphasis? In closing, I again urge your support for HB 5300 and restoration of legislative oversight over the CSCU system. Given the merger fiasco, it is imperative that the elected representatives of the citizenry have the final say in the plan's fate, as well as that of any other plans that may follow. Thank you for your time. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Francis. Representative Vail.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Do you think, and how long have you worked at Tunxus?
This is my 31st year, Representative.
Okay, so you've been there for a few minutes anyways. Do you think that in this system that the community colleges have a voice that's heard within this current, within the Connecticut State Colleges and University system?
And you probably mean by that particularly the faculty and staff. And the answer to that is to the point that they are doing what the system office authority decided will be done. They are listened to. But if they have a difference of opinion, if they have contrary information or a contrary plan, that will be ignored. It has been ignored. It has been ignored for many years now.
And you would say, and again, obviously you just said it, that we're really top heavy on management and probably need more people, more boots on the ground, so to speak, you know, with professors and, you know, people that deal directly with students on a daily basis. Would that be your assumption as well? Or
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, the irony of, and those 4 points I made about the justifications for the consolidation, by the way, are pulled directly from the substantive change proposal that the Board of Regents submitted to NESHE, the accreditation agency, last month. So the irony is we decry poor student success rates and retention rates, and yet we're being starved of resources. And whatever resources are available are being diverted to bureaucracy, not to the people who work with students. So there's a tremendous irony to this plan.
I would agree. Again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Great. All right, Francis, thanks so much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay. We are going to go to Jennifer Gomez next in just a moment. And then after Jennifer, I'm just, I think John O'Connor, I think, John, you're the next lowest number, so to speak. I hate to reduce you to a number here, but yeah, I see 49. So, all right. But Jennifer, are you, where's Jennifer? I saw her a second ago. Now I don't see her. Jennifer here. Maybe she had to jump. Maybe she had to jump off. Okay, well, we can go back to her. So John, you're up. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for your patience.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haynes, and Senator Wicklos, all the members of the committee. My name is John O'Connor. I teach in the Sociology Department at Central Connecticut State University, and I'm a member of CSU-AAUP, and my union is recommending passage of House Bill 5115 and House Bill 5300. Higher education in our nation and within our state faces serious challenges. We are witnessing escalating costs, declining enrollments, and less than adequate state funding. A number of folks who will appear before you today have spoken out against the community college consolidation in the past. We have spoken out in front of the Board of Regents, we have testified in a number of public hearings, and we have talked to the press. The BOR has used the language of crisis, structural deficits to legitimize the damaging policies that have led to increased tuition, played Russian roulette with accreditation, and relies on the labor of part-time faculty who do not earn a living wage. In many ways, the forced collectivization of the community colleges has been an Orwellian nightmare. 12 institutions into one, less is more, front office versus back office functions, retaining community identity at the same time we're creating a Frankenstein monster of higher education. What is forgotten in all these discussions is that the CSCU system belongs to the people of Connecticut. It is not the plaything for people sitting in an office on Woodland Street. I believe the committee should support HB 5300, which would require legislative approval for any mergers or closing of institutions within the system. I think by supporting this bill, it would help return control of higher education to the people of Connecticut. I would also speak in support of HB 5115, an act requiring a plan to increase the number of child care centers on or near each campus of the community colleges and state universities. In our most recent round of contract negotiations, CSU-AAUP wanted to win a contract that benefited the common good. Our contract proposals focused on the issues of equity, diversity, inclusion, and community. As such, we sought a contract that would help create family-friendly educational and workplaces. HB 5115 would help us take that important step. If we want to increase enrollment in our institutions, child care centers near our campuses would be an important advance. Connecticut's community colleges and state universities serve those populations that have been marginalized and forgotten. It is those students often dismissed because of their race, class, age, immigration status, or first generational designation that get their degrees in the CSCU system. I urge all legislators to support these two important bills. Thank you for your time today.
John, thank you. Thanks for your patience. I don't see any questions, so I think you're all set. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Dennis Bogoski is up next with Paulina Sasenker after Dennis. Dennis, are you ready to jump in and join us? I see he's on. Oh, going once. Okay. Kalina, you got it. Good afternoon.
I'm here. Actually, Senator Slapp, I'm here. I was muted.
Okay.
Okay,
Great.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Are you all set and ready to go?
I'm ready to rock and roll, Senator.
All right. If you can turn your camera on, that'd be great. I mean, if it's not, we understand everybody may have some extenuating circumstances we don't quite get.
Camera's on.
Okay, there you go. And just state your name for us and start rocking and rolling.
Okay. My name is Dennis Boguski. I'm the president of the Federation of Technical College Teachers, Local 1942, the group that, along with the 4 Cs, represents faculty and some staff at the merged community colleges. That's 5 out of the 12 that we represent at. I'm here in support of House Bill 5003, 5300, the bill that requires legislative approval of mergers, consolidations, closings of institutions. It also prohibits the consolidation of these institutions, the thing that we're feeling right now and very hard right now. Supporting this bill is easy, and coming here to say to you, look, to get this bill over the threshold and to get the discussion in your court is a very important thing. Why? Because it assures for a healthy, a spirited, and an informed discussion. It gives back to you folks, legislators, and the citizens of Connecticut, the decision-making authority for what's going to happen to the community colleges. And you've heard from people in prior testimony today, in prior years of testimony, what a disaster this reorganization, this thing they called Students First, has devolved to. And it is a disaster. It gets worse by the day. Why? Because it takes services off of the campuses. It makes the campus not be a campus, but be a building. Something where students don't have an identity with. In other words, it's almost like going into a cafeteria that's automated. And you put your $1 in the slot, or your $5 in the slot, and you open the door and you get your tuna fish sandwich. Well, that's what this is turning into. That's exactly what this legislation will turn these institutions into. We use the term hollowing out the institution, and that's a fact. Students will not have the services on the campuses. They will probably not even have all of the programs because they're going to be one size fits all. There's going to be program elimination, and we're starting to see that now. We're also starting to see that as they merge these services together, nobody knows, the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. If you ask a question on the campus, it gets deferred through 4 or 5 places, and many times you don't get a phone call back. Well, I'm a community college graduate. I'm a state university graduate, and I'm proud of the system that I came through. The system that actually functioned on campuses, a place where a student can go to learn, to have fun, and to have an experience, a true college experience. No, not a dorm experience, but a college experience. And that made sense to me, and that makes sense to a lot of other folks. I don't want to belabor this, but I urge you folks to support and to vote this legislation out of committee, get it to the floor, get it passed, and we'll do whatever we can to help make that happen so that you can take back your authority and do the right thing for the community colleges. Jeannie, I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Appreciate your time. I don't see any questions, so I think you're all set. Have a good afternoon.
Yes, you too.
All right. Kalina, you're up. Good to see you.
Thank you. I'm Kalina Susanker. I teach philosophy at Gateway Community College. I'm a co-chair of the Faculty Advisory Committee to the Board of Regents and political director for my union, the 4Cs. I want to really thank this committee for raising HB 5300 and thank all of you for your support. A few years ago, the then president of CSCU sat before this committee and vowed that he would not close a single community college. The solution he proposed was to close all 12. Now, it may seem as if this statewide blanket approach is in some way more equitable, but policies of this consolidated college will disadvantage all of our students to some degree and most affect the very students who are at the core mission of our community colleges. Working adults, part-timers, students returning to college after a life interruption, often with college debt and no degree, students who are not yet ready to take on college-level work and who in the past we have offered developmental courses appropriate to their challenges. Providing quality education, especially when we are addressing great disparities and inequities in other grades, is not cheap. This was acknowledged in PA 1240 when revisions to our developmental courses were imposed by the legislature. There was funding and expertise devoted to the cause, and years of work was put into the transition. The Consolidated College's approach to developmental education allocates no funding to its implementation and specifically bars the experts in that level of instruction from teaching those courses. It hasn't drawn on the wisdom of the discipline groups that were involved in previous developmental reform. Instead, it requires students who are not yet college ready to do what it takes to catch up while enrolled in college courses, making it unreasonably challenging for even the least time-constrained students and practically impossible for our working students with families. In 2011, the merger of the colleges and universities into the CSCU system provided an opportunity for transfer articulation and increased partnership between colleges and universities. But this sabotaging of the quality of education available in the community colleges threatens to undo that close linking. Each year, the legislature funds the system with block grants allocated to the colleges and to the universities with only a small amount to fund operations at the system office. But our central administration has grown so large that we've acquired a second system office in New Britain, while student service offices at the colleges struggle with the challenges of the purposeful understaffing at the very same time. CSCU leadership promised economies of scale and efficiencies in sharing back office functions across all 12 colleges, but those savings have yet to be seen. Instead of efficiency, we see duplicated functions and bloated and circuitous bureaucracies and processes. Having failed to demonstrate any possibility of saving money, the consolidation is now advertised as in pursuit of equity. But those savings, but I've addressed to some extent, and others testifying today will say more to the lie in that claim. This is theft from working people who pay their taxes and will not be afforded the path forward that was offered to previous generations. It's a contraction of state services from a student body that is majority Black, brown, and poor, and it is being implemented with all the wisdom and sensitivity that would be expected of people governing at a great distance from the people they claim to serve. It is not the job of a small unelected body to determine the quality of public education and public services in our state. Neither is it the job of an accreditor. This bill gives legislators the opportunity to intervene before it's too late, and it's almost too late for all of our state community colleges.
Alina, thank you. And thanks for your patience. I'm just going to give my colleagues, if there's a chance, if they have any questions. I will put you on the spot, Kalina, with one here. Do you know if the merger is to go through and there's this one community college, the Connecticut Community College, where would that rank in terms of community colleges, in terms of size in the country? Do you know offhand?
It would be the 5th largest in the country. Yeah. And I think, you know, in terms of the type of merger, I don't think anything has been done on this scale ever before.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you would know the answer to that, but we did not pre-plan that. I just had a hunch you would know that. Okay. Any other questions for Kalina? Okay. Seeing none. Thanks so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Senator.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Where are we? I believe Umesh Vig is up next.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Umesh Vig, and I'm the Director of Student Affairs Operations at Manchester Community College. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 5300, an act requiring legislative approval for the merger or closing of institutions within the Connecticut state colleges and universities, and prohibiting the consolidation of the regional technical colleges. This bill provides necessary legislative oversight of any merger within the CSCU system, a power that the legislators used to hold. Oversight is needed in order to demonstrate financial savings. The system is cutting from the bottom level of the staff while adding to the top layer of management, creating a staffing crisis at the community colleges. I've been at MCC for the last 18 years, and I love coming to work each and every day for our students and for the wonderful camaraderie I share with all my colleagues who work tirelessly to support our students. However, it pains my heart to see my colleagues being afraid of what is coming our way on a regular basis. During the past 1 year, and especially after the campus management shared the organization chart for the one college, almost all of my colleagues seem to be worried about their future. Many of my colleagues feel as if there's a dagger hanging over their neck and a dark cloud of uncertainty about their future looms large over their heads. Most of the student-facing departments like counseling, financial aid, marketing and public relations, student affairs, to name a few, are being decimated. We are doing more with less and fear losing our jobs. When the organization chart for the one college was shared a couple of weeks back, my colleagues and I were taken aback when we didn't see some of our own positions on the organization chart. Many of my colleagues are scared of sharing their concerns for fear of potential retaliation or for the fear of being on the chopping block for their position or positions being cut or no longer existing in the organization chart for the one college. The Greek philosopher Heraclitus once said, "Everything flows and nothing stands still. You could not step twice into the same rivers, for other waters are ever flowing onto you." Change is the only constant, and the constancy of change seems to be the order of the day at MCC in particular, and in the state of Connecticut and the world we live in today. My colleagues and I are all for change for the right reasons. My colleagues and I have been dealing with change for a long time, and change is not what many of them are scared of or worried about. It is the uncertainty and the lack of transparency which we are all afraid and concerned about at this critical juncture. The morale amongst my colleagues is at the lowest I have seen in the last 18 years I've been at MCC. System officials first discussed the consolidation as a plan to save. When there was a pushback, then and only then did they say that it would help students. However, any positive benefits from the consolidation, such as seamless transfer, can be done without merging the 12 colleges. This is nothing but a restructuring that adds new administrators while cutting crucial staff that works directly with students. I'm making a plea on behalf of my colleagues and our students to all of you to help protect our community colleges. The students who attend community colleges are overwhelmingly from Connecticut and will stay in Connecticut to live and work. Community college students are majority Black and brown and working class students. Real equity will be giving these students every opportunity to succeed by investing more in their education, not to trying to save money by cutting the staff and resources that directly serve them. I thank you for listening and for your time.
Thank you, Umesh. Appreciate your time as well. All right, I think you're all set. I don't see any questions, so have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so Carmen Yamayanis is up next, and then Susan Lansbury after Carmen. So Carmen, good afternoon to you.
Hello, yes, I'm Carmen Yamayanis. I've been teaching biology at Capital Community College for 4 years, and thank you very much for listening to us and asking some good questions. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 5300. Let me just give you a couple examples of some shared services fiascos, which are cumbersome, inflexible, and negatively impact student success. One is just personal things that go on at Capital. Lab technicians at Capital Community College. In October of 2020, we had one of our two great lab techs retire, and we still haven't hired anyone else. So about half the science labs are currently still online. And my request to have more in-person labs for this semester. Science labs online don't work. So my request to have more of the classes in person was met with resistance because we don't have enough lab tech support. We never end up hiring a lab technician. And the thing is, it takes so long now, months and months and months to hire somebody. The logistics, the different levels that you do have to go through to hire someone is so changed. So we've lost the flexibility at the college to hire even part-time help. Right now, if something happened to our very overworked lab technician, even the short term, our science labs at Capital would come to a screeching halt. We need the ability to pivot and hire short-term or full-time lab help to meet the needs of our students. Before the pandemic, Capital offered about 50 labs a week during the day, evenings, and Saturdays. And the majority of our classes are taught by adjunct instructors, which makes our college even more reliant on lab tech support. We have needed lab tech help for the evenings and weekend classes for years and have been told it's not in the budget. We don't have enough money. Another example is we've had one full-time chemist for the past 5+ years and have offered about 20 chemistry classes a semester. And we've been asking to hire another chemist for years, and we're told again, it's not in the budget. It's not in the budget, hiring freeze. Now our one full-time chemist is retiring in June. However, there just seems to be plenty of money to hire multiple levels of administrators, which is really frustrating. And I want to mention there's many more faculty and staff that would like to testify, but feel intimidated. And I just want to give example of the level of intimidation that I have gotten. I was emailed a letter this past November from the Labor Relations Office about an allegation of, quote, inappropriate misconduct, unquote, that was raised against me for my being at a rally at Middlesex Community College in October to protest the consolidation. I and others were there to get the attention of our governor and 2 US senators. So as a result, I had to attend an HR meeting in which I was questioned about my mode of transportation to Middlesex. Did I go by myself? Who did I go with? Where at Middlesex was I rallying? It was incredibly intimidating that I would be subject to disciplinary action for attending a rally to protest the consolidation. I don't want to, I want to be proud of where I work. And it saddens me to see so many changes that are negatively impacting our students who are the backbone of our communities in Connecticut. I want them to go to get a good education. They work hard. They deserve it. Thank you very much.
Carmen, thank you. Representative Vale?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Carmen. Do you have any idea who specifically would be responsible for that type of intimidation?
Well, let's see, the Labor Relations Office sent me a letter, and the person who's in charge of that, I mean, I have a couple of people on there, and I could get you the name of the person. I think it might actually be downstairs. But
you can send that to me. You don't have to do it now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll send it.
I'm curious about that.
Yeah, sure. And I was there with, so of course, it's everybody in HR that I don't know any of these individuals. And I had 3 people there grilling me for, a decent amount of time. And yeah, it was Lori Merker Chapman, who I got the letter from. Lori Merker Chapman. And in the end, it ended up being resolved saying, okay, you didn't do anything. But I mean, stuff like this is why people aren't speaking up here. I mean, even me, I wasn't even sure if I was allowed to put Capital Community College went on the list for testifying, because I didn't want Capital to tell me you're not representing Capital. So I just left that off. So I'm myself even here and intimidating to speak to you.
Well, we do appreciate you taking the time, and we are hearing from a lot of your colleagues, that's for sure.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to introduce Susan Lounsbury, who is our next speaker. John McNamara is after though Susan. I'm going to have my co-chair Josh Elliott jump in, and then he's going to take over for a little bit. So that's the plan. But Susan, the floor is yours. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Thank you, Senator Slapp and committee members. So my name is Susan Lounsbury, and I'm here today to testify in support of HB 5300, which would provide necessary legislative oversight of any merger within the CSCU system. Oversight is needed because the people making decisions about what is best for our students should be those people who are working directly with our students. That's not what's happening with this merger. I have been teaching all levels of mathematics at Tungus Community College since 2006. I work with a diverse student body, young and old, veterans, homeless students, students who are food insecure, those who love math, and those who hate math. Community colleges are open enrollment institutions, and we are supposed to meet students where they are and get them where they are going. There are many things that trouble me about this merger, but the most troubling is the reduction and cheapening of developmental education options for our students. In 2019, the Board of Regents formed ACME, a committee to look at the alignment and completion of math and English. I am listed as participating, even though I and many of my colleagues quickly withdrew from this committee when it was clear that decisions had already been made before faculty were involved. Faculty at all 12 community colleges have tried to make an impact on these recommendations, but to little or no avail. In mathematics, not only will this proposal eliminate all standalone developmental courses, but also our first credit level course. Every student placed into a course it will be placed into a course that's one level higher than our current college level, as well as a co-requisite support course. I work with these students on a daily basis, and throwing them into a course that is above their ability level while trying to catch them up at the same time is a recipe for disaster. The BOR will cite data from other schools showing that this co-requisite model works, but the model that they're mandating is not the same as the studies that they cite. They're also misinterpreting much of the data, which is even more ironic given that they are proposing this to math faculty. Even more maddening is their claim that this is about equity when they will be throwing our most vulnerable students into the deep end of the pool without a life jacket. Many of my students already question whether or not they are college material, and putting them in classes where they will struggle to catch up from day one will not make them more confident. My Tunxus colleagues and I had already actually begun to work on this issue back in 2017, and we partnered with our colleagues at Central Connecticut State University to create a pathway that would allow students to complete and transfer 2 credit level math courses. With this new ACME mandate, we will not even be allowed to offer the first of these classes. The merger is going to undermine the very thing that the BOR claims to do, which is put students first. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Susan. Appreciate it. Opening up to the committee for questions. Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony, Susan.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll move on to John McNamara. Sorry, I think actually Lois Aim, I think, was actually going to be next if Lois was here, and then John was next. There we go, Lois. All right, you have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay. Hi, distinguished members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. I am Lois Amy, Director of Educational Technology and Adjunct Professor at Norwalk Community College. I'm testifying today in support of HB 5300, requiring legislative approval for mergers or closures of Connecticut state colleges and universities and prohibiting consolidation of the community colleges. Because it bears repeating, much of what I will say I have said before. Similar bills have been in front of the legislature in previous sessions. This time, this bill needs to pass. Since its creation, the CSCU system has lurched from one failed plan to another at a cost of well over $250 million of taxpayer money. The faculty and staff of the state university and community colleges have tried to bring these disasters to the attention of those who might question and intervene. We voted no confidence in 2 presidents of this system. We drafted documents on the values and assumptions and the academic imperatives that should be inherent in guiding the decision-making process of our system. All have been ignored. The slapdash manner in which hordes of advisors are being hired with no foundational study on how they should be incorporated into our system and work with our students and faculty is an example of the lack of coherent thought that is endemic in to the consolidation process. Consolidation proposal is the one that will very likely lead to the demise of quality public higher education in Connecticut. And the students most negatively impacted will be those who need us most. This proposal continues to be the most dangerous, the most ill-conceived, and the most flawed of all the dangerous, ill-conceived, and flawed proposals put forward by the CSCU system. When asked what alternative there is to the students' first debacle, the response should be to eliminate the expenses dedicated to consolidation and allocate funding that will allow us to best serve our students and our communities. The merger became more about student success than saving money once it became obvious there would be no savings, and equity became the watchword for the consolidation. However, Connecticut's equity and issues are pervasive. Connecticut is one of the richest states in the country and also has the 2nd highest income inequality in the country. And as noted in a Connecticut Mirror article from January 2021, Connecticut K-12 schools are among the most segregated in the country. The merger of the community colleges will not resolve these issues. In the end, all our students, Black, brown, white, low-income, first-generation immigrant, will receive an inferior education that will have done nothing to help them improve their lives or become active and responsible citizens. Finding ways to improve the educational experience and support services for all takes time and thought. It is far easier to water down the curriculum and consolidate services. The ability to obtain a meaningful education will have been closed to all. What will be offered is the false equity that ensures everyone will receive a degree and no one will receive an education. The consequences should be apparent. The first step in this journey is to make sure that HB 5300 gets to the floor of the legislature, is voted upon, and passes with a veto-proof majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amy. I'm going to open it up to the committee if anybody has any questions. Seeing none. Lois, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now move on to John McNamara. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Representative Elliott, Senator Slapp, the ranking members, Whitcomb and Haynes. I'm John McNamara from New Britain. I worked for 22 years until last month as Capital Community College's Grants and Development Officer, and have all that time been a member of the 4Cs, Local 1973, the Faculty and Staff Union. I am joining the chorus in support of HB 5300. This bill, in my view, is urgently needed to provide appropriate checks and balances on the current consolidation move by the Board of Regents to turn 12 accredited community colleges into the Connecticut State Community College. The original and continuing rationale for the one college consolidations has always been that the system had too many deans and too much bureaucracy, that more resources should go to student-facing services and supports to help improve retention and graduation rates. Why then, in consideration of my particular job function at Capitol, is a hands-on manager and grant writer being replaced by a dean? The word was a few years ago, let's reduce the number of administrators and deans. Reductions of frontline staff, including essential financial aid personnel, which needs to be a particular concern of this committee, are occurring as a too big to fail structure. A second system office, as somebody noted before me, is being created with money diverted to dozens of positions far removed from where teaching and learning is going on. At a minimum, and even apart from this bill, I think it's incumbent on legislature to prevail on the BOR and OPM to make the one college spending more transparent as campus budgets face multi-million dollar deficits. There are higher tuitions because of the enrollment challenges everyone is now facing. You know, I also support shared services across campuses, seamless transfers, and guided pathways at our community colleges. That's part of much of what my grant and getting resources for the college was outside of state appropriations. But I believe all of these benefits could be accomplished without the unchecked investments now being made into this one college. At their best, Connecticut community colleges are responsive to local economic and employment needs, and they need that autonomy to remain so. And just on that final note, over at Three Rivers Community College, you have a nuclear engineering technology program that's widely acclaimed. At Middlesex Community College, you have a veterinarian tech program. At Gateway, you have a culinary and automotive program. All of these, and at Capitol, you have a nursing and EMT program that is the flagship of those important programs. So I doubt under this new structure and the local relationships that they evolve from will ever happen in this risky investment in another system office. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, John. I'll open it up to the committee for any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you so much for jumping on.
Thank you.
We're going to go back a little bit. And so the order is going to be Sandra at 51, and then we'll do Rob Laban next. And if we could do that order, that would be great. And then we'll come to Rotua, will be third. So go ahead, Sandra.
Oh, well, thank you very much for having me. I'm currently doing this from my iPhone in my car, so not as sharp looking as normally would be, but I just wanted to speak in support of HB 5300 to our state legislatures and how important it is. I've come before this committee or other committees on similar topics as a 4Cs union delegate, also as an employee. I work in educational technologies department, which is pretty much online learning at Middlesex Community College in Middletown, Connecticut. And today I'm coming to you as an alumni. I was benefited from graduating from Tungus Community College, as well as my best friend and many people in my family, because I was lucky enough to grow up literally 2 lights down the road from Tunxus. And my first encounter with anyone in a community college system was Lisa Ledgeway, who was the library director at Tunxus. And I was a very green 15, 16-year-old high school student needing help with a research project. And I was a first generation. None of my parents had gone to college. No one in my family, other than my grandmother, had gone to college. So I was really out of my league with wanting to know how to do, and I was in all the AP credit courses. So I had to write these college level research projects. And the high school library, as much as they're nice, they couldn't help me. So I ended up being very lucky, got dropped off. It was before I had a driver's license, dropped off at Tunxus. And the librarian sat down with me. And that was my first contact in understanding how amazing and how valuable and how probably very unique the experience is of having literally a college in your back door, in your backyard. And today I'm here because I currently now am also coming to you as an aunt. I have a 10-year-old niece who literally lives 5 minutes away from the same college I went to. I have another niece and nephew who are younger, but they live closer to Manchester, where I worked, Manchester Community College. And it really, really does not sit well with me that all of these wonderful things that the current students and past alumni students have been able to benefit from the college system no longer will have access to that. And it panics me because a lot of the people that I know, like myself, I was what they call a reverse transfer. I went to Uconn, struggled a little bit with finding a major, went back to Tunxus, graduated, and went back to Uconn and sailed through, no problem. And it's not just people who are 18, do their freshman and sophomore years there and then transfer to 4-year college. The community college, the metrics that they use for student success do not take into account people like me. They do not take into account people like, mothers who come back to school when they're in their 40s because they were raising their children, or people who lost their jobs when they're 50 and come back for retraining. Right now, these are all our students, and we are concerned and we love them and we want to support them. We want them to succeed. And I'm very much afraid that my nieces and my nephew, as well as the current students and future students who are, soon to be Connecticut taxpayers and probably members of your family who would benefit, will no longer have access to this wonderful college experience that is low cost, is accessible. Yes.
You've gone past the 3 minutes. Could you summarize, please?
Oh, sure. So I'm coming to you as a Connecticut constituent and alumni of Tunxus, that this consolidation eviscerates. It's a Hiroshima of education in Connecticut. And that's a very huge concern for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Let's open up to the rest of the committee. If anybody has any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much for testifying today.
Thank you.
Move on to Rob Laban next, followed by Rotua. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you. My name is Robert Levine, and I'd like to speak to you today about House Bill 5300. I'd like to share my experience working in the IT department at one of the community colleges being threatened with consolidation efforts. In the last few years, new levels of approvals and management have been added, significantly slowing the ability of the IT department to support the campus. At this point, we're not even supposed to take phone calls or emails from students or employees who need help. They're now to submit a service ticket by email or through a web portal and wait for one of us to respond to the request. In the past, state block grants were distributed to the colleges to manage their own budgets, and the people responsible for running the departments could plan for the year. This worked for decades. Now funding is held at the system office level. Directors rarely know what, if any, funds are available, with all approvals for purchasing now going through a weekly committee meeting at that level before being allowed to go back through the college purchasing process. Paperwork that we could have done in 2 to 3 days for the same day if we rushed it now takes up to a week and sometimes longer. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to review the 81-page long organizational chart recently submitted for NETCHI approval outlining the planned new system, but what stood out to me was the inequity. A large community college like Manchester, serving roughly 6,000 students, had just 5 top-level management positions, including the CEO, and the campus staff chart was only 4 pages long. The system office section of the chart, however, has 10 top-level management positions and takes a full 28 pages of the document. This for an office that sees 0 students. How can a college function adequately with 5 managers when the bureaucracy managing it needs 10? Does that sound like an emphasis on students or on control? Much like a student who works hard to get a 71 and pass the class, the system office and Board of Regents have spent years working hard to develop a system on paper that NECHI could approve. Doesn't Connecticut deserve better than that? I believe it's important for state legislators to understand just how they're spending taxpayer money to determine if it's appropriate or not. Having lived inside this consolidation effort for the last 10 years, it's clear to me that students first is a marketing catchphrase. We know that to date, committee work used to support this process has been 51% system office representation, with the outcomes predetermined, and then public statements made about employees being involved, so it must be a good plan. A more accurate name would be savings first. Every move made seems designed to eventually reduce the number of college employees and increase the number of vendors that can be shown differently on balance sheets. In fact, we currently have 2 retirements coming up in my department, one of them being the director of IT. After some pushback, we did get approval to refill that position at least, but only as an assistant director and only for a 6-month period. That person can also not start until after the director retires. There's always been a stigma surrounding community colleges claiming they provide a low-cost, low-quality education. This consolidation effort is pushing us steadily down to that level. In summary, I support House Bill 5300 because I believe that if it's a truly well thought out, organized proposal, it should be easy to present for state legislators to discuss. How many other instances are there where someone says, trust me, and you sign over a few $100 million to see what happens? Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I'm going to hand it back over to the committee, see if anybody has any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much for your time. We'll move on to Rotua, followed by, it looks like Stephen Adair will be next. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee, good afternoon. My name is Rotua Lumban-Tobing, and I'm an economist at Western Connecticut State University. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 5300. The faculty, staff, and students of the CSU system desperately need your help. The Board of Regents, which currently oversees the state universities and community colleges, has a duty to, and I quote, contribute to the creation of knowledge and the economic growth of the state of Connecticut by providing affordable, innovative, and rigorous programs. However, for years now, the Board of Regents has been negligent at best in carrying out its mission. The latest display of the board's arrogance and incompetence has been the multi-year train wreck that is the consolidation of the state's 12 community colleges. Consolidation, you may recall, was originally sold as a cost-saving policy that would save money while better serve students. The BOR is wrong on the first goal. They have wasted at least $100 million. I repeat, $100 million so far of taxpayer money on an ill-advised plan to hire layer upon layer of administrators and create a new office building in New Britain. This is a disgraceful misuse of public funds that all of you, Republicans and Democrats alike, have an opportunity, and I would argue a responsibility to correct. The BOR is also wrong on the second goal, consolidation, which was originally branded under the Orwellian term students first, has consistently put our students last. In fact, the BOR has siphoned desperately needed resources away from the colleges at the local level where they are most needed. This disproportionately harms the largely Black, Brown, and other underprivileged students who depend upon the community colleges as a pathway to a better life. Just last week, the board unanimously voted to raise tuition on our state's most vulnerable students, while they also seem to find taxpayer dollars for wasteful administrative positions and projects. Here again, this is a disgraceful abdication of the board's stated mission. If you care about social justice, and I know that you do, you also have a responsibility to act. Members of this committee, I urge you to pass House Bill 5300 to stop the BOR from completely destroying the community part of the community colleges in Connecticut. These students' last plan has already cost far too much money, pain, and misery. Enough already. Our students and your communities deserve better. You have the power to rein in this runaway and destructive Board of Regents and restore oversight to the legislature where it belongs. For the sake of your constituents, I implore you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I'll open up to the rest of the committee for any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, Stephen, you will be next with, it looks like, Amy and Seth on deck. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Representative Elliott, Senator Slapp, Representative Haynes, Senator Whitcoast, and members of the committee. My name is Stephen Adair. I'm a professor at sociology at CCSU, and for 5 years I served as on the BOR as the CSU representative. I recommend passage of House Bill 5300, an act which would require legislative approval for the mergers or closings of institutions within the CSCU system. As you know, Connecticut is in the midst of a grand experiment to consolidate 12 community colleges into a single college with an administrative office sitting in New Britain with no students and no faculty and 12 satellite campuses scattered across the state. The system office purports that this will save money, improve student retention, and achieve equity. Many on this committee seem rightly skeptical that these results will be achieved, yet the experiment continues. It's impossible, really, to document exactly how much this experiment has cost the state up to this point, but many tens of millions of dollars that the legislature allocated to the community colleges have been appropriated by the system office to build this new administrative structure. It seems to me this is a matter of legislative interest. Many states have attempted mergers of higher education institutions, almost always to save money, but really have promised savings been realized. And no other state has ever attempted merger of this size and scope. Like you, I am certainly hope and pray that I and many faculties who oppose this consolidation are proven to have overstated the risks and that things turn out okay. At the state universities, we depend upon a thriving community college system. But I am certain that the system office and the Board of Regents has never publicly reviewed, assessed, and considered the great risks being taken with one of the most vulnerable populations in the state. Connecticut's greatest resource is its educated citizenry. Connecticut, too, is second only to New York State in terms of the degree of income inequality. The disparities between the people in our cities and those in the suburbs are both enormous and expanding. The community colleges, perhaps more than any other institutions, are the primary bridge for many of the state's most vulnerable to achieve economic stability and security. Connecticut is rolling the dice on the stability of that bridge and the population it is designed to serve. Higher educational institutions are relatively complex organizations that require close coordination between the various parts. One of the most common reasons for students to not make it to graduation is the inability to navigate the complexity to find the resources and supports they need to stay academically engaged. Is it reasonable to imagine that a bunch of administrators sitting in offices in New Britain who really talk to a student or see a member of the teaching faculty can manage academic programs, student services, intercampus communications, and allocate resources effectively? I don't think so either. I urge passage of 5300. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I'll open it up to the committee for any questions or comments. Seeing none, enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to Amy, followed by Seth. Go right ahead, Amy.
Okay. Thank you to the chairs, Rep. Elliott and Senator Slapp, ranking members, for the opportunity to testify today and for raising this bill. My name is Amy Dowell, and I am the State Director of Education Reform Now CT. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 17, an act prohibiting an institution of higher education from withholding transcripts. In December, Secretary Cardona said more must be done to recover from the damage caused by COVID-19. To emerge from the pandemic even stronger, institutional leaders must embrace long-term change. This means evaluating long-standing institutional policies that block retention and completion for our most underserved students, such as enrollment and transcript holds for students with unpaid balances. Most colleges will hold back transcripts for debts of less than $25, according to a 2020 survey of the American Association of Collegiate Registrars and Admissions officers. The national average at community colleges, the national debt average at community colleges is $631. At four-year colleges, it's around $2,300. Here in Connecticut, nearly every single college and university utilizes the practice of withholding official transcripts for students and graduates that have remaining debts. This use of transcript traps, as it's known, stands in the way of too many students that struggle with college affordability from applying for gainful employment, perpetuating an unjust cycle of poverty. It can also prevent students from transferring to schools that are better financial, academic, social, or cultural fits. Even Connecticut's community colleges, which are moving year after year to systems that make it easier for students to transfer, ironically utilize transcript holds. We know sometimes debts can accumulate for non-academic reasons, like parking tickets or library fines, or for unfortunate circumstances like mental or physical health issues. Colleges try to work with students using reminders or payment plans, or as a last resort, garnishing of tax returns, and sometimes even collection programs. This bill would not absolve debts or hinder their collection. Colleges prefer to use transcript traps because enforcement is essentially cost-free. That's why they are the only ones defending their importance. So while the merits of appropriate debt collection solutions are for another policy debate, withholding transcripts is a practice several states are moving away from for reasons of fairness and logic. California banned the practice of withholding transcripts for student debt in 2019. In 2020, Washington State made it a requirement for colleges to release transcripts for job applications. And regardless of debt status, this legislative session in Virginia, a similar bill is working its way forward. While it's very unlikely that official federal action takes place this year or anytime soon because of the slow nature of their deliberations, Connecticut can be one of the first to move this work ahead on behalf of our college students. That this priority might be considered in DC should not hinder progress here. It's a delay tactic. So plain and simple, it's a delay tactic by those choosing the status quo, money, convenience over the best interests of students. This policy is good for the future of our scholars, our workforce, and our state. And I just want to mention that I did get an update just in the last half an hour on the federal movement around this. I know it's come up quite a few times in the hearing. So if people want to have a little bit more information, I'm going up against my time limit here. So thank you for your time today. I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Amy. Looks like you do have a question from Senator Haskell. Go right ahead, Senator.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. And Amy must have read my mind. I was curious if talk about the likelihood of federal action here, how that federal action could interact with state government. We, of course, don't want to do anything duplicative, but where is the federal government in this process?
Yeah, so advocates have been pushing the Department of Education to raise this issue. Obviously, Secretary Cardona has brought it up publicly, and what's happened actually today is that they're putting out their agenda for next week. It's come up a few times. I think Jen Widnes mentioned it and Sean earlier today. They do have an agenda item that is related to this right now, but it's been pared down to only be transcript holds, removing the use of transcript holds for universities and colleges that are likely to close. They're having financial distress and they might close, which case would put students in a really precarious position of not being able to collect their information. And the other option is if a student had an error on their transcript, that there would be or a bill or an error on their billing information that would then release it. So this is really a niche kind of proposal in the Department of Education. This isn't like an overarching policy that they're pursuing for this year. That's a really it's kind of a disingenuous argument that's saying that we're going to see a lot of federal action right now on this.
Okay, that's really helpful to know. Thank you so much, Amy.
Senator, anything else?
That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Senator Slapp, go right ahead.
Thank you, Representative Elliott. Amy, good to see you. So quick question. We heard earlier in the day from Sacred Heart that if this, the transcript bill was to go through, that, they might explore essentially, preventing kids from, who were in arrears, from registering for classes, that kind of thing. And, because it would just kind of change their when they have leverage, right, over, getting folks to pay the bills. And we've also heard, I think it was from Sacred Heart, but that, it might result in more students getting reported to collection agencies. I just wondering if you could address those potential unintended consequences of the bill.
Yeah, I really tried to do my due diligence with the private colleges and with the CSCUs to make sure I understood kind of what the steps were in terms of, debt collection or repercussions for owing debt before they got to the transcript hold. Like, where does this all fit into the ecosystem of making sure that students are paying their bills? And these colleges have a lot of leverage. They have a lot of opportunities to collect their debts. This is kind of the first stop on the train, but they do counseling in terms of and a payment plan. I know our CSCUs do this. They do a payment plan, planning with students. They do reminders. They do. If it gets to the point where students are delinquent on their payment plans, then they can go to garnishment of their tax returns, which is less punitive than collection agency, and then the collection agency. So I think some folks today have spoken about the collection agency that they use. They try not to use it like an overly aggressive or punitive organization to do their collections, but they have a lot of different steps. I think, one of the things that Sacred Heart mentioned today was that, they could prevent them from enrolling in classes and things like that. And, I would just say that these are private colleges. They're free to do whatever they want. That's a choice. And I think it's a rather punitive choice for students to do that. But that's a choice and they're a private college, so they can do whatever they want. But they do have a lot of different recourse methods for debt, and it would this transfer, the transcript holds are really quite discriminatory towards low-income students.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, we are always charged with trying to suss out what are the unintended consequences. And in this case, it would, I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, but I'm saying it would be logical following, the testimony from Sacred Heart as an example, that they would just prevent kids from registering for classes. So if you're behind in your bills going into like your senior year, you're never going to graduate. It's not, they'll just cut it off earlier is what we heard. So, and this bill doesn't deal with that, right? It doesn't, maybe we could, change the language and add in, well, you can't prevent kids from registering. But unless we did that, I'm not quite sure how this solves that problem. It just means that the students aren't able to take classes because the university is like, well, we can't wait until the very end. We got to stop them earlier. That's what we heard. And that's what I'm trying to suss out. I think we probably all want the same thing. We don't want to be short-sighted or penny wise, pound foolish, where we say, okay, these students aren't able to get their transcripts, so they can't go on and work, and then they can never pay back their bills, right? I mean, I think we acknowledge that's an issue, but the question is, like, is this legislation the best way to do that? I don't know. And so I'm just, wondering if you have any insight into that, but that's what I'm struggling with. But I do appreciate your testimony.
Sure, of course.
Go ahead, Amy.
No, I wasn't sure if that was a question you wanted me to. Sorry.
Well, I think I'm asking the same question over and over, so maybe it's more of a statement. But if you want to opine on it, that's great. But if not, we probably still have about 20 people left. So, Josh wants to eat dinner at some point. So.
Well, I do appreciate
whatever. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. And Amy, it looks like you're off the hook. Thank you so much for coming in.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Move on to Seth next. Trying to figure out, it looks like Joe Salvaggio will be on deck. Go ahead, Seth.
Thank you, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, member of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Seth Freeman, professor at Capital Community College and the president of the Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges. I'm happy to be able to testify in support of HB 5300, and I want to thank the committee for bringing up this bill. So much has been said about the merger of our community colleges. This process has been extremely painful, disruptive, and challenging for both CSCU managers who are advocating for the merger and for the faculty, staff, and students who are being impacted by it. The simple reason why the community college faculty and staff, our community allies, alumni, et cetera, are still fighting this merger It's because it was a bad plan when it came out, and it's a bad plan and a bad structure now. We maintain that the merger of our community colleges was never designed to improve our colleges. It was never designed to advance equity. We maintain now, as we did 5 years ago, that the merger is about creating a simpler, cheaper system. The merger is akin to a downsizing, but only a downsizing of faculty and staff, not a downsizing of managers. If we follow the money, we see this merger is simply a diversion of state resources and funding away from our colleges to system managers in Hartford and New Britain. This results in gross layers of redundant and wasteful system managers, along with the transfer of funding and resources away from our colleges is the transfer of decision-making abilities. The merger has already resulted in resources and decision-making abilities being taken away from the faculty, staff, and managers who are closest to our students. Community college faculty and staff are simply tired of this merger. We are saddened and we are deeply demoralized in seeing our colleges being eroded to branch campuses each day. I'll just quickly, I started at Capital Community College back in 2002, and I'm personally saddened to see what's happening to my college. And I'll be honest, it hurts me to see what's happening. Our desire, our vision is to have independent, diverse, fully functional community colleges across our state. Colleges that are able to uniquely meet the needs of our diverse student populations. Colleges where faculty, staff, and local managers are empowered and resourced to best serve our students. Please choose that vision. Please do not give up on that vision based upon the falsehood that our state cannot do better than what we're currently doing. So I just want to, again, thank this committee for the opportunity to give my testimony. I'll quickly just quote Hartford City Councilman Nick LeBron, when at one point he said, is the juice worth the squeeze? And simply put, no. The juice, so much is being lost across our state, and so little is being gained. So thank you for the work that you're doing in this committee.
Thank you, Seth. Looks like Representative Vail has a question. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I actually thank you, Mr. Chair. More of a comment. I remember your testimony last year and several of your colleagues, some we've already heard across the state, to kind of shine a little light on this issue for me. And so I just wanted to say thank you for your continued fight. I know sometimes it's not always easy. I'm concerned about, I don't like big bureaucracies either. They get in the way of actual results. I like to see results driven things, not, someone said again earlier, we're trying to teach, not just give diplomas, so that's important. I think it's important that we keep people in your field that have passion for what you're doing and are willing to take on this fight when you see injustice. So your testimony stood out to me last year, so I just wanted to say thank you. And again, don't be afraid to share any information with us that you think might be pertinent. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vail.
Thank you, Representative Vail. And looks like we are out of questions. So Seth, thank you so much for coming in, Professor. Looks like we'll move on to Joe Salvaggio next with Holawole Owoye on deck.
Thank you, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, and members of the committee. My name is Joe Salvaggio. I'm from Westbrook, Connecticut, and I'm an English professor at Three Rivers Community College in New York. I'm asking you to support HB 5300. I urge you to pass this bill because the Board of Regents needs legislative oversight. And we should not rely solely on the recommendation of an outside accrediting body that is not required to consider the needs of our communities and our state. You should have a voice in these decisions. On my campus, there is a parking space reserved for the BOR. Almost every time I walk by it, this parking space is empty. It symbolizes for me the direction consolidation is taking our institutions. I can give you two examples of the negative impact so far on my campus. First, employees often cannot get timely help from human resources because, like the parking space, the HR office on our campus is empty and the door is locked on most days. Additionally, in order to get help with our outdated learning management system, Blackboard, I've had a student with special needs told to call a 24-hour helpline only to be frustratingly put on hold. The Board of Regents was created in 2011. Including interim presidents, there have been 7 Board of Regents presidents in 10 years. If the Board of Regents was a private business, it may well have gone out of business. As you all know, leadership matters, and effective leadership requires trust and time to build relationships. They tell us to trust that consolidation will bring efficiencies, but the consolidation effort has become a big centralized state bureaucracy. They tell us to trust that consolidation will save taxpayers millions of dollars, make them show their work. Many of you attended our public colleges, and each of you understand that they are centers of opportunity. They are places where students can get a head start on a transfer degree, where a worker can learn new skills or start a new career, where our veterans have a place to restart the next chapter of their lives, where we become better citizens through education and community involvement. These individual colleges are engines of economic development and success in our big cities and also in our more rural areas like Winsted. Earlier, Senator Slapp spoke about unintended consequences. This proposed consolidation is an experiment that has little accountability or consideration of the unintended consequences. We should not experiment with an unproven approach to higher education in our state. As citizens whose communities are enriched and supported by our community colleges, we should have a say in the future of higher education in our state. As business leaders that rely on an educated, well-trained workforce, they should have a say in the future of higher education in our state. As representatives, you should have a say on whether college consolidation is the right direction in the future of higher education in our state. I encourage you to support HB 5300, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Joe. I'll open up to the committee to see if anybody has any questions. Seeing none, thank you for coming in. We'll now move on to Oluwole Oyi, followed by David Blitz. Go right ahead.
Okay, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, and members of Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Oluwole Owoye, double O or O squared, and I'm a professor of economics at Western Connecticut State University. I'm here to support or to testify in support of HB 5300. This legislative oversight is needed now more than ever before because we live in an era of misinformation or disinformation used to achieve personal and or administrative control. The ongoing proposal to consolidate the community college was initially predicated on saving money, but it suddenly and miraculously transitioned to, I quote, education quality, affordability, equity, and accessibility. Therefore, as members of this committee, you need answers to the following questions. 1, did the 12 community colleges promote and provide low quality education, for example, in the 80s, 90s, and thereafter, that was later diagnosed in the 21st century to warrant consolidation? 2, is consolidation the cheapest or quickest and the only pathway to achieve or to obtain adequate funding for public higher education necessary to achieve higher quality education? 3, when did the 12 CCs in Connecticut become unaffordable and inaccessible to warrant consolidation, which may be counterproductive both in the short run and in the long run? 4, will consolidation guarantee affordability, accessibility, which the proponents of consolidation think they cannot achieve from the current structures of the 12 community colleges? 5, did the 12 community colleges promote or nurture inequality or inequity in the past? Therefore, is consolidation the only solution to equity in Connecticut? And Finally, question 6. Given the resolute oppositions and protests against consolidation, why not identify and fix the problems or challenges facing each of the 12 community colleges rather than plowing ahead? I'm quoting Mitch McCauley now, plowing ahead with what faculty and staff members consider as authoritarian consolidation. These are pertinent questions that you must request answers for with ultimate transparency. I repeat, ultimate transparency, because we live in the age of misinformation and disinformation. Otherwise, one can easily presume that consolidation is the strategically designed, I quote, guided pathway to corporatization of public higher education to appease the big corporations and big foundations who are determined to take control of public higher education for their own interest. Thank you for listening, and we hope you support this bill.
Thank you, Professor. I'll open up to the committee if anybody has any questions. Seeing none, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, Professor Blitz, followed by, it looks like Tracy Wodach. Go right ahead, David.
Thank you very much. My name is David Blitz. I am a professor at Central Connecticut State University with 33 years experience and currently co-chair of the Faculty Advisory Committee to the Board of Regents. I've been an ex officio non-voting member of the board since March of 2020 and have attended all meetings of the board since, a total of 2 years, as well as all meetings of its Finance and Infrastructure Committee. I want to speak in favor of HB 5300. I'm surprised, I'm not, I imagine you're not surprised that I'm speaking in favor of it. On modifying section 185 of the state statutes to require legislative approval for merging, closing, or consolidation of institutions within the Connecticut State Colleges and University system. At the outset, I want to state that if the consolidation of the community colleges proposed by the board were to go through, despite 5 years of faculty and staff opposition, the legislature would in any case be required to take action, in particular to modify subsection 10A(1), part 2B of section 185 of the state statutes, which refers to, quote, the regional community technical colleges, which shall be known collectively as the Regional Community Technical College System. Should the 12 community colleges be merged into one Connecticut State Community College, as proposed by the ill-conceived and misnamed Students' First proposal, the terms Regional Community Technical Colleges and Regional Community Technical College System in Part 2B would have to be replaced. Once the previously accredited 12 community colleges had been reduced to the perilous status of campuses of the one statewide college. As is well known, several years ago, Uconn closed the Torrington campus to the dismay of local and regional residents and over their opposition on a financial consideration of building costs. As a resident of Colebrook, who passes by Northwest Community College every day on my way to CCSU, I am concerned that without legislative oversight over closures, mergers, and consolidations, the same could happen there, or to any other currently existing college, given the skyrocketing costs of centralization of control and the multiplication of levels of bureaucracy involved in Students' First and consolidation. Based on my experience of 2 years on the Board of Regents, I am not persuaded that the board would critically examine a proposal from the system office by unelected staff on Woodland Street to close a community college once it had been reduced to the status of a campus. I do not propose that the legislature meddle in the affairs internal to CSCU, but merger, closing, or consolidation is a wholly different matter. The very existence of community colleges anchored in your districts rises to the level at which the legislative oversight is clearly needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I'll look around to see if anybody has any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you so much for coming in. Looks like Tracy Wodach is next with Amy Zulata on deck. Go right ahead, Tracy.
Thank you, Representative Elliott, Senator Slapp, and distinguished members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Tracy Wodach, President and CEO of the Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home. I am also an RN with nearly 40 years experience. I'm going to change subjects over to healthcare and workforce and educational needs. The Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home is the united voice for our licensed home health and hospice agencies. We support this legislation. We support SB 251, an act expanding training programs for careers in healthcare, but encourage broader action to support the development and retention of the healthcare workforce, especially in the field of home care. We also signed on to the joint testimony written and submitted by the Connecticut Hospital Association and signed by several healthcare provider associations. Our home care providers have been experiencing a workforce shortage since long before the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, the pandemic has pushed the workforce shortages to critically high numbers. Our healthcare settings are experiencing it, yet home care struggles on its own for several rather unique reasons. We provide advanced care in the home, not in a facility setting. Yet to grow our revenue, we must grow our patient census, which requires an adequate number of highly skilled, trained staff. Our reimbursement rates for Medicaid limit our ability to pay adequate and competitive wages or to recruit new staff. The pandemic has resulted in many staff leaving home care for other healthcare specialties who pay more or are retiring early due to stressors upon them. As many highly experienced professionals depart, they take with them clinical skills and years of hands-on practice and knowledge, reducing the experience of the remaining teams, creating a practice gap. Lastly, and most importantly, our feeder pipeline for staff is not a priority for hiring, as the curricula for nursing, allied health, and medicine rarely, if ever, include home care and hospice. The clinical rotations are extremely limited due to the high volume of students needing placement with low numbers of agencies able to provide such experiences. Those entering a career in healthcare rarely think home care and hospice as exciting as saving lives in the hospital. We strongly support legislation to stabilize current workforce and grow the future of healthcare at home. Please ensure language to enhance recruitment and retention with incentives and improved reimbursement, to improve the education pipeline and incorporate home care and hospice as a viable and respected career path, to find ways to creatively address the challenging home care and hospice clinical experiences and rotations, and to support expanding both faculty and student placements for all levels of healthcare, including nursing, therapy, aides, and medicine. And finally, to offer affordable educational opportunities while enhancing tuition reimbursement and assistance. We appreciate the committee's focus on this critical issue and encourage you to consider a broader approach outside hospital and nursing home walls to meeting the healthcare workforce challenges in our state. Our association and its members would gladly offer their expertise and recommendations. Thank you for your consideration of our position.
Thank you, Tracy. I'll open it up to the floor to see if anybody else has any questions. And seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Move on to Amy Zulata, followed by, everything's moved around. Looks like Elle Vandermark will be on deck. Go ahead, Amy.
Thanks. Good afternoon, co-chairs Elliott and Slapp and members of the committee. My name is Amy Salata, and I'm the Outreach and Advocacy Coordinator at the Student Borrower Protection Center, a national nonprofit policy organization committed to ending the student debt crisis. I'm testifying today in support of SB 17, an act prohibiting an institution of higher education from withholding transcripts. In short, we know that transcript withholding has an unintended but negative effect on students, particularly low-income students who simply can't afford to pay for their documents if they aren't first permitted to succeed academically and professionally. It puts them in a double bind. They can't afford to pay to have their documents released, but they need the documents to complete their education and obtain a well-paying job in order to pay off their balance. These students and graduates are stuck in limbo and often spend years working minimum wage jobs just to save up enough to release their documents and move on with their lives. This helps no one. And if a student or graduate simply doesn't have the money, that's going to be true whether they're being asked to pay in order to release a transcript or to avoid going to collection. Giving them their transcript when they need it is the best way to position them to repay their debts in the future. Nor is transcript withholding an effective tool. It yields pennies on the dollar, and although some schools across the country have claimed it as an important collection tool, none have been able to show a meaningful connection between this practice and collections. Critically, this bill is also not a debt cancellation bill. Schools can continue to use all sorts of communication channels with students, and they can also continue their current practice of sending past due accounts to collection. Nationally, states and schools are moving away from transcript withholding because of the unintended harm that it causes students. California and Washington have effectively ended the practice, and in January, New York Governor Hochul ended withholding at the state and city universities of New York, and also introduced a bill to end it at all institutions across the state. Maine, New Jersey, Colorado, Maryland, and Virginia are all following suit, and in December of last year, U.S. Secretary of Education and the former Connecticut Commissioner of Education, Cardona, called on schools to stop withholding transcripts because it hinders retention and completion. In addition to supporting this bill, the Student Borrower Protection Center urges the committee to consider 2 amendments. First, extend the bill's coverage to include the withholding of degrees for students who have completed all of their required coursework, but have an outstanding account balance. Many states that have pending transcript withholding bills have added this to the legislation since they have recognized that degree or diploma withholding is harmful in the same ways that transcript withholding is. Second, ensure the bill covers all institutions that engage in withholding. As drafted, the bill covers public and nonprofit private institutions only and adopts a very specific definition of nonprofit. To accomplish its intended purpose, the bill should cover all institutions of higher education, including public, nonprofit, and proprietary. In response to this growing awareness and the need to pave the way for folks to recover from the pandemic, now is the time for Connecticut to change this paradigm. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have or addressing any concerns that were raised by before.
Thank you, Amy. That was helpful. I'll pass it off to the committee to see if anybody has any questions. Representative Turco, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amy, thank you for your testimony. Earlier, I was questioning someone else that testified in support of this legislation, and I mentioned that nonprofits, or I asked if nonprofits weren't in the bill and they needed to be included. Someone has notified me that nonprofits are covered in the bill, but when you say proprietary are not covered, those are the for-profit institutions you'd like to be added to the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. We believe that it should apply to all institutions of higher education across the state.
Okay, I just wanted to get that clarification. Thank you very much, Amy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Amy. I'll look around for any other questions, any other hands. Seeing none, thank you so much for coming in. We'll now move on to L. Vandermark, and we will have, why don't you go right ahead? I'm not sure entirely who's on. Oh, it looks like Maura Uconn. Actually, sorry, if Maura is there, I think you are next. Okay, Elle, go right ahead, and Maura will be on deck.
I'm here if you want me to go.
Okay, Maura, go right ahead. Elle, you will be on deck.
All right. Put this so you can see me. I have been listening all day and trying to work remotely at the same time. Thank you all for being here. Let me start with the statement that we're supposed to say. Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Maura O'Connor, and I am professor and program coordinator of graphic design and director of the Hans Weiss New Space Gallery at Manchester Community College, which advances academic, economic, civic, personal, and cultural growth by providing comprehensive, innovative, and affordable learning opportunities to diverse populations. We are a learning-centered community committed to access, excellence, and relevance. I'm here today to testify in support of HB 5300, an act requiring legislative approval for the merger or closing of institutions within the Connecticut state colleges and universities and prohibiting the consolidation of the regional technical colleges. This bill provides necessary legislative oversight, of any merger within the CSCU system, a power that the legislature used to hold, I remember that. Oversight is needed. In order to demonstrate a financial savings, the system is cutting from the bottom level of staff while adding to the top layer of management, creating a staffing crisis at the colleges. I've worked in higher education in the state of Connecticut for nearly 3 decades. Extended family members have also taught in the community colleges of Connecticut for decades. Being an educator is a calling. We certainly didn't go into public education for financial gains. Rather, we are devoted to our students in the process of learning. At no other time have I seen the disparity greater in our state and within the system of higher education. Community college students in particular struggle with affording basic necessities that many people take for granted: food, shelter, clothing. The insecurities are real. I've had students who've come to my class from the vehicle they live in, parked in the parking lot at the college. I've seen single mothers who've been academically successful suddenly drop out because they've been evicted from a property that has been condemned, and they need to find housing for their children on that day, at that time. In response to the epidemic of need, the college that I work for has both a food pantry and a clothing closet. We've developed links and resources for students that are in crisis and need a place to go. We've had to develop resources through private contributions and our foundation, because if there is one thing that has remained consistent over the past few decades, it is a lack of public funding in support of educating the next generation. Even with data that shows increased funding is an investment in every student that pays off tenfold within the economy of the state, the communities they live in, and most importantly, the lives that they touch. Over the past few years, I've watched as our resources for technology support of students has been hampered and reduced by IT departments moving to Hartford under consolidation. This directly affects the programs that I teach in. We're in digital arts, we're entirely dependent upon IT. Many technicians either have retired or they've moved into other positions. We're seeing a tidal wave of early retirements across the board. Every discipline in the community college system ahead of the contractual changes that are going to occur in July of this year. We've weathered a pandemic and cataclysmic changes in the modality of teaching. Federal funding for students kept us going despite the heartbreak of decline in enrollments that we know is tied to population decreases, but it's also tied to need. Many of our students were the sole breadwinner, an essential worker.
Excuse me, you've gone past the 3 minutes.
All
Thank
right,
you.
I'll stop right there. I do hope we're being listened to today. I've heard some remarkable statements from my colleagues.
Thank you, Maura. Thank you so much for your testimony. I'll open it up to the committee if anybody has any questions. And not seeing any, thank you so much for coming to us today.
Thank you.
All right, L. Vandermark, you will be next. And I'm looking to see who is after that. It looks like Professor Convero will be on deck. So go right ahead, L.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, and members of the Higher Education Committee. Thank you for permitting me the time and the opportunity to express my support for HB 5300, but more importantly, my concerns about consolidation. The justifications for consolidation have changed dramatically since it was first proposed.
Would you please state your name?
I'm sorry.
If you could state your name just for the record.
My apologies.
Okay.
My name is L. Vandermark, and I am a professor of history and political science at Eskin Community College. I have taught there for the last 11 years. I'm going to pick up where I left off. The justifications for consolidation have changed dramatically since it was first proposed. It does not put students first. It does not save money. It does not meet the needs of the communities where the colleges are located. And despite this, NECHI accepted the proposal. You are our last hope. You are the backstop to ensure students do not become a number in higher education. In short, what consolidation does exceedingly well is add layers of well-paid management positions that distance decision-making from those who are impacted and put systems in place where students were once served by people. Consolidation creates layers of bureaucracy. Do you remember how it felt to navigate the higher education system? Now imagine doing so in a system that prioritizes processes over people, reactions over responses, and systems in place of services. Consolidation is resulting in no one being responsible when mistakes are made. When no one is responsible, that also means correcting the problem is both frustrating and time-consuming. This is true for our students who are given the wrong information, misdirected, or abandoned while trying to navigate a growing bureaucratic nightmare. It is also true of the faculty and staff who try to help solve those problems. The CSCU has long complained about declines in enrollment, but they have simultaneously abandoned marketing in our communities. The CSCU has pivoted to metrics and operations and shared services while ignoring the hollowed shell of services they left in the wake of dismantling the community colleges. I am one of the hundreds of faculty who has earnestly worked on consolidation. Along with many of my colleagues, my input was ignored, my votes vetoed. My reluctant presence on committees, however, is used as evidence of participation. Despite what the CSCU would have you believe, consolidation does not improve faculty or staff's ability to meet our students' needs. It treats our students as a number. It will not increase retention. It will almost certainly doom it. And it does not decrease costs. It creates a shell game that making auditing their claims futile. You are our last hope. Please pass this bill. We've gotten here before and we need your support. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your dedication.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'll open it up to the committee to see if anybody has any comments. And not seeing any, thank you again for coming in today. I'll kick it off to now, Deba, go right ahead. And it looks like I'm trying to think of who would be on deck, and Ratasha Smith, I believe, will be on deck. So go right ahead.
Thank you. I'm Deba Khan-Biro. I am a professor and program coordinator of the Environmental Engineering Technology program at Three Rivers Community College. You have seen me many times before. Thank you, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, and distinguished members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee for this opportunity for letting me speak today. I'm here to testify in support of HB 5300. This bill, as you know, provides necessary legislative oversight of any merger or closure within the CSCU system. And this is something that you've all done in the past, as you know. You've heard many others say this. Oversight is necessary. There are many reasons why I believe that the consolidation is detrimental for the 12 community colleges. So I'll only name a few. And I agree with my colleagues that have spoken already. And I agree also with Representative Vale's his comments. It is a cluster. And so let me begin by saying this. I am testifying today on behalf of many faculty and staff who are too afraid to speak. You may have heard that faculty and staff are happy with consolidation, but that is simply not true. So many faculty and staff believe that the administration of the system office and Board of Regents would find a way to retaliate against them if they speak up and oppose consolidation. The faculty believe that they could lose their jobs, since this is what's happening now. They're being laid off. This after working tirelessly and stepping up to help our students through their anxiety during the 2 years of this pandemic, going into the third year. So one, The decision by our current Board of Regents to move towards a single accreditation requires that the community college form a new, bigger, more expensive administration to oversee college operations separate from the CSU system office. 10 years ago, the state moved to reduce the number of administrators in the community college system. The Board of Regents is now adding a completely new middle management layer between the colleges and the CSU system office, including a new building costing millions of dollars in New Britain. These middle managers do not interact or work directly with students. 2, while supporters argue that the single accreditation will benefit students to create a seamless transfer, this can be done by articulation agreements without the additional cost of hiring numerous top administrators. I have two excellent articulation agreements for my students in my program, one at Uconn and the other at Southern Connecticut State Universities. My students who graduate from my program end up taking 2 to 3 semesters, that's 1 year at Uconn, or 1.5 years, with they end up with a BS, a bachelor's degree. My students are first generation, non-traditional, underrepresented students. Now, that isn't just my program, that is at the majority of the community colleges that we have underrepresented students. This consolidation will hurt them. As Representative Turco has asked in the past, he's not here now, I see, but as he has asked in the past, there you are, how do we stop this runaway train? That was a great question from a year ago. There are alternatives, and those alternatives, hi Jeannie, I see you there. Those alternatives are effective and efficient, and those alternatives, if we follow what New Mexico has been doing, we can do what they've done. And what they've done is not expensive. They use the presidents. They use the presidents of all those community colleges to make back office functions reliable and effective and efficient. I have real concerns about this consolidation, as you know. And so I hope that you will consider and actually approve this and support this bill, HB 5300. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Good to see you, Professor. Thank you for your
Thank
testimony. I will open it up to the committee if anybody has any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you. Thanks.
We'll now move on to Ratasha Smith, followed by Patty O'Neill on deck. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Representative Elliott. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp and Higher Education Committee. My name is Ratasha Smith. I'm CTYD's former National Committee woman and Young Dem rep to DSCC, and I'm testifying today in support of SB 250. During this hearing, you have heard a lot of stats thrown at you. With my testimony, it is my intent to put a face to these stats. With $105,000 of my own student loan debt, I am one of Connecticut's nearly 500,000 student loan borrowers, or at least I was. I love Connecticut, it's my home, and I'm willing to die on the hill that we have the nation's best pizza. But with all kidding aside, I now stand in front of you as a former Connecticut resident. As a graduate of Southern Connecticut State University, I started my career at a nonprofit in my hometown, New Haven, a position that enabled me to give back to the community that poured so much into me. And for a while, all was good. Then I started questioning what's next. As I began to see very little room for upward mobility and face rising cost of living, I began to weigh my options. Fortunately for me, an opportunity was presented. I was recruited via LinkedIn and offered a higher level position at another nonprofit in New York City with a 50% increase to my pay. It was an offer I couldn't refuse as a single mother of a young son. While I anxiously weighed the opportunity cost of moving to New York City, I was put at ease as I learned my company went fully remote, allowing me the flexibility to live anywhere. And I chose to move to where the cost of living is known to be more affordable, the South. I now reside in North Carolina. As remote work becomes the new normal, Connecticut will not only have to compete to retain Connecticut's top talent with neighboring New York, the land of opportunity, but other states as well. What is Connecticut going to do to compete and keep young people like myself in state? I am a prime example of how the state is failing to do so. SB 250 is a start. Although I second Anne from Student Loan Fund, which I was formerly a part of when I was in the state, concern around the community service requirement. I'll let y'all debate that. We know the average Connecticut borrower owes nearly $36,000 in student debt. Establishing a student loan forgiveness program, making them eligible for up to $25,000 of that debt to be forgiven, is an offer not only I, but thousands of others would jump at. I would have jumped at that. An opportunity like that could have made all the difference to me, a former resident, and had been the choice, and who had the choice to stay in state or take their talent elsewhere. As groups like the Student Loan Fund and other students burdened by debt call for student debt relief across the nation, Connecticut can be the example. While many can relate to what it feels like to be burdened by student loan debt, as an advocate of this issue, I'm well aware of those of you who don't understand, and I understand, and I know your reasoning. And with the rising cost of college and living, your reality is not our generation's reality. For some of us, specifically for me, I was given the choice to either go to college or go to the Army, but I was getting out. According to my, I was raised by my aunt, my mother was deceased. For some of us, the loans were the only viable option to get out. We can tell our children to work hard to obtain the American dream, but then we can't tell our children to work hard and obtain the American dream, then put them in a debt chokehold when they do so. And we can't call this the land of the free if we're boggling down our top talent with student loan debt. Today, I'm asking Connecticut to lead by example and act. You have the opportunity to bring relief to 500,000 residents. And in return, you'll retain Connecticut's top talent, who will considerably add to the statewide economy and are proven key drivers of economic development and innovation. This bill is mutually beneficial for all, and I'm eager to work together to keep Connecticut thriving now into the future. Thank you, committee.
Thank you, Ratasha, so much. I'm going to open it up to the committee to see if anyone has questions. Representative Turco, followed by Representative Rochelle. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ratasha, for your testimony today. So on Senate Bill 250, you mentioned the community service nonprofit volunteer hours. That's a requirement to be eligible for the student loan debt relief. 100 hours a year, that could be debatable to be a lot. We've heard from some people say it's a lot. We've heard from some people that say it's not enough because $5,000, from the state to assist is a lot of money. It sounds like you believe that it would be a burden. Can you talk a little bit more about why you think that?
Sure. To Rep. McGee's point earlier, a lot of us already have chosen to go into the nonprofit field. My job in Connecticut, I work for the Community Foundation of Greater New Haven. That's a nonprofit. The job I now work for in New York is still a nonprofit. With that requirement already, my schedule is considerably packed. I'm also a mother to a young son and things like that. To find time for 100 hours of community service right now, it's wild. And we talk about this debt. I have $105,000 in debt. So I've also taken on a number of consulting jobs, things like that. So, stay afloat. I'm not going to say I'm strapped for cash, but $105,000 of debt. It's something I'm going to be paying for a very long time. Right? So I personally it would be hard for me to find that time, especially as a mother. That means I would also have to find childcare. So that's also another additional thing. I work from home, so I'm less fortunate where my son comes in from school. I'm here now. That's what remote has, given me the opportunity to do. I would have to find childcare for this community service. I would have to find time for this community service. I would be willing to do it, but it would be a burden.
Thank you. I can. That's fair, and I can see that from your explanation. It's probably already difficult to find childcare for the time that you're working. Now you have to find it for an additional few hours each week for another project. So thank you for sharing that. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I'll move on to now Representative Rochelle. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, Ratasha, it's nice to see your face, and I want to thank you for the really powerful testimony, giving insight into your experience. You're exactly the type of person we want to keep in Connecticut, and it is my hope that and I want to thank you for contributing to the conversation today, so that maybe we can get you back someday, and also not lose more people like you. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Kara.
Thank you, Representative. I will see if anybody else has any questions, and not seeing any. That looks like you're all free. So thank you for coming in. I think we're going to move back, Patty. So hold on one moment. I think we just had number 58, where, what's been 68. So Ebony Jackson, go right ahead if you're there. Patty, why don't you go? Oh,
can you hear me now?
You sure can, Ebony. Go right ahead.
Okay. All right. My name is Ebony Jackson, and it's a pleasure being here with the with the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. Thank you for hosting this. I'm in support of Senate Bill 17 and Senate Bill 247. I'm currently a student at Western Governors University. I departed with a surprise balance of $2,800 from the University of Hartford that was referred to a collection agency in less than a month of leaving the university. Ultimately, my parents had to satisfy the bill so I can access my transcripts. And as a result, our emergency savings were gone from that situation. So I was sort of a little spurred by the universe, since I was the very first person to attend university in my family, I was sort of spurred from going back for about a good 7 to 10 years. On top of that, I already shelled out, I borrowed, I'm a member of the Borrowed Student Loan Club. I borrowed $40,000 at varying interest rates total at various different loans for 14, 16, and 17% for a grand total of $181,000 to attend University of Hartford. And roughly, it soured my view on college for a long period of time, especially since I was the first person, and as well as a person of color. Also, I support Senate Bill 247 in supporting free speech on college campuses. Since institutions of higher education are funded by taxpayers, it is absolutely critical for universities to remain apolitical and to encourage students to debate uncomfortable topics that they may not concur on and encourage civility. American colleges are viewed as institutions of creativity and liberty, which in ironic twist, the Chinese Communist Party members value enrolling their children in due to freedom of academic intrigue, free flow of ideas and concepts which could never be expressed in mainland China academic institutions or publicly. I also encourage passage of Senate Bill 5300. I graduated from GWCC with honors in Gateway Community College back in 2017. And back then, Connecticut attempted consolidation in 2016, I believe. And the professor, upon hearing the news of it, encouraged me to load up my schedule as much as possible, so this way I can graduate as soon as possible, because she believed that even though it failed, she believed that they would attempt it again, the regents, because she showed me a outline of what they had planned, and I saw more bureaucratic bloat than I did essentially help in hiring on more professors to help students. So she encouraged me to load up my schedule as much as possible and graduate and get out for the sake of saving money, because she knew it would be more consolidation didn't just sit right with her back then. And now hearing upon
you summarize, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. In summarization, I am totally on board with Senate Bill 5300 being passed to keep the College of Regents in check. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebony. I'll pass it off to the committee, see if anybody has any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you, Ebony, so much for coming in. Patty, I hate to do this to you, but it looks like number 81, Representative Paris, just signed on. So we'll kick it off to Corey, and then you will be on deck.
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this. To my colleagues, it's good to see you all. I'm coming here to testify in favor of SB 250, for which I am a co-introducer of. SB 250 is an act to address student loan reimbursement here within our state of Connecticut for graduates of Connecticut State Universities, which would include Western, Central, Eastern, Southern, and Uconn. I know there have been many people today who have spoken on behalf of this bill, and so I'm really happy that people are excited for us to create some real action around the plaguing challenges around student loan debt. What's interesting, and I want people to keep in mind, is that Connecticut is the fifth largest state, or the state with the fifth largest amount of student loan debt in the country. We have some 535,000 borrowers in our state, which who cumulatively hold $19.8 billion in student loan debt. Now, some of the stories that you'll hear today from working parents and from young professionals that are really finding it to be quite difficult to try to be as successful and to have some idea of prosperity, to buy a home, to buy a new car, to make ends meet, to stay from being food insecure, would be able to realize some of those needs and those dreams if they had some help and relief from a student loan debt. And so for us to introduce this bill, and what we find is most important, is that it's allowing for many people in our state who have graduated here, who have invested in Connecticut, who are committed to raising their families and creating a life here in Connecticut permanently, giving them the opportunity to be able to go off and say, look, we want to go off and do 100 hours of community service to give back to our state, helping nonprofit organizations who are also feeling a lot of the burden and pains as well. But not only that, I think what's also equally as important is that we are actually giving them an opportunity for a lifeline and a restart in their personal lives. An opportunity that I might add that many other generations before us have also received, either with Social Security, housing programs that were quite helpful. And let's not forget about those bailouts throughout economic downturns, where we have helped out many companies as taxpayers, basically wipe away all of their debt when it was quite detrimental to the American economy and to working families like ours. So I just want to say, and I urge all of my colleagues and urge the Higher Ed Committee to one, co-sponsor and also fully support SB 250, because it will make a big difference for our state for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. We'll look around and see if anybody has any questions. Representative Farrar, go right ahead.
Thanks, Chairman Elliott. Hi, Representative Paris. Nice to see you.
Hello, Representative. How are you?
I'm well. I'm well. A follow-up actually based on a little bit about one of our previous testifiers. I'm not sure if you heard Ratasha's testimony a couple minutes ago, but she spoke eloquently, I think, to some of the challenges potentially for her personally, and understanding other individuals such as herself in the position to fulfill what would be kind of the 100 hours of community service in the bill. And I certainly just want to hear from you directly, like the thought process of having that in the bill, and, you know, kind of your understanding of, you know, ensuring that, you know, there's a balanced approach in how we can make sure that this aid kind of gets to those most in need.
I think that's a wonderful question. And Ratasha is a great advocate for student needs and the needs of young professionals all across our state. And so I'm grateful for her remarks. I'll say this. What's really important is that we start to find ways to not only retain and attract young people to our state, but I think we find ways to get them involved in their community. And if we're trying to find ways to create some relief for them on student loan debt, in terms of student loan debt, then we want them to also get involved with their community and give back to organizations which are also feeling the heat in terms of not being able to have enough volunteers or resources provided to the communities, that the members of their community that they're directly trying to help and aid. So for us, those who have co-introduced this bill, what it really means is that a lot of the people, this is not a free ride. And look, if we could get rid of debt to help out a lot of people, we would, but we really want to show that working together, putting in a lot of effort throughout the state to help create impact in communities and help organizations all across the state is the way to go. And so that's why we put the 100 hours in the bill. And we understand that it might be challenging for some working parents, for working professionals. It could be easier for public education teachers to do it during the summertime. 2 hours, roughly 2 to 3 hours a week, 8 hours a month, 100 hours in a year, I believe is a good place to start. And certainly I believe that we would be open to negotiating there and seeing what may feel most comfortable for those who would directly be benefited by this bill. Thank you for your question, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Harris, for that. And just one other question. One of the other bills we've talked about today is how we have a real lack of investment in need-based aid in our state. And that would certainly help prevent further student loan debt for our students to come. And so would I presume and hopefully have your support with our committee to pursue that avenue as well, since that hopefully would prevent some of this long-standing student loan debt from the other side.
I totally agree with you. And I think making that investment will help us not to run into the same problem in the next generation or in years to come. So I definitely agree with you and fully support that effort.
Yeah, thanks, Representative Harris. Thank you, Chairman Elliott. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Turco, followed by Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Parrish, for being here and for testifying. You know, I had a thought and I wanted to get your thoughts on it. I currently work for a nonprofit when I'm not here at the LOB public hearings and committee meetings. And we've had the last couple of years, because of COVID, we've had interns working for us virtually. They're doing work at home over their computer, helping create marketing information and fundraising and things like that. So nothing in this bill would exclude someone that may have difficulty getting to a site because of childcare issues and, you know, spending hours away from home, from being able to do their volunteer hours, as long as the nonprofit has that opportunity for that work, which I know they do from my personal experience, from being able to do their volunteer hours, perhaps at the comfort of their home. Would that be correct?
You're absolutely right, Representative. Thank you for the question, and thank you for all your hard work within this committee, and also on all things that are related to helping working families and professionals throughout our state. You're absolutely right. Look, there could be a lot of young professionals who are sitting on boards right now. I'm one of them. I'm a member of a few boards, and I'm not getting paid for those boards. And a lot of those boards, I'm doing some of the work and the meetings virtually. And so if that means more to me, that if I can still join a board, bring some brain power instead of having the brain dump, which is what we're always trying to constantly avoid throughout the state from taking place, bring some brain power and also work as hard as I can to get the hours that I could possibly earn in order to be eligible for this program. I think that is completely feasible. It's not necessarily having to be in the building to provide a lot of the direct services anymore for these programs and for these organizations. It's more mobile and far more digital than ever before. And so that would definitely be a way for us to still encourage for people to be on site without having to be there physically and still earn their hours and maintain a healthy work-life balance as well.
Thank you very much, Representative, for all your work on this. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Smith, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Harris, for coming into the meeting. Shocking to see your name so far down the list, but I'm glad you made it. I think you threw out a number. I think it was $5 billion with a capital B is the number, the amount of student loan debt currently held by residents in the state of Connecticut. Was that right?
No, sir. It's actually Representative First. Good to see you. Let me start there. It's 19.7 billion.
19.7 billion.
We are the fifth. We are the state. We're number 5 in the country for the most amount of student loan debt. So that's where that 5 figure may have come from.
Got it. Thank you for that. So we are something like 1% of the population, and we have $19 billion worth of student loan debt. That's a pretty shocking number. And thank you also for mentioning another number, which is roughly 2 hours a week is what the average would be to meet the requirement. And I think, like you, there are many people that do try or have the desire to give back a little bit. And there are probably many, many people currently holding that debt that are already serving in some capacity and who would qualify for that, as well as young families that are struggling with their childcare costs, for example, who,
Absolutely.
you know, at the risk of a couple more hours of one parent doing the duty while another one is taking on some nonprofit volunteer work, could save some money that would, if not help them with their, you know, take a little bit burden off of their family budgets, and, you know, by easing the payment on their student loan, maybe allow them to afford their childcare a little bit better. So I could see benefits that sort of percolate throughout a family economy if they're able to manage this. So I personally want to thank you for introducing the bill and let you know that Representative Cavros DeGraw followed up with me from a couple of questions I asked earlier in the day. And I am going to be very happy to sign on and co-sponsor the bill. So thank you.
Representative, thank you for that. And just one more thing I'd like to say, Mr. Chair, if I might. This being International Women's Day, I think it should be noted that women are the ones that lose out the most when it comes to student loan debt. We talk about young women throughout our country and certainly throughout our state that are paying for housing costs that are astronomical in certain areas of our state. They're not making very much money in comparison to their male counterparts. And if you are a mom, a working mom, on average this year, because we don't have affordable and adequate childcare opportunities for people, it was stated that in a New York Times article that women on average are losing about $700 out of their paycheck because they can't make it to work and they have to stay at home with their kids. Now, that $700 could be the difference between their kids having care and also for them paying their student loan back. They can't do both. No one can do both. And I think you'll hear that from other people today. So I just want to put that out there that when we start investing in our children, we start investing in our college students and certainly investing in our women, we create a more sustainable society. And that's what I know that we're trying to do right now.
Thank you, Representative. Just can't figure out why this is a Senate bill, not a House bill.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I see no other questions, and we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you, Representative, for coming on in. All right, looks like, where did you go? There you are, Patty. Go right ahead, and Cynthia, you are on deck.
Dear Representative Elliott, Senator Slapp, and members of the committee, I'm Patty O'Neill, president of CSU AUP, and a psychologist here at Western. I've been sitting here listening to the testimony for pretty much all of this meeting, and I applaud your stamina. I will try and keep my remarks short. I remember in 2011 when this committee held public hearings about the proposed creation of CSCU. That day, presidents from the universities and community colleges, hundreds of students, faculty, and staff all testified in opposition to this new system, arguing that the individual institutions should remain distinct to continue to best serve the needs of students and families in our communities. We were ignored. Since then, the system is now in its sixth president in 10 plus years. The community colleges have lost presidents, staff, and faculty as a result of the consolidation plan known as Students First. You've heard firsthand from students who have been affected by this. You've heard from faculty at both the community colleges and the universities expressing grave concerns about Students First. HB 5300 would allow for a needed discussion about what would be best for our students, our communities, and the state, and whether a proposed merging or closing meets those needs. Such a discussion is critical for preserving our system of higher public education. No governing board should be able to take drastic unilateral action concerning a public institution of higher education without appropriate oversight. You can provide that. The institutions of public higher education are Connecticut's natural resources. Please protect them and act to provide this very needed oversight. We've had 10 years of an experiment. It's still not going well. and students first isn't going to solve that. CSU AUP also urges your support for HB 5115. During our recent contract negotiations, we sought to have a task force created to study the issue of family care at the 4 universities. We did so because we believe that what improves the working conditions of our faculty improves the learning conditions for our students. HB 5115 is a welcome step in this direction. Adequate resources for family care are critical for the successes of our students. Thank you for your time. And if anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Patty. I'll open it up to the committee if anybody has any questions. I am not seeing any. Thank you so much for coming in, bearing with us.
Bye, everyone.
We'll move now on to Cynthia Mayo, followed by Kimberly Sandor on deck. Go ahead, Cynthia. All right, Kimberly, why don't you go ahead? Oh, Cynthia looks like, all right, Kimberly, go ahead and we'll let Cynthia go last if you're there, Kimberly.
Well, that's kind of a treat. I won't be between you and getting done for.
Kimberly, I think you may have just muted yourself somehow.
I've got these fancy buttons on my, air traffic controller headset here. So
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I'm glad not to be the one between you and getting out for the day. So good evening, co-chairs, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, Senator Whitcoast, Representative Haynes, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 251, an act expanding training programs for health careers in healthcare. My name is Kimberly Sandor. I'm a registered nurse and family nurse practitioner and executive director of the Connecticut Nurses Association. We really support and appreciate the attention to building an infrastructure to create the future healthcare workforce by creating a pipeline to accept, educate, and train more nurses in Connecticut. Every year we leave many, many qualified applicants behind, and it's so disheartening to know we have a shortage of nursing while we're leaving so many behind every year. So this is a great step forward. We're also excited to see the many different avenues and ways the state and the governor's budget is proposing to address student debt. We think this will be a wonderful addition to all of our students that are out there, because we know this is something that's dragging them down and stressing them out. Let's just talk for a moment about the nursing workforce shortage. I just want you to kind of understand the complete picture here and how we can creatively think about this solution. We're in a really critical state right now, and while this bill aims to lay the groundwork that we have more nurses coming into the workforce in 3 to 6 years, we can't ignore our current workforce that we have now. We must stabilize and retain the current workforce, because once we produce these new nurses, we need this to be a successful investment and keep them in the profession. Our nurse staffing issues are not a new problem. They've been around for a long time, and the pandemic has just exacerbated them. A recent survey just came out for the American Nurses Foundation, and the most frightening part is that over the past 20 months, the number of nurses considering leaving their job went from 40% to 52%. So consider that. We have about 36,000 nurses working. A national survey estimates that around 52% are considering leaving their job. Why? Nurses that are most stressed out and dissatisfied, what's frightening? There are younger nurses. They are our 35 and under nurses that are most stressed out and feeling not supported in the workplace. So we encourage in this bill to get big, get creative, and think about how we can try and layer a couple different strategies so that we can support the current workforce, look at the workplace, look at the work environment as our nurses are moving around, looking for different opportunities. How can we support them and at the same time support the future educational opportunities? Once we get our testimony submitted, you'll see we have some different ideas and proposals in there that may be thoughtful, but the idea is to really think about how we can increase our healthcare workforce in community settings? How do we use that to increase clinical placement and to increase faculty? And how do we provide professional development so that holistic, interconnected healthcare workforce is addressed all at the same time? And it's not just done in separate lanes, like we're just addressing education, but we're going big and holistic. And I'd just like to address Section 3 of the bill. Right now, it really focuses on Connecticut Hospital Association and Long-Term Care Association. Just so you know, the Connecticut Nurses Association, the Hispanic nurses, the Black nurses, our HOSA, Future Healthcare. There are a lot of people working in the space of introducing nursing to the high school students, and we really hope that you expand that section to be more inclusive of those doing the work and partnering with others. Thanks so much for taking my testimony tonight. I know it's been a long day. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for providing testimony today. I'm going to look around, see if anybody has any questions, and seeing none. Kimberly, thanks for joining us.
Excellent. Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
As well. Cynthia, if you are there, we're ready for you. And if not, you're going to lose your shot. So we'll give you a few seconds.
I apologize, but I'm in class and unable to speak, unfortunately. So I apologize, but thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I have a lot of students in front of me, so I don't want to say too much. But we hope that all the legislators that we have faith in, we hope that you do the right thing and see beyond what you may think is happening to what is really happening based on all the wonderful testimony that you've heard from my colleagues today. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and I need to get back to class.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your class. Have a good rest of your night. And with that, everybody, it looks like we are all set. Yes, Jeannie, you're coming back on screen, making me nervous. All right, we're good.
Let's go.
Okay, everybody, have a good night. Thank you so much.